Chapter 645 Emperor of Heaven. Now that I'm here, everything is fine. This voice spread smoothly throughout the universe. Sea of stars. And heavens. Everyone immediately knew who was speaking. Even if you have never seen it. Even if you have never worshipped it. But they all cheered at this moment. The despair brought by Yuan's arrival is felt by all the heavens. I, Xian Wang, also have such an existence. Emperor of Heaven. It's the return of the legendary Emperor of Heaven. The cultivators roared and rushed towards the Yuanzun family. And the shouts of killing became more intense. The sea of stars sparkled. And all the stars came alive at this moment. And the entire sea of stars shone brightly. Even heaven and earth are filled with joy to welcome the true emperor of this world. The Emperor of Heaven is only one person and does not have a great authority. But his majesty and majesty have not faded at all. When he is alone, his majesty remains, and the heaven, earth, and stars are his support. A born emperor. Tian. Yuan stopped outside the Samsara gate and looked directly at the Emperor of Heaven. The emperor glanced at him and said in a deep voice, Tianshan. He never cares what others call him. Be it Emperor of Heaven, God, Lord. Yuan is not one of his subjects. So there is nothing wrong with calling him by his name. Even if he calls him contemptuously, it doesn't matter. Only Tian failed. So the teacher changed his name to Tianshan. In the starry sky in all directions. The stars in all directions instantly rose up. And murderous intent fell on Yuan. It was as if there was a spirit in this world. When Yuanji called the Emperor of Heaven by name, the punishment from heaven was about to come. Even Feng Zhu had never received such treatment. Yuan seemed to have never felt it, and only looked at the Emperor. The two had fought countless times before eternity. If Pluto was the most talented person under the Taoist throne, he could kill him with his own body. The Emperor of Heaven is the most powerful one. His understanding is not like that of Pluto. But he is upright and upright. Xian Wang rarely uses conspirators. When facing enemies, he will crush them down with overwhelming force. Even if we face him, we will fight him in a fair fight and block him on the frontal battlefield before eternity. Yuan is very familiar with the fighting power of the Emperor of Heaven. Without him and Tai, the Emperor of Heaven would be the true supreme being. Even, although Yuan doesn't want to admit it. It is the truth. If his world had not been destroyed, his era would have ended. And the power of the entire era would have fallen on him. When he was alive, he was at most equal to the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven is here today. But he is half-length. This battle must be lost. No chance of winning. Even if he rescues all the Yuanzun clan trapped in the formation. Even if he escapes from this place. As long as the Emperor of Heaven is around, they will eventually fall. The Heavenly Emperor will form the Heavenly Court in this era. Conquer the heavens and lost lands bit by bit. And cannibalize and destroy the Yuanzun clan bit by bit. He looked at the Emperor of Heaven, who glanced at him. Then turned to look at Shanghai. Looked around and shook his head slightly. Then his eyes fell on the Taoist master. You didn't take a good look at your home. Although heaven took him away when he left. The Sea of Stars was still intact. But now the Sea of Stars is broken. The Taoist opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. So he smiled bitterly. What's going on? He lives from life to life. And there is a window of time between each life. Those immortals like to fight in the Sea of Stars the most. This place is solid, and you can play without restraint. Moreover, generations of immortals continue to explore the Sea of Stars in an attempt to obtain the treasures left behind by heaven. There are formations everywhere in the Sea of Stars, which cannot be broken and have to be destroyed violently. The reason why Shanghai is still here is because of his contribution in protecting the family. The Emperor of Heaven walked down step by step, and finally looked towards Suhi. His eyes were majestic, and it was unclear whether he was looking at Taizu or Suhi. It took a while before he showed his first real smile after returning. Junior brother. We meet. Suhi opened his mouth, but didn't know how to return the favor. I should call him senior brother. But I feel a little distant. If you call me father-in-law, you will be beaten. Right? This guy has a criminal record of beating his junior fellow. There was no need for Suhi to be entangled. The Emperor of Heaven had already spoken again. When the war starts here, how about you guard the space-time passage and prevent Yuan from returning? Suhi? Taizu no longer needs him to protect him? Besides, can he do this kind of work? At this moment, the energy in his heart has been condensed. If he sneezes, one of them will die. Up to 3. No more. If you don't reach the 7th realm of Immortal Sovereign, you are not qualified to approach Yuan. Suhi was silent for a moment and nodded, Senior brother. Give me 3 days. It is not my fault if he passes within 3 days. Even if he enters the tunnel after 3 days, he will never be able to pass. The time and space channel connects to eternity. As long as the time in the time and space channel is messed up, everything will be fine. After adjusting the time, He could probably do it. This is something that He could only do because of the popularity of Xianting Mountain and Guiwang Mountain, originally entering the immortal realm in this era. The rejection of him in this era has almost disappeared. And He seems to be a native. When he carries the popularity of this era, he feels like a fish in water. Especially after a little bird from Fengzhu lands in his inner world. He had the illusion that he was the biological son of this world. The Emperor of Heaven nodded slightly and stepped towards Yuan. Okay. He will not be able to touch the space-time channel within 3 days. Saying this, the Emperor of Heaven made a backhand move. The Emperor's sword flew towards him. And he raised his hand to strike down with his sword. There is no bells and whistles. Just like a sword in the army. Slashing and slashing. Majestic and majestic. Yuan didn't dare to underestimate the enemy. And even stopped attacking the Samsara gate. He didn't know when he had a painted halberd in his hand. And he raised the halberd to meet the light of the sword. With a sound of collision, Yuan flew backwards and smashed all the way to the depths of the Sea of Stars. With only 2 parts of his body, he was in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. Just like the Taoist master fell into his hands. Although he was not so vulnerable, he was not far behind. The stars in the Sea of Stars flickered instantly. And the stars falling behind the Emperor of Heaven automatically rotated, forming a series of talismans. All kinds of blessings and blessings. The stars falling behind Yuan were extremely dim. Not only did no starlight shine out, but they kept swallowing Yuan's aura. It's just that Yuan's breath is poisonous. If you swallow too much, the stars will explode and turn into powder. Protect yourself and don't expose your breath. He sent a message to little Taizu. The Emperor of Heaven asked him to block the space-time passage. So Taizu must be fine here. As he spoke, his figure flashed and landed in the space-time passage. Looking back, he saw a big seal in the father-in-law's hand. And the seal hit Yuan's world of annihilation, smashing the world down. Xian! Seal the Sea of Stars. The voice of the Emperor of Heaven came out majestically. Although the reason was not stated, all sentient beings knew it immediately. When the Emperor of Heaven speaks, the rhyme of the Tao lasts forever. And the will of heaven and earth follows the rhyme of the Tao. As if explaining it for the Emperor of Heaven. Seal off the Star Sea. And do not allow any member of the Yuanzun clan to leave today. And do not allow Yuan to escape. The Emperor of Heaven will start a killing spree today. The Taoist master laughed. Not as deep as before. He flicked the fly whisk and the cassock on the tortoise's claws spread out. Spinning and expanding. Once again spreading across the Sea of Stars. In an instant, the Sea of Stars was filled with holes, and became impregnable. Yuan's face was extremely dark. Regardless of whether they were immortals or immortals in the Yuanzun clan. Their mood sank at this moment. Kill! Lord Donphan roared. This situation is the most difficult one for the Yuanzun clan in hundreds of millions of years. The ancestor is here. The ancestor is gone. And even the roots of the ancestor are at a disadvantage. But it's not that the ancestor couldn't do it. Only the part above the heart of the ancestor had such ability. If the whole body was here, the Emperor of Heaven would definitely be defeated. As long as Xin Huang is suppressed. As long as one of the immortals above the 4th realm can rush into the time and space channel. This can be done. But the difficulty is extreme. Even if the Taoist master presides over the formation to seal the Sea of Stars, and has no intention of taking action, Xin Huang still has 5 existences that are beyond the immortal lord. At first glance, I couldn't see any life at all. Thinking like this, he saw far away. Yuan Iji blocked the Emperor's sword, and his body flashed into nothingness. And he wanted to leave this place with the help of zombies. But he saw the Emperor of Heaven slashing in the air with his sword. And he shouted coldly, "Come back!" With a slash of the knife. There was a squeaking sound. And the zombie on the other side of the Sea of Stars, that had turned into a zombie turned back into a zombie again. The nothingness in front of the Emperor of Heaven once again transformed into the form of Yuan. Yuan's eyes flashed with shock. The Emperor of Heaven could stop him from transferring. Such ability has never been used before in eternity. Knowing what he was thinking, the Emperor of Heaven smiled. In the era before eternity, I couldn't kill you. So what's the use of showing some small tricks? Now that I can kill someone, there is naturally no need to hold back. Yuan's expression became more solemn, looking at the Emperor with deep eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. He stepped into the time tunnel and felt the various mixed atmospheres in the time tunnel. The end of the tunnel was a mess. And there might have been a war in the era before the ancient times. Resisting the Yuan is never a matter of a day or a generation. But he never thought that he would do the same thing at the same time in the past and future. Even if he jumped out of time and fell into this kind of problem. He was still confused. He pointed in the space-time channel and felt the time rules in the space-time channel. This space-time channel was essentially opened by the Yuanzun clan. The Yuanzun clan's control of time is completely different from He's control of time. This is a completely different perspective and extremely novel. He jumped out of time and observed time comprehensively. While Yuanzun went deeper and deeper. Time is compared to a long river. All living beings are like fish in the water. He stood on the shore and observed the rolling waves. While the Yuanzun clan tried every means to turn themselves into water and merge into time. He licked his lips and tried to stabilize this channel. Time is like a thread. And the time in the passage is like woven silk threads. Every thread seems alive. He thought for a long time and suddenly understood. This is the talent of time that was stripped away from the Yuanzun clan members who had awakened to time. And it was peeled off instantly when the Yuanzun clan members were communicating with the past and the present and accepting the inheritance. Only in this way can this talent be in a state of production and connect the past and the present. Every thread is the gift of a Yuanzun clan member. Can this kind of thing be done? Talent is the most unreasonable. If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. No one can deprive others of their gifts. Otherwise, He's dice would have been lost long ago. And I don't know how many people would be concerned about it. Of course, as long as he could pass the Taizu level. The Yuanzun clan is indeed strange. They are not born creatures, but are created by Yuan. Sure enough, even talents are available to everyone. From He's perspective, the time channel existed like muscle fibers at this moment. The color is completely different from before. Half gray and black. Half white. The pure white side was formed by He passage. But now there is a feeling that the passage has been taken away and occupied by others. The connection with the channel is separated by mountains and rivers. Since the passage opened and the 3 drums fell, he could no longer sense his control over the passage. It was after 3 drums shattered and the end of the passage was beaten into a ball of paste that he felt his own passage again. Unfortunately, the passages are different from the hexagrams. He cannot use one half of the passages to seize the other half. Seeing through the essence of the time channel, he inserted his whole hand into the flowing light beneath him. The flowing light is the real flowing light, constantly weaving through every thread. He closed his eyes, sensing the passage, sensing the flowing light, motionless. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes. He had already held a silk thread in his hand and pulled out the stream of light. The stream of light was implicated in the ancient times and eternity, and the brilliance within it was constantly changing. Holding the flowing light thread in one hand, he pulled out the square knife and slashed it with the other hand. The square knife slipped through the flowing light without cutting off the flowing light. Time is condensed into light, and ordinary means can be used to cut it. He pondered for a moment, and a force fell on the square knife. It's not the power of time, but its own star ring. The star ring is like a knife attached to the edge of the square knife. Lift the knife and chop it down. With a slash of the knife, the stream of light was cut off. Outside the time channel, Yuan suddenly raised his head, glanced at the time channel, and his murderous aura suddenly rose. Thief. Should be killed. He had just started to have murderous intentions. But the imperial sword had already cut through the void and cut off his gaze. He saw the Emperor of Heaven standing with his sword in front of him. And for the first time, he saw murderous intent on his face. The teacher is not here. And the eldest brother is like a father. I am the Emperor of Heaven. But I have never protected Xian Wang. I saw you kill 2 beloved concubines for my husband. Today, as a brother, my junior brother is over there. How can I allow you to covet her? If you want to kill him, behead me first. I am alive, and my junior brother is fine. Yuan is silent. For the first time, I felt that the Emperor of Heaven had no imperial appearance at all. How could an emperor say such protective words? The emperor should be selfless and treat everyone equally. Shouldn't we consider the gains and losses when protecting others? The blood vessels under the body squirm and automatically condense into the lower body. Not the lower body of the body. This half of the body was completely severed, and the lower body could not come back. He has gone through so much in his life. If he has lost one game, he has lost. It is impossible to be hysterical like ordinary people. He admitted that the lower body couldn't come. If all the methods on the half body are inconvenient, then the whole body can be gathered together for a real fight. In the time and space passage, Suhi slowly opened his eyes and looked at the two broken silk threads in the passage. Like the strings of a kite cut off, one end tied and the other floating. The corners of his mouth raised slightly. He raised his head and looked at the Emperor's pattern and Emperor's seal suspended above his head. Senior brother, I can cut off the time and space channel. But if I cut it off, you can't go back. Diwen remained motionless and showed no reaction. Instead, a voice came from behind. You're right. Why don't you, fellow Taoist, give up this idea and let me go home? Suhi turned his head and saw in the light of the time channel strands of corpse energy condensed and turned into a figure, with the same appearance as Yuan, but with the addition of a lower body. It was the aura of the zombies that had previously burst into the time channel and exploded. Loneliness, decay, death, all kinds of smells come to your face. Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yuan in front of him. A bit weak, the realm jumps back and forth between the third and fourth realms of Immortal Lord, and occasionally reaches the fifth realm. Suhi glanced outside and saw that the external energy had condensed all over his body, standing on the world of annihilation, facing the light of the Emperor's sword, and struck out one blow after another. Unparalleled power. The Emperor of Heaven stands in the starry sky, with the stars twinkling behind him, and the Emperor's swords are endless, and he must do his best to deal with each slash of Yuan. Suhi looked back at the zombie Yuan in front of him. Yuan Bu had not come, and what was in front of him now was just a corpse that was connected to his memory. Not even a consciousness. The Taoist master looked at the time and space channel, but did not speak. He only glanced at it, then turned to look at the Emperor of Heaven. Isn't it natural that the teacher's students, their junior brothers, should defeat the strong with the weak? Not a basic skill? Suhi laughed. We need to fight. Then fight. But the father-in-law was bragging, and within 3 days someone came to hinder him. The square knife stretched out and flicked it. Suhi looked at the zombie opposite. The stench hits your nostrils. Shanghai Yuan looked at the Emperor of Heaven, but the corners of his mouth gradually raised. Ji Tian. It was not you who left me in this era. It was I who left you in this era. You came here. Before eternity, Heaven will lose. The Emperor of Heaven is here. But there was no Emperor of Heaven in the era before ancient times. Chapter 646. Thank you. Yuan smiled and looked at all the beings in the sea of stars. Only with the Emperor of Heaven could the heavenly court block him from eternity. Without the Emperor of Heaven, how could the heavenly court block his lower body? As long as he can hold on and survive, his lower body will one day destroy heaven and merge with him again down the river. By then, even the Emperor of Heaven will be unable to do anything to him without heaven. Stay alive. Try your best to preserve the power of the Yuan Zun clan. And try your best to kill the Xianwan Immortal Lord. Especially those 5. Live and wait for the arrival of the lower body. In the time channel, the zombie whose consciousness had been invaded by Yuan walked towards Suhi step by step. Grinning with a charming smile, I will return. You should know that the Emperor of Heaven cannot stop me. What you are doing now is in vain. Suhi reached out and took out a bronze mirror and put it on his chest. This was given to him by the Demon Queen that day, and it allowed the immortal to gather his divine consciousness. Suhi is already an immortal lord, so he doesn't need it at ordinary times. But the one in front of him is Yuan. No amount of preparation is too much. How terrifying Yuan's consciousness is. He has already experienced it deeply by following Taizu. Even if it can invade the consciousness of the heavens, it is impossible for Yuan to condense easily. Even if Yuan is blocked by his father-in-law and cannot exert his power to destroy the world, he must not treat Yuan in front of him as an ordinary immortal. Listening to Yuan's words, Suhi shook his head slightly. You can't come. I come from the future, and I know your ending. You are dead. Who doesn't know how to talk before a war? The zombie grinned an unbridled smile. With a bit of contempt, thank you for jumping out of time. Who said the ending is immutable? History cannot be changed. If it couldn't be changed, my world would have been nothing. He looked at Suhi, with contempt rising in his eyes. To kill me, you have to kill my past, future, and present at the same time. Tai can't do it, and no one else can do it. As he spoke, he looked Suhi up and down and said, You can't do it either, since you have jumped out of time. How can you influence time again? If I die, you will return to the past. and I will no longer exist in this world. No one will remember me, and no one will know that I am here in this era. I am immortal," he said, getting closer to Suhi. Suhi narrowed his eyes. Past, present, future? Was Yuan Zai misleading him? Or did he really not care about this being known? Yuan let out a laugh like a broken bellows. "There is no need to hide it. In the 8th war, Thailand invaded my world. I knew it earlier. But I am still here. And he, lost. You think you will win. But I know I will not die." Suhi said nothing. In the sea of stars, Yuan laughed loudly and summoned all his strength to jump up and hit the Emperor of Heaven with a stream of light that transformed the world of annihilation. He squeezed the roots, and even the dead world behind him began to squirm, as if something strange was about to be resurrected. Wave after wave of power fell on Yuan, and his aura was no longer under the Emperor of Heaven for a moment. The sea of stars behind the Emperor flickered, and one line after another corresponded to the Emperor's acupuncture points. The Emperor's sword was raised and slashed with awe. Boom! The sword light interlaced with starlight collided with Yuan with a loud bang. The collision point was like a big sun exploding, and it was pure white for an instant. Then the two figures separated at the touch, and they retreated at the same distance. Have equal shares. It was clear that he was not losing. But Yuan's expression changed instantly. "You are not the original body." The Emperor of Heaven said nothing, raised his sword, and chopped indiscriminately. I don't know where the knife came from, but it was like a chaotic blade. I don't know the starting point or the root, but every knife struck Yuan accurately. The power was shocking, and Yuan Zhuo was able to cope with it, although it was difficult. He did not miss a beat, but his face became even more ugly. The Emperor of Heaven was weak. Before eternity, I had fought against the Emperor of Heaven countless times, and I knew the Emperor's power very well. Today's Emperor of Heaven is still extremely domineering, but his combat power is weaker than before in ancient times. Split! Yuan roared as he looked at the Emperor of Heaven. It's not the body. It's the body. Not a clone. It's like him, cutting himself in half. How long have you been practicing as a split body? Yuan Duanji shattered the blades of light and looked at the Emperor of Heaven as he gritted his teeth and asked. The Emperor of Heaven is not as good as him in Taoism, but his split body has such abilities, which cannot be developed in one day. The Emperor of Heaven looked calm and said calmly, I started practicing it since your 9th appearance. Yuan and Taoist Master raised their heads at the same time. Taoist Master's breathing became rapid. This time is Yuan's 9th appearance. He had just returned from reincarnation and was weak in the battle. At that time, Feng Zhu guarded Xian Wang, and Yuan Zuan's 5 fingers were broken. The senior brother led Tianting to fight Yuan Jinshan outside the boundary. That battle was almost lost. Senior brother was split vertically into 2 pieces by Yuan. Fortunately, it was not in the center, and the sword light was offset by 2 inches. It was just split in 2 along the center of the heart. The right half of the body and head were intact, but the left half of the body was almost smashed. The 2 sisters-in-law fought tooth and nail to get back 2 pieces of her body. It was a serious injury, but not a fatal injury. It was also the battle that shattered time. Heaven blocked Yuan from eternity, preventing time from connecting. So, the senior brother in front of me is the left half of the former senior brother? The right half of the body was still resisting Yuan before eternity? Yuan's face was extremely gloomy. This half of the Emperor of Heaven has never been revealed before. Was it just for today? You, half of your body can do this? A question burst out from the gap between Yuan and Ye. If only half of his body has such virtue, why bother to play tricks with him? Isn't it good to just crush it like Tai? The Emperor of Heaven smiled indifferently. Of course not. It's just that the 2 bodies of Taoism have been condensed into one body. The main body from eternity ago is now empty and has no fighting power. Yuan's eyes suddenly condensed. You are playing with fire. The Emperor of Heaven smiled confidently and calmly. The main body has no fighting power, but you don't know half of it. At this moment, Yuan was blocked by him in front of the eternity. A battle had just ended, and the 2 sides were standing still. Yuan is still waiting for this half body to break through the formation, kill his junior brother, and kill the strong men of this era. Open the time and space channel to welcome him down, or go upstream. The Taoist Master cut off the connection between Yuan and Yuan. At this moment, Yuan didn't know that the Emperor of Heaven had already flowed down the river. What he didn't know was that the Emperor of Heaven, who was blocking him, had no power at all. When he reacted, the Heavenly Emperor's half of his body could recover at least half of its strength. which was enough to keep Heavenly Court safe. The cold light in Yuan's eyes almost solidified. In the time and space channel, Zombie Yuan's arrogant expression suddenly turned cold. Perhaps because the Emperor of Heaven never uses conspiracy. He was immediately trapped by a calculation. Looking at Su He, who wanted to cut off the time and space channel, his killing intent suddenly soared. Get out! The zombie roared and suddenly grabbed Su He with its claws. Su He stepped down, ignoring the zombie's claws, and slashed vertically with a square knife. Bah! Interlacing sounds of sparks. Two fragments of mountain beetles blocking the zombie's claws. And one was Su He chopping the zombie's head. No one can win over anyone. The huge collision separated the two people instantly. One at the source and one at the entrance to the passage. The moment they separated, the two of them stepped on each other and crashed into each other. The two pieces of mountain beetles outside Su He's body rotated, which were the most precious treasures to protect. The square knife in his hand was slashing like rain. The zombie ghost's claws waved against the light of the sword. There were thousands of confrontations in the blink of an eye. The aftermath of the confrontation between the two did not dissipate, but instead continued to condense between the two, like chickens gathering together and getting bigger. Su He frowned slightly. This was Yuan's method. Just when I was thinking about how to deal with it, Zhong Yuan had already pointed it out. The 2-inch-long nails scratched the chicken, and the condensed aftermath turned into an aurora and shot towards Su He. Su He raised his sword and slashed down, but he failed to cut off the aurora, and the huge force crashed into his body. This blow was at least as powerful as when he was wearing mountain armor and carrying the Taozu phalanges. Immortal Lord's attack in the 5th realm. Every bit of it was hit on Su He. Su He was immediately blasted away. How could Yuan miss such an opportunity? The zombie stepped forward and turned into a black light, chasing after him and clawing at Su He. However, Su He, who was vomiting blood and flying upside down, suddenly stopped. He raised his hand and pointed out, and a stream of water shot towards the zombie from his fingers. All the attacks he had just made were turned back. Supernatural power, hidden edge. An attack came, and a life and death crisis suddenly arose. The zombie dodged and walked away, but there was a suction force under his feet. A Taiyuan appeared faintly, and the zombies were startled. It was Su He, who was knocked flying in the middle of the road. Taiyuan failed to swallow him, but it fixed him in place. In just that moment, the hidden front water flow penetrated the center of the eyebrows. Su He only has the combat power of the Immortal Lord in the 3rd realm, slightly close to the 4th realm. This zombie jumped repeatedly in the 3rd and 4th realms, and even occasionally rushed into the 5th realm. How can we defeat it without using any means? The hidden front water flow penetrated the zombie's eyebrows, and the huge power broke his cervical vertebrae, and his entire head was folded on his back. But Zombie Yuan did not die. Instead, he chopped off his own head with his claws and stepped on it. His head exploded, and the huge force blasted him out of the Taiyuan. The headless zombie turned around, jumped out of Taiyuan and attacked Su He. Sure enough, none of Tai's disciples are useless. What kind of magical power is this? It can absorb attacks and counterattack them. This kind of magical power kills people first and hurts themselves first. Isn't this person afraid? He rushed into the air and saw scarlet flames bursting out from Su He's body. Suzaku is so hot. The flames that were originally a mixture of gold and red have completely turned into vermilion at this moment. However, Phoenix True Fire's ability to repair injuries has not been lost, but it has gained astonishing lethality. Zombie Yuan snorted and bumped into him with his claws, as if losing a head had no effect on him. The momentum is even better. A paw poked at Su He. However, Su He's figure spread out like bubbles and disappeared. A North Ming suddenly rose from the spot, trapping him in it and spinning violently. The zombies rotated with Biming and saw another Su He appearing above Taiyuan, waving his hand to accept Taiyuan. The thunderclouds of Tianju condensed on Biming, getting thicker and thicker. The magical powers are still those magical powers, but at the 5th level of Kai Tian and entering the 3rd realm of Immortal Lord. The power is not the same as before. Compared with Patron Armor and Dao Ancestor Finger Bone, who were forcibly upgraded to the Immortal Realm combat power, the effects they used were completely different. The zombies rotate rapidly with the North Pluto, like dolls thrown into the roller. But Biming fell on him, and did not corrode his broken and decayed body. During the rotation, the zombie stepped on his feet to stabilize his figure, and his headless chest was facing Su He, as if observing him. This technique must be destroyed. This magical power is actually aimed directly at the Yuanzun clan. If it were controlled by Tai, wouldn't it be possible to evolve it to directly target him? In this magical power, he actually saw the shadow of the dead Pluto. Give it to me. Open it. The zombie's two claws pierced Bei Ming and tore outward. Suhi came forward in a flash, pressed down two pieces of mountain beetles in his hands, and shouted in a low voice, "Seal!" The barbarian king's world refining technique directly turned the mountain armor into a barrier to seal Tianju, Bei Ming, and the zombies in it. The thunder of Tianju sounded loudly. The zombies in the barrier sneered, "How can this technique kill me?" Suhi laughed, "Are you stupid? Why should I kill you? Not to mention the consciousness in the zombie's body. It is an ordinary zombie in the third, fourth, and fifth realms of immortality. It would take an unknown amount of means to kill it. Are you crazy enough to kill this thing? Are you sick?" As Suhi spoke, he looked back and slashed towards the space-time channel with his sword. "Killing you is my senior brother's business. My purpose is just to cut off the passage of time and space." This knife carried the star-ring blade, and it was slashed with one strike. The light of the knife flowed through the space-time channel, and a large piece of space-time thread was cut off with one strike, and the broken threads were flying in the passage. In the sea of stars, Yuan suddenly raised his head. "Court death." This roar turned into thunder and rolled toward the passage. However, he saw the Heavenly Emperor's pattern flashing slightly in the passage, blocking all the sounds. A smile appeared on the corner of the Emperor's mouth, and he looked back at the passage. Not bad. He did not disgrace the name of his teacher. Until this moment, the Emperor of Heaven seemed to really recognize this junior fellow disciple. In the time and space channel, Suhi showed a smiling face. I wonder if the Emperor of Heaven at this moment only knows the information of this era through Bai Zhe, or he also knows the information of future generations? After all, Bai Zhe Tower is still there in later generations. No matter what, the better the performance, the higher the recognition from the father-in-law should be. Right? Suhi smiled and struck the space-time passage with another knife. The taut silk threads snapped. The broken threads were like dust blowing in the wind, flying back and forth in the passage, and occasionally sweeping over Suhi. It's numb and a little itchy. There is an illusion of being pulled into the long river of time. Every broken thread is a branch of the turbulent flow of time and space. The combination is a truly complete turbulence of time and space. Suhi beheaded again. In the mountain armor barrier next to it, zombies were attacking the barrier like crazy, blow after blow. On a piece of mountain armor, cracks appeared. They were broken by Yuanyi's arm before. Now they are even more broken under the attack of zombies. Finally, I don't know how long it took. After Suhi cut off about 10% of the space-time channel, the mountain armor could no longer withstand the attack and exploded. The zombie jumped out, and a mountain god seal hit him on the chest, and then smashed the zombie back into the seal. Another piece of mountain beetle immediately came up. The seal remains. Howl! The zombie roared. Suhi laughed and looked at the gourd fragments beaten by the zombies into peanut-sized pieces. A gluttonous dragon head swung by and swallowed half of the fragments. Another heavy net fell down and covered the other half. Devour. While swallowing, he looked at the zombie and the seal and said with a smile, "Thank you for your help, Senior. Even the mountain armor broken by Yuan is still a mountain armor. It is quite complicated and difficult to absorb. It is broken into pieces the size of peanuts, making it much easier to absorb. The speed is at least 20 or 30 times faster." In the seal, the zombies roared shrilly, and the corpse screams were hysterical. Nothing like what one source could send out. Chapter 647. The sky is full of hexagrams. Is Tang Tang Yuan's psychological quality so poor? As Suhi absorbed the mountain armor, his Taoism steadily improved without any changes in the inner world. However, the increase in combat power brought about by absorbing the mountain armor was even greater than the increase in the inner world. The Sifong knife slashed out, cutting off 4 or 5 more threads than before. Each slash cut 4 or 5 more threads than the previous one. This kind of progress visible to the naked eye is really intoxicating. The screams of zombies in the seal came rolling out through the seal. I wonder how he could make a sound even if his head was missing. The zombie screamed like the zombie was going crazy, blasting Bei Ming to pieces, shattering the heavenly punishment thundercloud with almost self-destructive means, attacking the mountain armor barrier with one blow after another. The attack speed was several times faster than before. Suhi said no more, took out all the mountain armor fragments, and put 3 layers of seals inside and outside, completely sealing the zombie element. He turned around and slashed towards the space-time channel. Every time a thread is broken, the turbulence of space and time around it increases. In other words, Suhi is surrounded by a star ring, so he can jump out of time and not be afraid of the turbulence of time and space. Anyone else would have been involved. Those max-level bosses don't count. No matter Taizu, Yuan, Tiandi or Daozhu. They are definitely not afraid. Being here, all the rules of time are hitting me like raindrops. If you can quietly retreat here, your control of time will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, it wasn't the right time. The square knives were dancing and flying. Just as he cut off 80% of the time and space channels that did not belong to him. There was a corpse scream behind him, and the triple seal exploded. Zombies break out. He stood in the tracer threads all over the sky and looked at the zombie with a slightly raised corner of his mouth. Sorry. You're late. The passage was broken like this, and it was too late to repair it. Only 20% of the half belonging to the Yuanzun clan are connected, and the half belonging to he can be cut off by Suhi's mind. The zombie didn't care at all whether the passage was blocked or not. It just roared and swung its claws towards Suhi. Suhi's face slightly condensed. He raised his knife and slashed with one stroke. There was a collision, but the zombie was not damaged. But he himself was knocked away with a huge force. 5-Realm Immortal Lord. This zombie is completely exuding the aura of the 5-Realm Immortal Lord at this moment. It was not the normal ethereal and boundless aura of the Immortal Lord. It was extremely strange. It's like the power of the dead comes out of the corpse. Suhi flew upside down and fell towards Lu Guang. But the zombie landed on the ground one step ahead of him, and swung his claws to tear towards him again. I won't stop until I tear him apart. Suhi's expression changed again, and he fired 6 mountain divine seals one after another, and bumped into the zombies. The 6 mountain god seals made a loud noise, and Suhi used the force of the recoil to fly upside down and land on the place where the zombies had been previously sealed. His appearance flashed, and he took away all the mountain armor fragments. Then he saw the zombie charging towards him again. He couldn't speak and could only roar. Yuan's consciousness is no longer in his body. Give up reason and just kill him. The difference in realm is too big. Even if you win, it will be a miserable victory. The battle outside has been going on for a long time. In such a chaotic battle, the consequences of serious injuries are unpredictable. Suhi's eyes were slightly focused, and threads of passages began to fly as he stepped on them. It was condensed into a big net by him. The zombie rushed over and crashed into the net. The ghost claws shot at Suhi through the big net. Suhi pointed at the internet, and the power of the star ring burst out. Then the entire net flashed with brilliance. Time was instantly distorted, and the zombies that fell into the net disappeared in a ray of light. Time and space are turbulent. Exiled. The passage suddenly became quiet. Suhi took one step and slashed with his sword, cutting off all the remaining threads of the Yuanzun clan. It was only at this moment that Suhi's sense of alienation from his own passage completely dissipated. The passage is completely under your own control. Suhi was not in a hurry to leave the time tunnel. He could not participate in the battlefield outside. The father-in-law, Yuan, and Turtle Claw formations. A mere immortal lord from the 3rd realm cannot get involved at all. Go out and die. Even little Taizu quietly retreated without knowing when. Suhi sat down cross-legged at the entrance, recalling the scene in the long river of time when Taizu whitened and refined the space-time passage. He also tried to start refining the time and space channels of the Yuanzun clan. This space-time channel is amazing. If it can be completely absorbed like the mountain beetle, it will be of more benefit to Suhi than anything else, even surpassing the aura of wise. Time is supreme and reaches far. From ancient times to the present, no one has ever truly controlled time. Even Bain, Yuan and Taizu could only use it, but never control it. If he could really control time, Suhi would not have to seek a breakthrough to become an immortal, but just master this avenue. Stay in the immortal realm forever, and be invincible in the world. Always invincible. Picking out a piece of silk thread that was flying randomly, Suhi's consciousness fell on it, recalling Taizu's sacrificial method, and tried to do it himself. Time is like an abyss, vast and boundless, yet elusive and empty, unable to be grasped or determined. Any avenue can be integrated with time, and any avenue is under the influence of time, everywhere and nowhere to be found. Originally, I wanted to try to refine this thread, but somehow, I gradually became aware of the power of time in this thread. After an unknown amount of time, the inner world shook, and Suhi suddenly woke up. At a glance, the inner world of Tai Mountain is bustling with activity. A total of 16 small hexagrams were fluttering and trembling. as if they were all struck by lightning. There are a dozen more that are also very exciting. Suddenly more than 30 hexagrams changed. And Suhi had an idea in his mind. This inner world has finally rebelled? Suhi was completely shocked, thinking of something. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked outside, and saw the roar of the formation below. Yuan didn't know when he plunged into the formation. There was an extra piece of earth in the formation. And in the center of the earth the father-in-law stood with his hands behind his back. The turtle claw formation has changed its shape, and the whole looks like a concentric circle. The battlefield is now in chaos. The outermost layer is the battlefield between Xian Wang Immortal and Yuan Zun Immortal. And the corpses of the dead immortals are floating everywhere. I don't know what kind of battle it went through. Inwards was the battlefield of the immortal lords. But there were not many people there. Further inwards, the 5 Mingzhu and his group stood still, and surrounded the land with dozens of Xian Huang immortal lords. There are also more than 10 Yuan Zun immortal lords on the earth. And a hexagram flashes above each person's head. The hexagrams are connected to form a new formation in the turtle claw formation. The Emperor of Heaven was trapped in the center of the formation, or maybe the Emperor of Heaven suppressed the formation. So he couldn't understand it with his limited knowledge. He just felt that if he was trapped, he shouldn't have such an aura and unparalleled power to look down on the world. That earth is Kuan Gua. Suhi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he recognized it immediately. The hexagram becomes a reality. Is the Kun hexagram under the control of the Yuan Zun clan? Xian Wang, these idiots. Such hexagrams can be obtained by Yuan Zun. At this moment, outside the earth, the Taoist master stood suspended in the air, with the Tai Chi diagram above his head shining brightly. The surrounding Xian Wang immortal lord also had hexagrams on his head. The hexagrams were connected in 2s and 3s, forming formations. It seemed that his aura was trying to break through the formation of the Yuanzun family. There are 30 hexagrams inside and outside, although 14 of them are already possessed by Suhi. But this kind of scene is unheard of. The two sides have already fought to this point. Hey! Are you awake? A voice came from beside him. Suhi turned around and saw Zhu Jia with a bright red on her chest, sitting beside him with a weak breath. The demon queen was seriously injured. Suhi stepped out of the time and space channel, raised his hand, and lit Zhu Jia's chest with a vermilion bird true fire. The crimson flame burned along the blood stains. Zhu Jia frowned slightly, with a look of pain on his face, then relaxed for a moment, exhaled a breath, and said to Suhi, "Thank you. The Phoenix True Fire can only heal itself. Even after it is upgraded, it can only heal the Phoenix. When burned on other people, it becomes the most powerful attacking flame in the world. Suzaku True Fire is somewhat unique. Its healing ability has slightly mutated, and Suhi can control it to heal other people's wounds." "What's going on down there?" Suhi asked, eyebrows raised. The demon queen rolled her eyes at him. "Yo! Now that he has become an immortal, Dao Xing catches up with him. Why don't he call me sister anymore?" She smiled and did not answer Suhi's question. Instead, she asked, "The Sea of Stars is shaking, but my little brother-in-law is staying here safely. Aren't you afraid that the Yuan Zun clan will suddenly attack you? Ordinary people can't enter the time and space channel, but that one can. Right?" Suhi shook his head, thinking too much. At this moment, half of the space-time channel belonging to the Yuan Zun clan has been broken, and the remaining half belongs to Suhi himself. If you don't talk and don't master time and power, you can't get in. Besides, he really wanted to rush in. The star ring is outside. The moment someone outside moves time, like magnets repelling each other, Suhi will be thrown into the star ring by the turbulent power of time and enter the long river of time. To a certain extent, Suhi is also invincible. Zhu Jia snorted, a little jealous, and turned his eyes to the Shanghai battlefield again. His voice was a little weak. "It's nothing. It's just a normal war." Zhu Jia smiled. "The Emperor suppressed Yuan. We have 5 transcendent immortals, and have killed 7 immortals of the Yuan clan. However, 2 guys took the opportunity to self-destruct, and I was blasted out." Speaking of this, the demon queen's face showed an indignant look. There were so many immortals, but she was blown out by the self-destruction. It was so embarrassing. She snorted and continued, "The self-explosion injured one corner of the formation. Bai Yuan took the opportunity to rush into the formation, beheaded the wild monk, and freed more than a dozen immortals. A disaster and a blessing. She was not far from the wild monk. If she hadn't been blasted out, she would have been killed by Yuan Shun." Zhu Jia shrugged. "Then, those guys used the hexagrams to form a formation and tried to break out of the formation. As a result, the Taoist Tai Chi 2 captured their formation. The Emperor of Heaven directly entered their formation. This is how it is now. There are formations within formations. And there are people within formations, keeping each other in check. The Emperor of Heaven entered the formation with his body, and wanted to break it. Are they entangled? Su He was silent for a moment. Sister Yao, if you want to break the formation, which of the 14 hexagrams of Yuanzun should you grab? There are 9 out of the 14 hexagrams of the Yuanzun clan. But Su He has never owned them. No matter which one you grab, you will definitely make money. Su He could only see that Yuanzun used the hexagrams to form a formation. But he was completely clueless as to how the formation worked and what the principles were. And he couldn't understand it at all. Zhu Xiu smiled. Of course, it's the Kun hexagram at your feet. There is no need to think about this. The 2 hexagrams of Qian and Kun have always been special. If not for the powerful Kun Gua, this formation would not be able to trap the Emperor of Heaven. Su He, Sister Yao, don't make trouble. No matter how uneducated Su He was, he could still see that Yuan was controlling the Kun hexagram. Grab something from Yuan. Su He still wants to return to the living world alive. Zhu Ji rolled her eyes at him. Even if she was seriously injured, she couldn't suppress her temper. You are the one who made trouble with me first. Not to mention that these hexagrams cannot be snatched in the formation. Once they are snatched, the hexagrams recognize their masters. It takes at least 2 hexagrams to suppress 1 hexagram. The Xinhuang hexagrams form an array. Then I surrounded Yuanzun and pulled out 2 hexagrams. Wouldn't that mean I let the thieves go? Su He was stunned and laughed. Xinhuang has no divination. But he does. He was still about to speak when he heard the voice of the Heavenly Emperor in the formation. I want to seize the escape hexagram first. When the Emperor of Heaven spoke, Yuan's expression suddenly changed. And the expression of the Western Lord among the Yuanzun immortal lords, who had the escape hexagram on their heads, changed even more. Su He smiled and rushed into the battlefield in a flash. Brother, it only takes half a hexagram. While Su He was speaking, the Emperor of Heaven had already slashed out with his sword. Almost at the same time, Yuan Yi pointed out, and the hexagrams above the heads of all the Yuanzun clan lit up. The auras of silence pollute each hexagram. Yuan Zhao changed his weapons, and a small dilapidated tower spun and hit the Emperor of Heaven. Then he saw a big seal fly out from the forehead of the Emperor of Heaven, crashing into the broken tower, knocking the broken tower away. The Emperor's sword turned and struck a hexagram. Little beast. The bonk hexagram image was suddenly shot out. And Su He came in time. He stretched out his hand to point the hung hexagram and the Jia hexagram together. He struck up and down and caught the bonk animal in the center. He dragged it back and snatched back the inner world. Yuan looked coldly, glanced at Su He, and immediately shifted his gaze to the Emperor of Heaven. Despicable. The majestic Emperor of Heaven has used such petty tricks over and over again. But what he said is that the ones he killed were little animals. Do you think it will be useful if you take away half of it? If the hexagram recognizes its master, even if half of the beasts are suppressed, his formation here cannot be shaken. Yuan Guang glanced at the witch whose hexagram was taken away, and her expression immediately darkened. The witch, a dignified immortal and the core of the clan, looked shocked at this moment. Half of the hexagrams above the head were struggling, trying to force themselves out. Something happened to the half-gene hexagram that was snatched away. Yuan was thinking like this when he saw Su He, who had just retreated, coming towards him again. He approached, and the remaining half of the little beasts struggled more and more fiercely. They looked like they were about to break the formation and took the initiative to move towards Su He. He's approach. That hexagram has surrendered to the enemy. Yuan was shocked when he saw the Heavenly Emperor's sword slashing down again. One sword struck out 2 sword lights. One slashed towards Yuan, and the other struck Dun Gua directly. The light of the sword passed by, and half of the escape hexagram flew out. The only thing that can hurt the hexagram is the hexagram. This kind of theorem seems to not exist in the Emperor of Heaven. Hexagram. Back then, Tai relied on the Great E to annihilate his world like chaos. And in his world, he returned to his original state. The Dun hexagram flew out, and it was Hung hexagram and Xiao hexagram. They pinched each other back and forth, and snatched away half of the Dun hexagram. Su He quickly retreated, and the dice in the inner world landed, shattered, and landed again. It took 6 times to get any quality points. But the big one exploded. 6 o'clock. Since Su He traveled through time, this is the first time that such a treasure has 6 qualities. Before Su He could react, The face of the Western Lord changed. Half of the Dun Gua on his head was shattered. And he turned into a ray of light, and took the initiative to hit Suhi. He hit his head on Suhi's lower abdomen, and couldn't wait to get into Suhi. Inner world. The whole world felt the joy of Dun Gua. As if seeing his biological mother. Dun Gua completely surrendered to the enemy. And the formation condensed with hexagram images was immediately unstable. The remaining half of the small animal hexagrams were seen flying away following Dun Gua, turning into a starlight, and falling on Suhi. 2 hexagrams were robbed. The Emperor's eyes lit up slightly. The formation was broken. Chapter 648 Yuan. Then let's die together. Retreat. The Emperor of Heaven shouted coldly. 2 complete hexagrams were robbed. And the formation deployed by Yuan was full of loopholes in an instant. The light of the Emperor's sword flashed through. And the formation exploded. Suhi's figure flashed, and fell into the space-time channel again. Next to him. Zhu Jia looked at him dumbfounded. This is not the 4th disciple of Daozu. This is the illegitimate son of Daozu and heaven and earth. Right? How can one forcefully seize the hexagram? And there wasn't even a delay. They just grabbed it here. And it was already refined over there. Even the remaining half of them couldn't wait to throw themselves into their arms. The Demon Queen was puzzled and saw the Emperor of Heaven slashing down with his sword. The Yuan Guoxiang formation broke open. And the whole person was cut out of the formation by the Emperor of Heaven. The 2 turned into streams of light, and shot towards the depths of the star sea. The Taoist master flicked his fly whisk and chased after him wearing a Tai Chi figure. Only after the person left did the rolling sound reach the Xian Huang immortals. Kill! Easy to understand. Zhu Jia beside him rushed towards the battlefield in a flash. And Suhi followed him away with a step of his feet. There was no melee between the 2 clans in the formation. So he could participate. Halfway through, the man raised his hand and shot down a starlight. The stars returned to their positions and crashed into Yuan Zun. An immortal. Before Su, he could kill him again. A willow branch came across the sky. With a crack of a whip, splitting the immortal lord into 2 pieces. And the willow leaves burned. The immortal lord also burned. He was burned to ashes right in front of Suhi, never to be resurrected. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist, but please forgive me for my long hands. Demon Lord smiled slightly, and nodded to Suhi. He and Ming Laogui both forced their way out. Among the existences beyond Immortal Lord, they are almost the weakest. The immortal source is urgently needed to be replenished. This battlefield is their hunting ground. When an Immortal Lord died, there was no aura of sadness in the sea of stars, but rather a bit of joy. Suhi turned to look at Feng Zhu. Sensing his gaze, Feng Zhu smiled softly. Sure enough, Feng Zhu once again took control of the will of heaven and earth. Yuan Zunxianzhen died. And it was too late for Feng Zhu to rejoice. Feng Zhu rejoices. And heaven and earth rejoice. Roar! With a roar, a North Ming spitting up into the sky, and the earth was seen. Rolling around the 2 Yuan Zun immortals. A group of Yuan Zun immortals went straight up into the sky. The North Sea of the underworld ancestor is different from Su He's. Su He's is a whirlpool. All those who are drawn into the North Sea will be consumed by it. Ming Zhu's was like a colander. Wherever it passed, only the existence of the Yuan Zun clan was involved. But Xian Huang Immortal was filtered out. So domineering. The battlefield without Yuan immediately became Xuan Huang's slaughterhouse. A ray of sword light cut through the starry sky. And Su He saw that Tantai's sword aura was awe-inspiring. And he had almost reached the ultimate level of sword cultivation. His sword intention was not inferior to the sword promulgation that was already in the 7th level. With one sword, he cut the Northern Lord's sledgehammer in half. The sound of swords on the sword mountain at your feet buzzed. And murderous intent steamed. Su He turned around and punched a 7-realm immortal to pieces. Taking advantage of the absolute advantage on the battlefield, he unscrupulously snatched the hexagram. The hexagrams of the ancient Immortal Lord are different from those of later generations. As long as they carry the hexagrams with them, Su He can clearly perceive them. The small hexagrams in the inner world will respond. The hexagrams of the ancient Immortal Lord exist behind the Immortal Sect, and in their own immortal realm, blocked by the Immortal Gate. The small hexagram images cannot be perceived. It seems that they regard the hexagrams more as the foundation, rather than the magic weapons that they take out directly. What they care more about is the great road in a hexagram. In fact, every hexagram is composed of intertwined avenues, and they are the true original avenues. This is something that can only be clearly perceived by Su He at the 5th level of Kaitian, a truly accomplished immortal. All this time, I have been carrying a huge treasure without knowing it. The small hexagrams in the inner world flicker one by one. And this battlefield is a gluttonous feast for the small hexagrams. Even if they are not snatched. As long as the hexagrams are in the sky, the small hexagrams can continue to absorb the charm of the Tao. A burst of joy rose from heaven to earth. Another immortal lord fell. And then a sword light flashed by. And the sword mountain fell beside him. I saw a fairy gate suppressing the sword mountain. A hexagram in the immortal sect is fading rapidly. When the master dies, the hexagram disappears, and will not appear again until the next suitable monk is born. Tan Tai took advantage of the death of the immortal, and directly separated the immortal's immortal gate. He was stunned for a moment, and then understood. He wore 2 hexagrams on his hands, and reached towards the immortal gate. He pulled it out, and found a travel hexagram in his palm. If you catch it but no dice falls, the owner is dead, and the hexagram is ownerless. But it doesn't matter. This hexagram Suhi has been condensed. In Jifeishua's era, the Hengyu clan had the Lu hexagram. When helping the Tian Ni clan relocate, Xiao Lu Gua had already been successfully condensed. Useless? Tantai's voiceless voice came. Suhi smiled slightly. It doesn't matter. I've got it. Tantai nodded, and was about to set up the sword mountain and walk away. Suhi stepped down on the sword mountain, held her hand and asked, "Where is Bain?" "That Nizi is not on the battlefield. I don't know where he went with Gu Tai," Tantai replied. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword and attacked again. After slashing through the sword light, he turned back to look at Suhi. "We will win this battle. You protect the immortal and collect the hexagrams." Tantai ordered and turned into sword light, and left completely. In a war, everyone should perform their duties. Bain's 6th realm immortal lord has never been the main battle force. The military advisor is the military advisor. With her, she can always turn defeat into victory. There must be something more important before leaving today. As for the more than 10 hexagrams of Yuan Zun's family in Suhi, if they cannot be recovered and are left by Yuan Zun, it is impossible to say that 1 hexagram can create an immortal. The importance of retrieving the hexagram is not as important as killing the immortal master Yuan Zun. Only Suhi can do this. The immortal lord should understand his position. Suhi flew up, raised his hand, and hundreds of starlights fell on the battlefield. Each starlight accurately hit a Xian Wang immortal, and turned into a transparent turtle SH.L. Protect the immortal. This is the ability that Suhi only has when he enters the immortal master. Protecting teammates is the first priority for dragon turtles on the battlefield. This is the case for Wenzu from afar. He writes articles one after another to protect the immortals and the immortals. Only Martial Ancestor was not good at this. He stood upright and slammed his tortoise-clawed fist at a 4-realm immortal lord. The immortal master was clearly far better than him in Taoism, but he was knocked away by his punch. It turned into a meteor and hit Suhi. The speed was too fast. It had already broken through the space and hit Suhi's face. And the starlight had just flashed. Suhi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he shook hands into fists. With one punch, the heaven and earth shattered, hitting the starlight. The starlight hit a star below, shattering it and settling into the star fragments. The immortal venerable seemed to be stunned and could not move. Suhi chased after him in a flash, slashing at the immortal with his square knife in the air. But at the moment of approaching, the immortal lord suddenly woke up, and a black light suddenly pointed towards Suhi in his hand. He actually stabbed Foreign Minister Guishan and stabbed Suhi in the chest. But it is a rotten dagger, with the breath of Yuan's world of annihilation. With one stab of the knife, a green light shot out from the immortal master's immortal sect, turned into a big hand, and struck Suhi with a bang. After truly feeling the reality of the shot, the immortal lord grinned wildly and hysterically. "Mr. 4. Disciple of the Taoist master." He laughed loudly, as if he had accomplished something even his ancestor could not do. Smiling, he saw Suhi in front of him exploded with a bang, and his whole body turned into a beam of darkness, completely engulfing him in it. Yuan Hui? It wasn't until this moment that Martial Ancestor's roar came. The old turtle was lying on a planet, staring at the Yuan Zun immortal, who was trapped in the North Underworld, gritting his teeth, but did not kill him. He turned his body, and tore apart a Yuan Zun immortal in one bite. Then he killed another Yuan Zun Xian Zun. Turtle Boy was prepared, so there was no need for him to take action. In this meeting, Suhi Daoxing far surpassed him. Baiming Zhongyuan Huxianzan rotated with Baiming. It seemed that he could not feel the severe pain of being devoured. He only searched everywhere, wishing he could eat Suhi's flesh and blood. Clone. Despicable. Come out. When did this turtle use its clones to confuse everyone? He yelled. and saw another Su-He appear in the starry sky. As soon as he appeared, he grabbed the Daiyogwa hanging across the starry sky, tore off half of the hexagram, and then landed in front of Bei Ming in a flash. Half of the big hexagrams were forced into the inner world. The dice fell away, and the whole inner world became happy. The person with the big hexagram on his head is the Yuan-Yi immortal of the Yuan-Zun clan, one of the few female immortals. His expression was already solemn, but his face became even darker when the hexagram was robbed. He flipped the maces in his hands and struck at Su-He. But suddenly a mountain god seal hit her and killed her. Wenzu jumped up. When Wenzu stopped her, a big hexagram above her head shone with light and abandoned her. Yuan-Yi gritted his teeth, blocked Wenzu with both maces, and looked at Su-He. You can't trap fellow Taoist filth. Instead of being incompetent and furious, as if in response to him, Yuan-Hui, who was trapped in Bai Ming, roared and wanted to tear Bai Ming apart alive. After all, there is a gap between the fourth realm and the third realm. Yuan-Hui rushed out and stared at Su-He. When did you release the clone? Su-He chuckled, from beginning to end. Yuan was beaten away by his father-in-law, but his zombies ran to nowhere and might rush out anytime and anywhere. Unsurprisingly, he is also on Yuan's must-kill list. Cutting off the time and space channel completely cuts off the possibility of him going back. It would be strange not to hate him. How can I not have this kind of defensiveness after practicing so far? The zombies didn't arrive. But when Yuan-Hui sneaked up on the clone, Su-He naturally cooperated. Open! Yuan-Hui roared, tearing Bai Ming apart even more. Then Su-He stepped forward and stepped down with his right foot. Go back! As Su-He opened his mouth, his aura suddenly soared. After getting the aura of Bai, he was already wandering on the edge of the immortal lord of the four realms. And he got the help of the zombie element to refine it into a piece of mountain armor. At this time, he finally broke through and rushed into the four realms. The aura of the four realms on his body exploded, and the rotating Bai Ming condensed instantly. Yuan-Hui's arms inserted into Bai Ming were completely consumed by Bai Ming in an instant. A scream came, and Yuan-Hui looked at Su-He in disbelief. Advanced? But this turtle clearly didn't master any more avenues. As the immortal lord advances, he can only continuously control the avenues, one after another. There is no shortcut. Hexagram? He just swallowed Yuan-Yi's great hexagram. Taking hexagram as the way? If this battle allows him to steal all the hexagrams, wouldn't it mean that he can reach the seventh realm, or even beyond? Yuan-Hui roared. Su-He naturally wouldn't answer him about something that he himself couldn't figure out. So what answer would he give? His breakthroughs are not limited by the number of avenues. He just picked up the square knife in his hand and stabbed it into Yuan-Hui's eyebrow through Bai Ming, and the power exploded at the tip of the knife. The shock in Yuan-Hui's eyes had not receded, but they turned dull. He never thought that he would die so easily. A joy rose between heaven and earth. Since the birth of heaven and earth, have any immortals fallen one after another like today? With the fall of the mortal lord, Fengzu takes control of the world. Waves of pressure from heaven and earth fell on the Yuan-Zun clan, just like Xin Huang and Feng Wang in later generations. When they enter the other's world, they are inherently suppressed. Now the Yuan-Zun clan is suppressed by heaven and earth. Or maybe if you hit more. Practice makes perfect. Su-He was able to kill the immortal master Yuan-Zun with ease. Just as Su-He pulled out his Sifang Dao, he saw a dragon turtle appearing in the sky carrying a large hull. Lil Taizu came with a suppressing evil Dao palace on his back and smashed into the space. The Dao palace exuded brilliance and suppressed it. I saw that the existence of Yuan-Hui between heaven and earth was peeled off bit by bit and sealed in the Tao palace. It's his legend, his story. At this moment, Su-He felt like he had ignored and forgotten Yuan-Hui. It's not that the memory was cut off, but that memory was buried deep and difficult to dig out. In the palace of suppressing evil, Bai Ying carved talismans one after another, turning all the collected beings into stars, and scattering them in the sky above the palace of suppressing evil. At the same time, he lowered his head to look at Su-He and smiled. Little man, help me. The legends, deeds, and existence of the Yuan-Zun immortal, who was beheaded, were banned from the suppressing evil palace. They cannot just be let in. They must be suppressed. Su-He understood and jumped up and went straight into Jinxia Dao Palace. In fact, the Dao Palace of suppressing evil has not been completely refined yet. The four passages are like four iron ropes, trapping the Dao Palace. But at this moment, the White Tiger channel has not yet condensed. Su-He had only seen Xuanwu and Suzaku before, and the Qilong passage was formed by the hands of the Qinglong Emperor when he was in the time and space channel. He stepped into the Jinqiadao Palace, and saw his body clone lying quietly in the central coffin. The sound of silent chanting of the Tao Te Ching reverberated throughout the Taoist palace. Xingchen, who was sealed in the Jinqiadao Palace, struggled to escape, but was trapped by the white musical notes and suppressed by the corpse Dao Yun. But there are too many immortals, and this corpse seems unable to suppress them. He knew what to do. He took a step forward and pointed his finger at the center of the corpse's eyebrows. A drop of blood essence fell into the center of the corpse's eyebrows. The sound of Taoist scriptures that shook the entire Taoist palace condensed and merged into this drop of blood essence at this moment. In the middle, point between the eyebrows of the corpse, the struggling stars in the sky suddenly became quiet. All things returned to their origin. This corpse is like the source of these stars, calming them down. He didn't leave his hand on the body, silently reciting the Tao Te Ching over and over again. It was as if the Tao Te Ching was to be completely engraved into the corpse. Boom! There was a loud noise outside Jinqiadao Palace, and the barbarian king chopped an immortal lord into ashes with an axe. He looked back at martial ancestor and laughed. Turtle cub. Not bad. Fighting with fists, and fists is what a man should fight. This turtle's avenue is similar to his barbarian king avenue, and the future is promising. If this avenue can be thoroughly perfected and spread, it is possible to break through the immortal venerable by relying on this avenue and go further. Not only this turtle, but also the elegant dragon turtle next to him also has unparalleled potential. Civil and martial arts are the avenue to heaven. It's just that he doesn't like polite guys. The barbarian king jumped up, turned into a ray of light, and chased towards the Emperor of Heaven. The outcome of this place was determined, and killing Yuan was the key point. Not only him, Feng Ancestor, Ming Ancestor, and Demon Lord also headed towards the depths of the Star Sea. The damage caused by forcibly breaking through the level has been made up, and the rest is just a grind. Deep in the Sea of Stars, great fear is rolling in. The swords are shaking, and there are Tai Chi diagrams hanging. And even 49 suspended islands will arrive at an unknown time, spitting to suppress the world. With the arrival of the 4 barbarian kings, the terrifying aura is increasingly threatening to overturn the world. Seal up. After an unknown amount of time, He gave a low shout, and a beam of light fell on the body in front of him. With the fingers retracted, the corpse no longer looked abnormal. At this moment, it looked like a real mortal corpse, lying quietly in the coffin. He looked at the corpse, and was a little dazed for a moment. The person lying in front of him was really a mortal from his previous life. It was what Jinqiadao Palace saw and absorbed back then. For a moment, there was a sense of time and space being confused. Hee. How do you feel when you look at your own body? Baiying came over and rested his chin on his shoulder from behind. He asked with a smile in his ear. It's amazing. He smiled. How about? Try dissecting yourself? I still have 3 of your corpses. Baiying's eyes rolled. He turned around and looked at her in horror. Is this woman a devil? What the hell did he marry? Baiying laughed and pulled He to fly out of the Jinqiadao Palace. The 4 Ming ancestors left, and the pressure on the battlefield suddenly rose. It was impossible for the 2 immortals to flirt here. As soon as the 2 people left the evil suppression palace, they saw the terrifying aura deep in the Sea of Stars explode. Yuan wanted to break out, but was suppressed by Emperor Dao, Tai Chi and Kasaya. He raised his eyes, and saw the 4 Ming ancestors on their cassocks, and the Taoist master standing in the sky under the Tai Chi diagram. The Emperor of Heaven in the center has a broken arm, and only one arm is holding the Emperor's sword. Opposite him, Yuan was intact, but his head was slightly lowered. There was actually a bit of a smile on his face. I really can't live anymore. He looked at the Xianhuang great power who surrounded him, and then looked at the one-sided Xinghai battlefield across the Heavenly Emperor and the others. At this moment, there are still many immortals Yuanzun, but there are not many immortals left. Corpses floated in the Sea of Stars. If these corpses were gathered together, it would be enough to create the most powerful world in the world. I can't live anymore. Yuan chuckled and sighed again, looking back at the Emperor of Heaven. Everything is back to square one. The 9th war begins, and Tai disappears. He sang loudly all the way, shattered the heaven, and inserted his hand into the black and yellow world. Shaping the Yuanzun clan is the closest to success in several times. Then, the Emperor of Heaven and the Heavenly Court blocked him. One block is hundreds of millions of years. After finally returning, even Yuanzun, who had been multiplying for hundreds of millions of years, was destroyed. Even if it broke out completely just now, it couldn't break out of the siege. Yuan looked down at his hands and laughed. I can't live. Then let's die together. This era. This world. As he spoke, the terrifying aura on his body climbed steadily, and the world of death behind him gradually merged into his body. The face of the Taoist master changed suddenly, and he let out a long roar and sent a message to Xinghai. Get back, Yuan. I want to drag this world into destruction together. The huge and mixed aura turned into thunderbolts that surged in all directions, from the battle site to the Xinghai battlefield, and from the Xinghai to the heavens. Even they can't stop it. Heaven and earth will fall. Chapter 649 Doll. Self-destruct? The expressions of all the beings in the sea of stars suddenly changed. Even the Yuanzun clan was at a loss. Exit the star sea! Xian roared. The Xianwang sentient beings immediately shot toward the Fuha forbidden area. That was the planned retreat. Sui took Baiyin and returned to the Jinxia Taoist Palace. The Taoist Palace spun around and headed towards Jianshan Mountain. Come! A long roar spread throughout the sea of stars. The Xianwang Immortal and the Immortal Lord, who were very close, turned into a stream of light and rushed into the Jinxia Dao Palace. The Sword Mountain shrunk and turned into the size of a rock. It followed Tiantai and rushed into the palace of Jinxia Dao. Baiyin's eyes immediately lit up. Those who enter the palace, let go of Tao Yuan. Free labor. When you enter our house, you have to work for us. Su He and Tiantai looked at Baiyin at the same time. The others only heard Baiyin giggling while exploiting the laborers. But the two of them, as the closest ones to her, sensed that something was wrong with her at the first moment. Sui took her hand, and the normally warm and moist catkins turned out to be even colder than Tiantai. Baiyin had a smile on his face, but his hand in Sui's hand was trembling slightly. Sui didn't know what would happen, but in later generations, it was difficult to enter the starry sea. It was extremely difficult for ordinary cultivators in the 7 realms of heaven to survive. Only cultivators who were blessed by their ancestors could move in the starry sea. The sea of stars is poisonous. The world cannot be destroyed, but there will be great changes in the sea of stars. Baiyin saw the future. Have you broken through the 7th realm? Tiantai asked coldly. Baiyin said that if she could break through the 7th realm, she would be able to see the exact future at a glance. Baiyin chuckled. Of course not. Although she smiled, she slowly lowered her head. I just knew something was going to happen to that willow tree, so I calculated it in advance. I just calculated it for 80,000 years. If something happens to the demon lord, future demon clans will even have to rely on the demon transformation fruit to achieve success. Something is going to happen to Dragon Turtle. The most powerful clan in the world has almost only one child in each generation. After 80,000 years of calculation, nothing could be done. A sea of stars flashed across the Taoist Palace here to suppress evil, taking in Xianwang immortals one after another. Everyone who came in passed on his or her Taoist skills to the Taoist Palace. The outside of the Taoist Palace was like a foreign minister, forming a thick barrier. At the battle site, Yuan Jing stood still. I saw Cassix and Tai Chi coming up with a roar. A bell rang in the distance, and Lil Taizu roared. The copper bell above his head shot towards the battleground under pressure. The bell rang loudly, turning the entire battleground upside down. The Emperor's sword buzzed, slashing towards Yuan one after another. Yuan Qi seemed invisible, and the world of Nirvana entered his body, forming a translucent barrier outside his body, which actually completely blocked the Emperor's sword. Yuan looked at the powerful people surrounding him and chuckled. I have been to the Xianwang world 3 times. The first time I did not reveal my identity, but I also did not take the world with me. That time, the original space was condensed here, and I wanted to steal it quietly. This world was discovered by the old turtle, but he used the original space to condense the avenue for Xianwang. This is why Xuanhuang's future generations are endlessly gifted. The road is clear, and the genius is bathed. How can there be no achievements? Yuan said, shaking his head with a smile. I suspect that it was that time that the old turtle saw the root of it. But the old guy was indeed a turtle, and he endured it until the chaos outside Xianwang was shaken back far. No! Without chaos, my world cannot be hidden. That void is like a moat, and all the ways do not exist. A real vacuum belt enveloped Xianwang. As long as he appears, it will be revealed. The aura on Yuan's body became more and more domineering, and he chuckled. The second time he really invaded this world, he almost swallowed it, but was plotted by Pluto and died together with her. As he spoke, he glanced at the Nether ancestor, revealing a bit of disdain. Is this turtle worthy of being called the Nether? It was tens of millions of years old before it became an immortal venerable. But it has not even opened up its own world. It is not even comparable to his finger. But Pluto, in Yuan Xian, is an existence comparable to himself. The third time is this time. Tai's absence and Ming's absence have allowed me to invade the will of the world. Yuan smiled. I have occupied the will of the world for hundreds of millions of years. And it was only 2,000 years ago that you took it away again. As he spoke, he looked at the barbarian king seriously. Who would have thought that this brainless guy could break his brain? If this lump of flesh could show its fighting strength that day, today's battle would be defeated even faster. The Xianwang world really makes people jealous. There is no shortage of talented people. Having been in Xianwang for hundreds of millions of years, don't you think that I only do one thing to make the Yuanzun clan stronger? As he spoke, everyone felt strange. Especially Fengzu, whose expression changed drastically. Yuan has never taken away the world again. But she can feel that the entire Xianwang world, whether it is the Sea of Stars or the world, is closely connected with Yuan at this moment. Yuan is like a cancer, clinging to every inch of the world. Yuan smiled and looked at the Emperor of Heaven. Fellow Taoists blocked me before eternity. But I, in turn, kept you for hundreds of millions of years before eternity. Even with Bei's tower. How could you, Taoist, do everything in detail? Do you all understand? The Emperor said nothing. Being able to build a Baizhe tower, when the heavenly palace was in decline, was already his limit. After all, Daoxing is not as good as Yuan, let alone a teacher. The Emperor's sword stopped chopping, and instead poured all his strength into the Emperor's sword. The golden lines on the Emperor's sword were revealed, and the majestic meaning was constantly compressed into the Emperor's sword. Yuan saw that he didn't stop him in any way, but smiled even more happily. Yes, this sword has the meaning of the last time Tai saw me. That time, the old turtle poured all his strength into one blow and almost completely annihilated me. But your blow, it is incomparable to him. After one attack, his body is completely emptied of power. But his body is not damaged. After your attack, this body will probably be destroyed. No matter what kind of existence it is, it can explode all its power in one blow without being damaged. Such magical power is simply unbelievable. The Emperor of Heaven looked indifferent. Of course, I can't compare to the teacher. Daozu will always be Daozu. Yuan chuckled. Then let me try and see how powerful your attack is. He spoke and took a step forward. This technique, landslide. The situation suddenly changed. The whole world groaned, as if it had entered the end of the world at this moment. The cancer attached to the Xianwang world broke out completely at this moment. It's terrible. From the Sea of Stars to all the heavens and realms, 3,000 big worlds and 100,000 small worlds erupted simultaneously at this moment. The volcano erupts desperately, as if it is draining itself dry. The river flows backwards and turns into a downpour, corroding the ground as it falls. Mountains and rivers crumbled and the world collapsed. One by one the stars went out. The entire Sea of Stars turned into blood red, and the big sun in the sky struggled violently, exuding blood red light. Like thunder from heaven, it fell like rain. In an instant, the entire world turned into chaos. All laws are confused. The wind is burning, and the fire is freezing. All the sentient beings in the heavens and the world didn't even scream in agony. And then they flew into ashes. In an instant, countless species became extinct. Deserves to kill. The Emperor's eyes suddenly focused, and he jumped up and struck Yuan Yida with his sword. The light of the sword passed through, shattering the barrier of the world of annihilation, and slashed at Yuan's body, cutting him in half. The light of the sword passed through Yuan and struck the Sea of Stars and all the heavens and worlds. Everywhere where the rules were chaotic, a sword light slashed through, cutting off 3 points of the destruction. Yuan was split into two, and the two halves squirmed and tried to fuse, but they still couldn't. But he didn't care. He looked at the two halves of the Emperor's mouth and laughed. It's too late. The invasion of hundreds of millions of years has already entered Xuanhuang's bone marrow. If the Emperor of Heaven can cut it off with a single sword, what does he mean? Moreover, the Emperor of Heaven has not yet gathered all his strength with this sword. Even though he is extremely conceited, he is not a fool. How can he wait for the Emperor of Heaven to perfect his sword? What to do if something goes wrong? Yuan's left and right bodies cooperated harmoniously, punching the Emperor of Heaven, bombarding the Emperor of Heaven's sword, laughing loudly, and the world of silence that enveloped him turned into rays of light and shot towards all the heavens and worlds. The barbarian king roared loudly, stepped on his feet, and his strength poured into the cassock. The cassock exuded brilliance, trying to block the gray light. But he couldn't even stop 1 or 2 out of 10. It's useless. It's useless, Yuan Shao said unscrupulously. Hearing a shrill cry of the phoenix, Feng Zhu broke away from his cassock, turned into a flame and disappeared. And the whole bird reintegrated into the world. In an instant, the entire world was ignited with the phoenix true fire. Feng Zhu is the world, and the world is Feng Zhu. The true fire of the phoenix can heal the phoenix's injuries. As long as Feng Zhu regains the world, it will naturally be useful to the world. The demon lord suddenly raised his head. Feng Zhu enters the world with his own origin. This is a way to seek death. Hey! A phoenix cry sounded from the sea of stars. A blue phoenix let out a long cry, calling out to the entire phoenix clan. A dull voice rang out from the Jinxiadao Palace. Phoenix clan, go to battle. The 6 phoenixes that had entered the Palace of Suppression of Evil followed the phoenix out of the Palace of Suppression of Evil, and went straight to the lower realm. All phoenix. Phoenix's true fire is vented to the outside world, as if it doesn't cost money. Suhi's hair stood on end, and he shook his left and right hands. Don't run around. You too. I'm going too. As he spoke, he turned around, transformed into a red bird, and rushed out of Jinxiadao Palace with a long cry. He is the strongest person in the Feng clan besides Feng Zhu, the true immortal. There was a long call of the red bird, and Suhi took 1 step ahead of all the phoenixes and went straight into Xian Huang. The vermilion bird's true fire spurted out from his body, transformed into the form of a red bird and flew around Xian Huang. At this moment, Feng Zhu's voice came to Suhi's ears. My child, go to Shirwan Mountain. The true fire covers the entire Shirwan Mountain. That is the source of Xian Huang. I leave it to you. Suhi flapped his wings and flew into the 100,000 mountains. In the past and future, this was his first time here. But I didn't expect this to be the case. Mountains and rivers collapsed, and all living beings perished. Suhi suddenly understood the meaning of Yuan's landslide. Feng Zhu was born in Shirwanda Mountain, and grew up in Shirwanda Mountain. The foundation is here. He also integrated his body into the black and yellow world. And it is not an exaggeration to say that the 100,000 mountains are the core of the entire world. Landslide collapse of the natural world. Bah! There was a long cry of the Suzaku. And the Suzaku true fire became stronger and stronger, like a red sun surrounding Suhi. The flames licked the entire Shirwan Mountain. On the Shirwan Mountain, that was collapsing and being destroyed, wisps of gray mist were burned out by the Suzaku true fire, turning into various screams. It was like the wailing of billions of lives. It was just like the worlds in the heavens at this moment. Yuan. It's not self-destruction. He turned his annihilated world into a cancer and planted it in the Xian Huang world. Use his world to destroy Xian Huang and seize Xuan Huang's vitality. Bah! Hey! The cry of Phoenix spread throughout the world, and phoenixes flew above Xian Huang. The Xian Huang world is the core of this world. Xian Huang is immortal, and the heavens are immortal. Burn! Suhi shouted, and the Suzaku true fire invaded every inch of the Shirwan Mountain. It's like scraping bones to heal wounds, cutting through every inch of mountains and rivers. The sight of hundreds of thousands of mountains suddenly fell into Suhi's eyes. There were hundreds of thousands of mountains above, and a hollow space below. A milky white pool flowed quietly, like the sea of consciousness of a cultivator. A phoenix flutters its wings and floats on the pool. If you look carefully, you can see a shadow outside the phoenix. But it is the universe. At this moment, the heavens collapsed, and the power of the collapse was forced onto itself by the phoenix among them. The roots of the phoenix feathers broke, and scars appeared one after another. It was deep into the phoenix bones, and the flesh that was turned over had already rotted and fallen off. The core of the world is Feng Zhu, and the projection of this world. Compared to the original space of the Yuan forgery, this place should be called the original place. Bah! Suhi let out a long cry, and the Suzaku true fire became more powerful, rushing through the 100,000 mountains toward the pond below. Among the hundreds of thousands of mountains that were swept by his true fire, the peaks surged, and the mountains and rivers were condensed with power. The mountains and rivers were lifted up, and barbarians with iron ropes tied to their bodies and holding up the sky appeared. Every barbarian is carrying a big mountain, like a pillar supporting the world. They are the 72 generals under the barbarian king. When the Yuan invaded the world, the barbarian king destroyed the consciousness of the Yuan with his body. The world was left without a master, and the building was about to collapse. It was these 72 generals who supported the 100,000 mountains. At this moment, Thingzu returned to his throne. But these 72 people were released. There are only 4 immortal lords among the 72 people. But the 72 people seem to be one body and act as one, exerting such power that the immortal lords are frightened. The 72 people did not rush out of the 100,000 mountains, but instead sank down together with Su Hezhenhua. General 72 walked down and punched him. Each punch punched out a cloud of gray mist, which screamed and howled as it dissipated. Roar! A dragon turtle roared in the sea of stars, and the voice of the ancestor of the underworld spread in all directions. Sacred beast! Open the chaos! Fill the black and yellow! As he spoke, he shook his body and broke away from the cassock first and crashed into the lower world. He rushed into the chaos of the black and yellow world and roared to refine the earth. Water, wind and fire. A piece of land was opened up by him and crashed into the Xianwang world. If the dragon turtle cannot heal the entire world like the Suzaku, it will open up new territories to disperse the cancerous energy. Then I saw a number of divine beasts rushing into the Xianwang chaos following the Ming ancestor. Pieces of worlds were born on the border of black and yellow. At this moment, Xianwang actually had a tendency to expand. Destruction and rebirth at the same time. The light in the sky flashes, and the space opens up. Beings with human bodies and snake tails swam in with solemn expressions. The colorful sacred stones in their hands turned into stone pillars, and they were inserted into the depths of the black and yellow world one by one. They are the Butian clan. No one called out, so he took the initiative to respond to the disaster. The leader was a gentle woman, who swept away the gray air with a single movement of her body. The efficiency is actually better than that of the Phoenix clan. It's just, the world is too big, and it's just a drop in the bucket. It's useless. Yuan haha laughed. This is the aura of death in the world. How can anyone stop it? If he could stop it, how could his world die? He also tried his best. The Emperor of Heaven slashed at Yuan. The Taoist master gritted his teeth and opened the Tai Chi diagram completely. Even the Samsara gate was suppressed on the Tai Chi diagram. He tried his best to block 20% of the gray light emitted by Yuan. What you want is to seize this world and destroy it. What's the use to you? The Taoist master asked. Yuan chuckled and shook his head, and the two halves of his head made a strange coordination. I'm not stupid. Today, half of my body was killed by you. As long as you go upstream, how can the other half survive? If you die this time, Tai should come back. Already? As he spoke, his two eyes shot through the sea of stars at the same time, looking at Gutai in the chaos. He's not stupid. How could he not see Gutai's existence? It's just that he was suppressed by the Emperor of Heaven and couldn't get close. When Tai saw him following him, he laughed and left. At that time, Tai was clearly not seriously injured, but there was news of his death. Even if he controlled the Xianwang consciousness, he could not find Tai's existence. That old turtle is really dead. Resurrection from the dead must be to find a way to truly kill him. Already attained enlightenment. As long as he really returns, I'm afraid there will be a way to destroy him. This time is the last chance. If you can't take over the Xianwang world, just grab a little bit of life. Yuan laughed loudly, waving his fists and colliding with the Emperor of Heaven again and again. Even though he was shrouded in cassocks and Tai Chi diagrams, with a copper bell on top, he still shattered half of the star sea. Both of them exploded with their final strength, and the intensity was even more terrifying than before. Xianwang, you will die today. Yuan laughed, his eyes falling on Suhi. Let me see how history changes. Suhi said nothing and used all his strength to penetrate the Suzaku true fire downwards. The gray air around him is getting thicker and thicker, and has solidified. We will not stop until we destroy the 100,000 mountains. Suhi gasped and heard a vague singing voice above his head. A woman from the Butian clan swam over the Sherwanda mountain at some unknown time. After singing softly, Suhi felt that the pressure was reduced by 3 points. The woman looked down at Suhi and slightly curved her mouth. Future immortal lord, dare I ask the future, how is our clan? Suhi was silent. The woman nodded, but sighed softly. I understand. There is not even one person left. Suhi was quiet for a moment. His eyes brightened slightly, and he said, there is a race derived from your race living in the indestructible realm, similar to the Butian clan. There is another person, but I don't know if he is. The green snake is the appearance of the Butian clan, but it has extra wings and is similar to the Tian Ni clan. As if sensing Suhi's thoughts, the woman smiled sweetly. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Please ask fellow Taoist to take my origin to the future later. He was puzzled and listened to the woman's sweet moan. The Buttian clan members scattered in all directions swam up one by one. And like swallows returning to their nests, they crashed into the woman's arms and merged with her. The woman's body is getting bigger and bigger, and her aura is rising steadily. In a moment, she has gone from the 7th realm immortal to the immortal realm. This doesn't stop. Still climbing upwards. It wasn't until all the Buttian clan members integrated into her body that she stopped at the 6th realm immortal lord. Looking at his hands, he sighed slightly. I'm a little weaker. I haven't transcended the realm of the immortal lord, and I can't complete the task assigned by the master. She sighed softly, then looked at Suhi and nodded slightly. Hello, 4th young master. Goodbye, 4th young master. As she spoke, she swayed towards the black and yellow dome. The roots of the black and yellow stone pillars that had been inserted by the Buttian clan condensed in the palm of her hand, turned into stubborn stones, embedded on the black and yellow barrier. With each colorful divine stone inlaid, the gray energy that rushes into the black and yellow becomes weaker. This divine stone is actually specially refined for this gray energy. Taoist Master Xinghai and the Emperor of Heaven were startled. Baby! The Taoist Master said in shock. Baby! The virgin beside the teacher. The woman who patched the sky smiled sweetly. 1st young master. 3rd young master. Long time no see. Chapter 650 Demon Lord. We, the Demon Clan. Why would we regret dying? Young master. How many years have you not heard this? The Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master were a little embarrassed for a moment. Wawa never showed this trick when she was with the teacher. Was it arranged by the teacher? Did the teacher foresee this happening? He was surprised. This was his family. Can you call the Emperor of Heaven, the Taoist Master, and the people around the Taoist Master like this? What method is this? Previously, the woman was thought to be the queen of the Buttian clan. After merging the whole clan, the aura suddenly changed, became the existence of this moment. Or it could be said that she was originally the one who once formed the Buttian clan and multiplied for generations. Reproduction is essentially spiritual practice. If the Buttian clan can multiply to occupy a large world, they will truly become the master of a world. After today's integration, Taoism will definitely be higher. The 7th realm immortal lord even made a breakthrough. But I don't know why the Buttian clan never asked the Taoist Master and the Emperor of Heaven for help. If you say everything clearly and have the Taoist Lord to protect you, it will be easy for your tribe to spread all over the world. Right? He could only roughly see the way she practiced, but could not see the inside and the reason. After the Shanghai battlefield completely erupted, Yuan's expression changed for the first time. This is Tai's method. Just like the formation of cassocks, it was also left by Tai. One blow cut off the connection between his two bodies, and another blow cut off the connection between the world of death. This snake-bodied woman's method of mending the sky was specifically targeted at him. I have been in the Xian Wang world for hundreds of millions of years, but I have never discovered the characteristics of this clan. Tai! Sure enough, the old turtle saw through everything. A bad premonition arose in my heart. Yuan looked at the big world of Xian Wang, with a touch of happiness in his eyes, and coldly snorted, "It's useless. If you want to resist his invasion, you must either block it completely, or it will be useless. This woman's level is too low. She can't seal the entire Xian Wang world. Break it," Yuan Ling shouted, punched the Emperor's sword, and forced the Emperor back 3 points. The tongue in his mouth was cut off completely, flew out of his mouth, and shot to the lower realm, swimming towards the Xian Wang world like a catfish. The catfish slammed headfirst into the barrier of the Xian Wang world. The barrier made a buzzing sound and cracks appeared on it like a chicken egg. "Hey!" With a cry of phoenix, the phantom of Fengzhu appeared outside Xian Wang, covering the entire Xian Wang world. The bird's beak pecked at the catfish. As the outside world battles, the doll seems to be missing, holding it up with both hands, inserting the colorful stones into the black and yellow barrier again and again. With each multicolored stone inlaid, she became more transparent. But the black and yellow barrier became stronger and stronger. The multicolored stones shone like stars, and a trace of gray mist dissipated with each starlight. In the big world of Xian Wang, the 10 major immortal sects and aristocratic families from all over the world have formed formations one after another to protect themselves and mortals. They can't destroy the gray fog, but they can always protect the landslides and subsidence caused by the gray fog. It's just that each family is independent, and it's difficult to coordinate harmoniously. Otherwise the effect would be better. He suddenly had a feeling that if Yaya was the emperor at this time, she would be more adept at dealing with this kind of disaster. Right? The day the little girl became king. She faced such a doomsday scene. But the disaster not only did not reduce the prestige of the little girl, but also united the whole country. Hey! Sui let out a long cry. And the Suzaku true fire burned downwards. He discovered that the stronger the burning on his side, the less pressure Fengzu had. Xianhuang sects are fighting for their lives. Phoenixes are scorching the world. Countless divine beasts are rolling in the chaos. Pieces of land are crashing into Xianhuang. And there are 72 barbarian generals roaring with fists below the 100,000 mountains. But even so, the world is still heading towards collapse. Especially above the sky. The doll's figure has faded to the point of almost disappearing. The last colorful stone is embedded in the barrier. She is finally about to completely disappear. She looks up at the sea of stars and smiles sweetly. First young master. Third young master. I'm leaving. If you win, remember to catch me again in reincarnation. She was not afraid at all. She just dissipated with the wind and fell completely. Something like a multicolored stone fell next to Su He, an array of light. And it suddenly entered Su He's outer space. It was a cheater. Su He was in the body of a red bird at the moment. But it entered the outer space through the body. A nice voice fell in Su He's ears. Fourth young master. I'm sorry for causing trouble to you just after we met. Take this origin to the future. If I come back reincarnated, give it back to me. If I have never been reincarnated, I will give it back to you. Leave it to the little girl. Su He never said it. But she knew that Green Snake was a woman. In the next life, we will not be Taoist boys. We will be prime minister. We will be military advisor. We will not risk our lives to save people. We will sit in the rear and command thousands of troops and lead hundreds of millions of subjects. As she spoke, her voice became weaker and weaker. Su He suddenly felt sad, but asked curiously, then why not become an emperor? Isn't the emperor better? The baby's weak voice came, are you stupid? If we don't do it, we will rebel against the eldest son, and he will be hanged. The words were not finished, but the voice completely disappeared. Boom! There was a loud sound outside the sky, and thunder and lightning flashed down from the catfish, penetrating through the phantom of Fengzu and striking the big black and yellow world. Xinghai, Yuan, who was slashed away by the heavenly emperor's sword, and even had his left half of his body cut into 2 pieces by the sword, burst into laughter. You guys lost. The woman with the snake body transformed into a Taoist priest. But with a few phoenixes, she could not stop Xianhuang's destruction. No matter whether it is the dragon turtle or the phoenix, including the cultivators in this world, they are just struggling in their death throes. It only slows down the collapse of heaven and earth by 3 points. You are very lucky. Yuan looked around and said, break through the immortal lord and form a world of its own. Even if the world is destroyed, you can still survive. Those immortal lords are not bad. And you can still survive by relying on you. But under the immortal lord, their life, their existence. Yuan chuckled, look. The mountain collapsed. Among all the heavens and worlds, one big world finally couldn't bear it anymore and it collapsed. And the whole world turned into dust. It's like being hollowed out by a swarm of termites. Decay. Die. A large world collapsed, followed immediately by another adjacent one. The gray mist of the collapsed world circled in a circle and headed straight for Xianhuang. You are dead. Half of Yuan's head was shattered by the emperor's punch. But he was still smiling. Arrogantly. I will die too. But no matter what, this world will be destroyed. If the world perishes, Tai will not survive. I will return in full glory. 2. 3. More than 10 rays of gray mist that destroyed the world rushed towards Xianhuang. It's like the big world everywhere crashes into the big black and yellow world. Phew! With a phoenix cry, the phantom of Fengzu outside the Xianhuang world smashed into 3 gray mists, and finally broke apart after being unable to hold on any longer. The mountain collapsed. 100,000 mountains collapsed, one after another. The phantom of Fengzu on the pool below became more and more solid with a shrill phoenix sound, and the phoenix feathers on his body had completely broken, as if all the damage was transferred to himself at this moment. Bah! Sui let out a phoenix cry, and the Suzaku true fire flooded down and fell on Fengzu's shadow. But it is like a drop in the bucket and does not help. It doesn't matter. Kid. It doesn't matter. Fengzu's voice fell in Sui's ears, with a gentleness and a bit of sassiness. Take the water from the pool below and put it into your inner world. The creatures in this world are not only the black and yellow world, but also all the heavens and worlds. When Fengzu said this, his voice trembled slightly. The world collapsed in more than 10 places. And more than hundreds of millions of creatures died? The water in this pool should have surged. But it has not changed at all. The creatures that died under the gray mist are gone. Completely gone. Sui gritted his teeth and showed no pretense. The inner world opened up. Like a long whale sucking water and swallowing the vast pool of water. The water in this pool was like mercury. Extremely heavy. Drop by drop. It hit the inner world. Hit the ground. And actively flowed downwards. Into the mountains. Into the ravines. And gathered in front of the gate of the netherworld. Guijiang and Iha have already sensed it. Opened the door of convenience. And protected the water in the pool. The water in the pool dispersed into the netherworld and fell on the bank of the yellow spring. It spread like seeds and flowers bloomed. However, not every drop of water blooms. After all, Suhi was too weak to bear all living beings. Boom! A gray mist struck Xian Huang in the shape of a thunderbolt. And the large territory that Ming and Zhu had just solidified suddenly collapsed, and was turned into flying ash by the gray mist. After the gray mist, the catfish swam in and rushed downwards with a crash. Ming Zhu rushed out of the chaos with a roar, opened his mouth and struck it with a mountain god seal. The catfish swung its body and whipped its tail onto the mountain god seal, which exploded into pieces. Then a black shadow flashed past, and the catfish bit into Ming Zhu. He actually gave up on destroying the world and instead roared to kill Ming Zhu. Dragon turtle. Another dragon turtle. Catfish and dragon turtle have been mortal enemies for hundreds of millions of years. Boom! The gray fog behind it crashed into Xian Huang again. The sound of the phoenix shook the sky. But it did not help. Melt. In the sea of stars, the Taoist master let out a long groan. And the samsara gate fell on top of his head, turning into light and merging with his body. It's too late. It's too late. Yuan laughed, having reincarnated into reincarnation in 5 lifetimes. If you want to truly take it back, it will not happen overnight. Moreover, even if the Taoist master takes back reincarnation, he is even more powerful than the Emperor of Heaven at this moment. But so what? Being able to cut off half of his body is the limit. But you can't cure the Xianhuang world. It's easy to kill, but hard to save. Yuan laughed loudly, as if he couldn't see the fusion of Taoist master, and turned into an arowana, roaring at the Emperor of Heaven. It's over. You live. I die. But Xianhuang is finished. This vitality-filled air of death will eventually be absorbed by his lower body. And when the time comes it will be reincarnation again. He was laughing. Hysterically. But at this moment a chuckle came over. Early. The dragon fish suddenly turned his head and saw the demon lord, who had always had a very low presence on the cassock, walking out with a chuckle. The demon lord is very strong. His body was just an ordinary willow tree. He survived the lightning strike. And then he struggled to activate his spiritual wisdom and walked up step by step. Willow has no tribe, no life experience, and his talent is not perfect. Monsters practice slowly, and plants become spirits and practice even slower. On the contrary, he became enlightened earlier than Ming, earlier than King Barbarian, and could even reach the final stage of heaven. It's just that it was still a big psychic tree at that time, so I don't have much memory. When he made the tree, heaven was destroyed. When he had just attained human form, the barbarian king emerged. After tens of millions of years of practice, I entered the immortal world and attained enlightenment. The journey has been difficult, but the barbarian king has the unique bloodline of the barbarians, and was born in Shirwan Mountain, the core of all realms. The ancestor of the underworld has the inheritance of the dragon and turtle clan of divine beasts, and the legacy of the underworld king. He had nothing but a tree and a sword to become a great demon, a demon king, and a demon lord. All the way to this day. I am truly amazing. You? Arowana glanced at him and spoke. Anyone who can defeat the immortal lord is worthy of respect. Especially those like Demon Lord who do not rely on others and go all the way on their own. But on a battlefield like this, a mere willow tree wants to turn the tide. Is it just wishful thinking? The Demon Lord walked, his face elegant, gentle and gentlemanly like jade and sword. Senior, kill and take life, to seek a glimmer of hope for your family. I, the Xianhuang creature, also seek the glimmer of hope. He smiled. Senior injured the roots of Xianhuang and exterminated Xianhuang from the foundation. But he also forgot about the demons. They are never the same clan. There are wolves and bears, tigers and leopards, mosquitoes and flies, grass and trees, mountains and rivers. In fact, if all the demons are gathered together, Why is it not a world? The world is divided and has spirits. It is a group of monsters. No other clan can be as all-encompassing and omnipresent as the group of demons. Actually, demons. They are the world. And the world is demons. Demon Lord smiled and looked at Fengzu, who was struggling in the Xianwang world. Actually, either the living beings in the world are the children of the ancestors' blood, and the demons are the ones. How can any children watch their biological mother suffer and not care? As he spoke, Fengzu's expression changed suddenly, and a phoenix cry spread throughout the heavens. The Demon Lord smiled and shook his head. Ancestor, you are overly worried. I will do it. Xianwang still has a chance of survival. If I don't do Xianwang, I will perish. The demon clan will also be destroyed. The left and right are going to die. Why not ask for that glimmer of life for my fellow Taoists? As he spoke, the rhyme spread out from his body, spreading throughout the sea of stars and throughout the heavens. We, the demon tribe, are willing to transform into Taoism? Follow me to stabilize the world. The Daoyuan fills the heavens, and the demon clan who falls in the Daoyuan naturally understands the purpose of the Demon Lord. A big demon laughed and jumped out. How dare you disobey my emperor's summons? The person who spoke was the wild monk, one of the few immortals among the Xianwang cultivators. But he was also a great river spirit. The black and yellow elves have mountains and waters. Shui was a wild monk, and Yushan became a spirit, but he joined the Yuanzun clan and was killed 2,000 years ago. The wild monk said with a smile, Old monk, just stand in the position of mountains and rivers. Taking one step forward, it turned into a stream of water and fell on the Demon Lord's Daoyuan. The Daoyuan condensed under the water flow and turned into a willow leaf, carrying him toward Xianwang. Falling into Xianwang, it merged with Xianwang in an instant, like a wanderer returning to his mother's body, turning into a part of Xianwang, but clearly carrying endless vitality and endless charm, purifying an area. The gray air was dispersed in a huge area. The Demon Lord bowed slightly. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for accompanying us. The great demon transforms into the Tao and sways the world. As soon as the demon came out, thousands of big demons came out. With one step, Daoyuan turned into willow leaves under their feet, carrying them straight to Xianwang. While flying, a rabbit raised its paw and squeaked, Monster, demon, we are going to follow you to death. The Demon Lord nodded, yes. Go to death, and there will be no return. Are you afraid? The rabbit shook his head and nodded, you must be afraid of death. But if the world ends sooner or later, you will die sooner or later. It doesn't matter if you die sooner or later. But Old Willow, Master Rabbit is going to scold me. You son of a bitch. The rabbit suddenly pointed at the Demon Lord and jumped up and cursed. It's been 100,000 years. Master Rabbit has wanted to be an ancient demon guard. But every time he signed up, he was rejected. He is going to die today, and will never be an ancient demon guard again. You damn Master Rabbit's dream. My bastard. Why do you have to swipe Master Rabbit every time? He screamed. This grievance actually resonated with all the demons, and they all looked at the Demon Lord with evil eyes. Those who can reach the Star Sea are all immortals. Who has never wanted to be an ancient demon guard? But it was brushed off over and over again. The Demon Lord was silent for a moment, then laughed loudly. The focus of the Demon Ancient Guard. Today all of you fellow Taoists dare to risk their lives. How could you be here if you are not the Demon Ancient Guard? He laughed loudly, waved his hand, and a willow leaf flew out, turning into a token with the 3 words Yao Gu Wei shining brightly on it. I don't have many willow leaves, so I won't make tokens for you one by one. This order is universal for me. The Demon Ancient Guard. The one who gets the order will be my Demon Ancient Guard. My lord. I am not joking. The Demon Lord is the king of the demon clan. The big demons laughed and shouted, as if they had obtained the most precious treasure in the world. And they took the initiative to make the willow leaves under their feet rush towards Xianwang. There are animals, fish, mountains and rivers, green pines and cypresses, flying birds and hundreds of insects rushing into the black and yellow, transforming their bodies into Tao. In the dark and yellow world, clarity rises in an instant. As the monster clan broke in, the gray mist was held up high and could not fall to the ground for a while. Hey! A phoenix roared. Fengzu shouted. And blessings fell on the Demon Ancient Guard's token and on the entire demon clan. This world owes the demon clan. From now on, the ancient demon guard should be protected by heaven and earth. The demon clan should be the darlings of heaven and earth. The sound of heaven and earth spreads in all directions. In the Jinxiadao Palace. The corners of Zhu Jia's mouth curled up. And she smiled but with tears left. She took a step forward and walked straight out of the Jinxiadao Palace. Passing by Baiyin. Looking at Baiyin, who was trembling slightly. He suddenly said, "Little girl, my sister is going to die. Please tell me honestly. Did you teach my man this way of putting his body on behalf of heaven and earth? The men in his family are skilled in swords and whips. She is required to manage the demon clan. How can she have such ability? How could there be such a grand arrangement of flowers and intestines?" Baiyin lowered his head and did not dare to look at her sister. "Bah!" Zhu Jia spat at her. "Since you had predicted that the demon clan was going to die, why didn't you tell me earlier? Tell me that I can stay by my man's side. Being by his side for even half a quarter of an hour at this time is a blessing. How much less do you want me to do if you keep it secret? If there is an afterlife, I won't bite you." She giggled, rolled her eyes, and actually raised her hand to poke Baiyin's erect pride. Then he laughed, turned around and ran away. As he ran, he joked, "My little brother-in-law is so lucky." Baiyin was stunned when he saw the demon queen rushing out of the evil suppression palace and smiling at the demon lord. "Hey, I'm here too." A trace of struggle flashed across the demon lord's face. But he finally opened his arms and welcomed Zhu Jia into his arms. He hugged her and smiled lovingly, then lowered his head and kissed her under the gaze of the heavens. The demon queen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Huh? How dare he, a man who always respects etiquette in his family, be so bold?" She responded fiercely. In response, the man holding her gradually stiffened, incarnate into a big tree, towering to the sky and reaching the earth. The willow tree exudes a rhyme. Its roots are swaying, and the whole willow tree floats in the starry sky, penetrates the sea of stars, and falls outside the black and yellow world. Just like 80,000 years ago, when he blocked Xian Huang and resisted the Yuanzun clan. He once again blocked the gray air in the sky. Only this time, there was a white snake on the willow tree, circling back and forth around the willow tree. Indescribably intimate. The willow branches are flying, from Xian Huang to the sky, and every willow leaf welcomes a demon. Not only the big monsters in the immortal realm, but also the little monsters that have just taken human form, and even the little monsters that have not yet cultivated a human form. He happily fell on the willow tree. His body flew into ashes and turned into a shadow. Running happily, carefree. Chapter 651 Immortal Sect. In the Jinxia Palace, a gentle voice fell into Baiyin's ears. "Little girl, I don't blame you. If you can clear the way for Xian Huang, the demon clan will die a worthy death." The demon lord's voice was gentle, but Baiyin made a face and smiled. "Of course it's not my fault. It's the one who smoked randomly. Why are you blaming me?" When things really happened, she felt as if she had put down her burden, and she became full of energy, free and easy. Unlike those old guys, they are lifeless. The demon lord's voice was obviously startled, and then he burst into laughter. His voice became ethereal as he laughed, and then disappeared. There was a loud noise in the star sea, and dragonfish was stepped into the depths of the stars by the Emperor of Heaven. However, he did not resist, but stared at the Xian Huang world. Not only the Xian Huang demon clan, but also the demon clan from other worlds were summoned. These goblins seemed to understand the priorities immediately. Xian Huang is immortal, and all geniuses have vitality. As the monsters merged into Xian Huang, not only did they block the gray energy of death rushing toward Xian Huang from the outside world, but even the energy of death that had been integrated into Xian Huang was pulled out one by one. Gray mist condensed and hovered over Xian Huang, but it could never enter. The willow branches swayed in the wind, blocking out all the breath of death. With Yuan's realm, he could see through the demon lord's methods at a glance. The demon race is naturally closely connected to this world, and uses their own spirituality to enter the Xian Huang. They did not remove the cancer, but simply replaced the cancer with themselves. The demon race is also a kind of poison. Just like him, it just integrates itself into this world. It's just that the demon tribe never occupied the world, but instead gave up everything they had to make up for and repair the world. In other words, the poison of the demon clan betrayed him. Instead of poisoning the world, it was actually helping Xian Huang. There are always people in the world who betray themselves in one way or another. Just like every living being, there are countless other lives within it. Some want to harm this creature, while others are helping the creature to resist the outside world and repair itself. He was the one who violated it, while the demon clan was the opposite. It was his mortal enemy. It was the demon lord who ruined his business. Yuendu couldn't help but marvel. A mere monster clan actually made it happen. His eyes fell on the willow tree that supported the dark yellow sky. An infinite jealousy rose in his heart. How thin is the sky? How kind you are to Xian Huang. How proud you are from generation to generation. How you sacrifice your life and death. He just wanted a chance to survive. But he was frustrated 9 times in a row. Yuan looked at the Emperor of Heaven, whose face was as dark as water, and whose murderous intent had already broken through the world, and grinned. As the Emperor of Heaven, watching his own people die one by one. The more domineering the king, the more unbearable this feeling is. You won. But I didn't lose. Yuan grinned. The chi of Nirvana was indeed pulled out. But only in the Xian Huang world. Not in all the heavens and worlds. Even if it was pulled out, it still floated in the sky above the Xian Huang world. This world was not destroyed, but it was already in ruins. Only 1 in 10 of the various races survived. Even those who survived would live under the shroud of the aura of extinction and suffer all day long. The Emperor of Heaven said nothing, and his expression was extremely gloomy. If the heavenly court is still there, we can gather the power of the heavenly court to suppress this breath of death under the heavenly court, and slowly refine it with the power of the immortals in the heavenly court for hundreds of millions of years. But at this moment heaven is before eternity. Yuan Ha laughed and looked at the willow tree and the demons and elves running around on the willow tree. Those phantoms were traces of their existence. Worse than real spirits. At best, it's a collection of one's own stories and experiences. It's like a person has died, and there is just a book recording him. Even reincarnation is impossible. Although I admire him, I still want to destroy the world that he spent his life and protected by his tribe. And me! Yuan chuckled lightly. The dragonfish roared, and the aura of death that coiled around the heavens and worlds began to roll instantly, from gray to black, like smoke and dust. The billowing smoke condensed into giant ropes, bound towards the big world of Xian Huang. I vow not to give up until this world is destroyed. The Emperor of Heaven was immediately furious. This evil beast was determined to destroy Xian Huang. The Emperor's sword suddenly turned and struck at the dragonfish. A dragon turtle roared in the big world of Xian Huang. And Ming Ancestor was seen with a netherworld aura that was actually darker than the aura of annihilation in the outside world. His turtle sh. I was completely broken, and a tongue was suppressed under his claws. He raised his head and roared at the sky. Biming is like an abyss, spinning towards the black smoke that strangled Xian Huang. The black smoke surrounded Xian Huang's outer world, unable to break through the blockade of the demon willow tree. But it collided again and again in an attempt to consume the power of the willow tree. The demon lord transforms into a Taoist being and returns to his origin. Willow had all her strength left, but without the control of the demon lord's soul, she could only resist instinctively. You evil beast! How dare you hurt his friend? Ming Ancestor roared, jumped up, and hit a giant python-like black smoke. The black smoke was like a python's tail, and hit the turtle sh. L of Ming Ancestor. With just one blow, Ming Ancestor was sucked back into the Xian Huang world. Jin Yuan's tongue has seriously injured this old turtle. The old turtle crashed into a mountainous area, rolled over, roared and was about to rise into the sky, when he felt that the space around him was strange. Turning his head to look, he saw the Xian Huang Cave Heaven Gate gathering around him. Little Taizu was tremblingly carrying the Xian Huang Cave Heaven Gate, and was breaking through the void to come out. Gutai was very busy today. He previously carried the suppressing evil Dao Palace on his back, and traveled across the heavens, placing aura nodes of the suppressing evil Dao Palace in all directions to collect the present auras of the great immortals of the Yuanzun clan. He just sent the Jinxia Dao Palace into the Sea of Stars, and immediately followed the Ming Ancestor into the chaos to open the world. Before the opening of the world ended, he saw the Demon Lord enter Xian Huang with his body, and the entire ethnic group merged into Xian Huang. At this moment, something more came into his mind, and for some reason, he knew what he should do. This kind of ghost feeling is very bad, as if his life has been arranged by someone. But at this moment, there is no way to control too much. Moreover, combined with the sudden memory, a very bad feeling arises in my mind. Is this the memory I left in my mind? Previous life? Can dragon turtles also have past lives? If there was a previous life, he must have been at the forefront of resisting Yuanzun in his previous life. And he must be powerful. Gutai roared, emerged from the void completely, shook his body, and the Xian Huang Cave Heaven Gate crashed to the ground. Gutai turned around and threw himself on the door. raised his claws towards the door knocker, and let out a roar. Before the Xianhuang cave heaven could open, the door burst open. Through the gate, you can see the glow of the dojo everywhere in the cave. But the dojos belonging to the Demon Lord, the Demon Queen, and the Wild Monk were bleak. The Xianhuang Cave Heaven Dojo was originally a retreat for the Xianhuang Immortals, but their escape path was cut off. Gudai pushed open the door, then ducked under the door again, tumbling with his 4 claws, and rushed out of the Xianhuang realm with the door on his back. A roar. The door automatically floated up and crashed into the endless black smoke. Then, as if going crazy, a huge suction force appeared, swallowing up all the surrounding black smoke. Then, the entire starry sky seemed to have holes, and the black smoke and gray mist that filled all the world seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. It was rolling and struggling, but to no avail. It was sucked inwards by the Xianhuang Cave sky, and was sucked in. Black mist billowed in the sky of the Xianhuang Cave, and every dojo was submerged in the black mist. Tai! Yuan roared out in the sea of stars. Hysteria. It's him! It's him again! He had just been resurrected and had just entered the immortal realm, but he had already begun to ruin his good deeds. Tai! Yuan roared. He wanted to jump down, but he saw the Taoist master showing his Tai Chi figure standing in front of him. The Samsara gate has not been completely recovered. It has only recovered part of its power, but it is enough to cooperate with the Emperor of Heaven to completely block him. Even the barbarian king rushed forward again, brandishing his axe. Strength is also increasing step by step. Pingzu returned and reunited the world. Not only did he release the 72 generals, he also released the power of the barbarian king, who had stayed in Shirwanda Mountain to hold up the world. The real barbarian king is about to come. Outside the Xianhuang world, Gu Tai raised his head and looked at Yuan across the sea of stars. With a slight curl at the corner of his mouth, Grandpa is here. Since he is the enemy of life and death, since he will never stop fighting to the death, why should he be afraid of what he will do? One day, I will twist your head off. Gu Tai bared his teeth. He never doubted his ability. He could advance to Immortal Lord as soon as he entered the 5th level of Kaitian. By the time he reached the 7th level of Kaitian, he should have the power of the Underworld Ancestor, or even the Barbarian King at this moment. At least you can actually participate in such a battlefield. Yuan breathed rapidly, looking at the Xianhuang Cave that was constantly absorbing the aura of annihilation, and the towering willow tree that was constantly scattering light. He knew very well what the Xianhuang Cave sky was. It was something he created when he created the original space and overtook cars in a curve. If Tai were still alive, the demons wouldn't even have to sacrifice themselves. Tai alone could control the Xianhuang Cave heaven to devour all the aura of annihilation. Today, the little turtle just opened the gate of Xianhuang Cave heaven, and could not control Xianhuang Cave heaven. It was all up to Xianhuang Cave heaven to swallow it up by itself. If there were no demon lord to transform into the Tao, he would be like the snake-bodied woman before, unable to fulfill his full power. However, the demon lord transforms into a Tao and blocks the aura of death from the outside world, leaving no place to rely on. The Xianhuang Cave heaven will definitely be able to swallow up the aura of death that covers all the heavens. It is those auras of death that have been integrated with the 3,000 worlds. No matter whether the Phoenix clan takes action or the demon clan aura spreads, it will take millions or tens of millions of years to be completely eliminated. This battle is completely lost. The dragonfish coiled around and returned to the human body, looking at the Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master, with hysterical madness in its eyes. It was so crazy that it calmed down. He grinned and chuckled. You guys win. The Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master narrowed their eyes at the same time. This battle is related to the foundation of Yuan. If he wins, the teacher's return will be cut off. If he fails, the teacher will definitely come back. When the teacher returns, he will have no chance to be reborn. How could Yuan not struggle to the death? Such Smiley Yuan's final decisive blow has come. Junior brother, cut off the space-time channel. The Emperor's calm voice spread down the sea of stars. Suhi also thought of something, and with a long groan, the space-time channel collapsed completely. But Yuan Wei shook his head. Don't worry. The other half won't come over. He knew himself too well. Since there was a heavenly emperor before eternity, and this half of his body died in this era, the other half would not suddenly break in. He must think that Tai is from this era. They will even think of ways to prevent the Emperor of Heaven from opening the space-time channel. What he wants to do is to find a path for the other half. A path of immortality. At least, he must be able to lie dormant and wait for the next opportunity. Yuan laughed, and with a wave of his hand, most of the smoke and clouds in the sky dissipated, and the world of silence that had been integrated into his body was revealed again. As the world of annihilation reappeared, the aura on his body became stronger and stronger, like a flash of light, and he burst out all his strength at this moment. This is the real self-destruction. But the way of self-destruction is different. Curse. Give up my life and end the path of Xian Wang immortal. Yuan opened his mouth to curse, and his voice was like the weird moan oozing from Jiuyo. A cursed aura erupted with Yuan as the center. It was invisible and intangible, but it made everyone in the world stand on end. It was as if the path to immortality was cut off at this moment. Curse. Let go of my previous life and cut off the true path of Xian Wang. Curse. Give up my next life and end Xuan Wang's inheritance. Following his words, Yuan's body disintegrated little by little, turning into strange runes all over the sky, dissipating with the wind, scattered in the sky, the sea of stars, and everywhere. The breath of Nirvana could not destroy the Xian Wang world, so it cursed the entire Xian Wang with itself. This is not just a curse on this half of his body. It is at the expense of himself. It is the complete him. When I enter Nirvana, Xian Wang will be riddled with all kinds of diseases. When I enter Nirvana, all sentient beings will be killed. When I enter Nirvana, Xian Wang will fall into darkness forever. The Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master changed their expressions at the same time. The Emperor of Heaven slashed away with his sword, and saw Yuan inserting his hand into his chest, digging out his heart, and throwing it up with a smile. The heart was beating loudly, and the blood vessels were flying, blocking the two of them for a moment. When I die, it will be difficult for Xian Wang to survive. All sentient beings will be cut off, and immortals will not be able to escape. He cursed out his mouth one after another. The curse turned into shackles and enveloped the entire world. All sentient beings have learned Yuan's methods. The barbarian king shattered Yuan's consciousness and robbed the world of consciousness. From then on, no immortals were born among the dignified barbarians. Curses fell one after another. This was Yuan's death struggle. He would end Xuan Huang's future even if he sacrificed himself. With the curse, the world of silence behind him became more and more solid. And for a moment, it became like the real world, full of curses, sorrow, decay, and depravity. This is the source of the curse. Yuan completely turned the dying breath of this half-dead world into a curse. Like a virus reservoir hanging in the sea of stars, curses emanated from that world, and Yuan's body shattered bit by bit towards extinction. The Taoist Master's face changed, and he retreated instantly. He is invincible in reincarnation, but he cannot touch this curse. The curse falls in reincarnation, and Xian Wang is really addicted to the curse forever. Second senior sister is the best at dealing with curses. Neither he nor the senior brother are very good at it. The Taoist Master looked towards the Emperor of Heaven, and saw the anger rolling in the Emperor's eyes, and the Emperor's sword in his hand was trembling. He couldn't even chop it, and he couldn't even chop it. He was extremely frustrated. If you chop it open with a knife, the curse will break out immediately. If you don't chop it, it will be difficult to eliminate the curse. The two of them were silent for a moment, and then they heard the Buddha's name, Amitabha. I saw a monk walking out of Shanghai, but it was a non-cultivating monk with constipation on his face. He is not Bailong or Gutai, so he is really not good at showing off like this. At this moment, he also walked out slowly and looked up in the direction of Xian Wang. According to his way of practicing the four realms of immortal, he could not see Xian Wang through the sea of stars, but he was sure that Xian Wang could hear his voice. The poor monk has entered Buddhism since he was a child. The ability to enter the four realms of immortals is already the limit. I am afraid that it will be difficult to break through in this life. However, he is not afraid of the curse of breaking the path. However, in this battle, the poor monk saw the martial ancestor for the first time. He entered the Tao with martial arts, opened the gate of immortality without cultivating the true essence, but let the poor monk see a smooth road to the sky. As he spoke, he slapped Tianling with his palm, and his own immortal sect appeared. Since Ancestor Yuan Zun wants to curse me, Xian Wang Duan, to cut off the immortal path, why not start with the poor monk? After all, the immortal sect is a gathering of great avenues. The fairy gate swayed towards Jyotian and crashed into the sky full of curses. Then the non-cultivating monk said again, Martial Ancestor, the poor monk has abandoned the immortal way. I wonder if he can follow the martial ancestor and switch to martial arts. The poor monk is dull, but the victory is sincerity, and not afraid of hardships. The monk Bushio was talking. And the Taoist charm on the Immortal sect was brilliant. The Immortal sect of the Immortals from the Four Realms actually blocked a large curse. Chapter 652 Dragon Turtle is never afraid of curses. One fairy gate rose into the sky, and two more followed it. They suddenly formed into pieces, and then into groups. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea of stars was filled with fairy gates. Each immortal gate contains a great road, and each path is different. But they are all the smooth roads to heaven and earth that have achieved immortality. Immortal gates crashed into the curse and exploded, causing the gates to shatter and break the curse. The curse that pressed like a swarm over the star sea was blasted open with holes. Immortal Xuanhuang's aura suddenly became exhausted. Immortal Yuan Zun, who was still alive, took advantage of the situation to make a sneak attack. Hearing the sound of a sword, Tandai walked out of Jinxiadao Palace. A sword light swayed past, and countless immortal Yuan Zun collapsed. She stretched out her hand to grab it, and she pulled out countless Yuan Zun immortal sects, threw them into the starry sky curse, and detonated them with her backhand. Yuan curses the Xianhuang creatures. Xianhuang is not the big world of Xianhuang. It is the world of Xianhuang. Yuan Zun's family was born in Xianhuang and grew up in Xianhuang. Isn't it natural for them to do their part for Xianhuang? One person from Tandai took action, and the other Xianhuang immortals reacted instantly. The pagoda, ropes, and cattle whips instantly crossed the sea of stars, and they saw groups of Yuanzuan immortals present collapsed. Immortal gates shot into the sky, exploding curses. Yuan, who was constantly falling apart, didn't seem to see this, with a smile on his lips. Smiling happily? Not enough. Far from enough. How many creatures are there in Xianhuang? How many immortals are there? There are only tens of thousands of immortals. But they want to protect all living beings in 3,000 big worlds, and 100,000 small worlds. How is it possible? He roared. His body shattered bit by bit, and the world of annihilation behind him became more solid, completely turning into a curse. The curse is rolling, and at a glance, it is disturbed by the aftertaste. Ruthless, severing, blocking the way, destroying immortals. This curse targets all living beings. Roar! A roar rose in the sea of stars. But it was Ming Zhu who rushed into the sea of stars with his broken turtle SHL. The old turtle carried the billowing clouds, breaking through the sea of stars like a wild beast, raising his paw and slapping the sky to curse. The mythical beast has no fairy gate and cannot stop the curse of the avenue. But the dragon turtle is never afraid of the curse. The lord of the underworld slapped down with a palm, and the wind from his palm brought with it a rumbling drum sound, which was the thunder of war drums. The dragon turtle's true blood army is the natural enemy of all curses. The Dragon Turtle Clan guard the Sea of Stars and prevent curses from spreading into the heavens. The old voice of the Ming ancestor spread throughout the heavens. Then I heard the roar of dragon turtles. Waves of dragon turtle aura soared into the sky. The central underworld ancestor surpassed the immortal lord, and the two civil and military ancestors on the left and right roared and tore apart the curse, followed by dozens of adult dragon turtles, each one as huge as a mountain, with 4 claws flying and rushing into the curse. Various scenes flashed on the dragon turtle's body, including thunder and lightning, wind and rain, flames puffing out, and yellow sand flying. There are drums and bugles in every vision. True blood forms an army. When a dragon turtle fights tooth and nail, it becomes an army in itself. With a loud bang, a dragon turtle with an indistinguishable color rushed up to the star sea from the lower realm. Behind him, 6 or 7 underage dragon turtles followed closely. As soon as they rushed in, they also stirred up the true blood and bombarded the curse. As soon as Gu Tai rushed into the sea of stars, he looked to the side and saw a black jade like Xuanwu with the water rolling under his body and rushing into the sea of stars together. TSK, you've become Xuanwu, and you're still here to join in the fun? This grandson is a liar. In the past, I took on the snake body and came to see him in the form of a dragon turtle. Now it broke out, and the spirit snake couldn't hide anymore? The key is that this guy is still a bird. Sometimes it's a dragon turtle. Sometimes it's a green dragon. Sometimes it's a white tiger. Snort. Mixed breed. Suhi didn't answer and let out a long turtle moan toward the starry sky. Dozens of dragon turtles swim in the starry sky at the same time, crushing the curse. Such a sight is rare for hundreds of millions of years. If you don't sacrifice your life to participate in this war, wouldn't you regret it for the rest of your life? The whole Dragon Turtle clan is participating in the war. If he stays at the rear, he will not be able to survive the hardships in his heart. This is the battlefield belonging to the Dragon Turtle clan. The Dragon Turtle roared, and all kinds of magical powers collided. Xian Huang Immortal Lord came out, and killed Yuanzuan Immortal Lord in an instant. The Barbarian King stepped forward, turning into a residual light, and shooting towards this side. The barbarians don't know how to twist and turn. They don't understand curses, and they can't undo them. But they can kill people. A bright moon came down, and suddenly hit the head of the Northern Lord. The axe in the Northern Lord's hand struck him. But even Hao Yue's fur was not hurt. He was suppressed and shattered by the bright moon. Joy rises in the sea of stars. Even the Immortal Lord of the Sixth Realm would not be able to succeed in the hands of Emperor Qinglong. The palace of suppression of evil was filled with brilliant light, gathering all the beings that had dispersed to the heavens after the death of an Immortal Lord. Little man, White Tiger is really bloody, Bain shouted. Suhi turned his head and roared, transforming into a white tiger, about to force out the White Tiger's true blood. But I heard the voice of the Emperor of Heaven. No need. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, and saw a white tiger roaring and crashing into the Jinxiadao Palace. That was not a white tiger, but a vision created by a drop of white tiger essence and blood. The essence and blood collided with the Jinxiadao Palace, without the need for Bain to refine it. And it took the initiative to turn into a passage. It locks the Jinxiadao Palace like an iron rope. There is resentment rising in Yuan's eyes. This palace seal exists. The possibility of the return of the Immortal Lord of the Yuanzun clan was cut off. This is to completely erase all his existence in this world. That woman. Damn it! All women who are good at fortune-telling must die. This was the case with Pluto back then. The shattering nether died together with him. He fought back before his death, and sealed the Xian Huang heavenly secret. Even he himself could not break through it. Divination was useless. He never thought that anyone could break through the heavenly secret lock. Ah! Yuan let out a loud roar, and his neck and head shattered into curses, and rushed toward the annihilated world behind him. He wants to turn all the decay of the annihilated world into a curse, and the Emperor of Heaven will strike at him. Came the long chant of the ancestor of the underworld. The Emperor of Heaven looked solemn, and even Ming could see through things. How could he not see through it? But at this moment, the world of annihilation was chopped into pieces with one knife, and all the curses broke out instantly. The heavens could not resist it at this moment. If the curse is left in the world of annihilation, the heavens can still exist. But when the curse is brewing, there will be an even greater explosion. If you chop it, it will be a disaster. If you don't chop it, it will be like drinking poison to quench your thirst. Amitabha. The non-cultivating monk recited the Buddha's name. The ancestor Yuanzun can only curse once. And we and other Xian Huang creatures are endless. In the end, if my life cannot be destroyed by his curse, then there will be disciples and descendants who will give up this immortal sect from generation to generation. It will eventually be annihilated. Today is probably the time when Monk Bushio talks the most. After speaking, he bowed to the Emperor of Heaven and said, Your Majesty, please kill him. The Emperor of Heaven laughed. That's right. Life after life is endless. How can it be burdened by a mere curse? At worst, I can use some tricks to prevent the Immortal Gate from opening in the future and block all the curses behind the Immortal Gate. The Emperor of Heaven raised his sword and chopped. Yuan. Today's Xian Huang catastrophe will be repaid 100 times in eternity. I want you to watch how your world completely turns into nothingness. The Emperor of Heaven slashed down with his sword, and all his strength was concentrated on the Emperor's sword. As soon as the sword passed by, the Emperor's sword suddenly shattered. The world of annihilation was also divided into two, and the three-part curse was chopped into nothingness by the Emperor of Heaven. Yuan's unscrupulous laughter sounded in the starry sky. The head has been shattered, but there is still consciousness left, if for no other reason than to see the Xian Huang world wailing under his curse. This consciousness will not exist for long. The sooner the Emperor of Heaven strikes, the sooner Xian Huang will wail. The shrill phoenix cry was the sound he wanted to hear most. Yuan laughed and watched as the entire world of Nirvana collapsed, turning into fragments and flying in all directions. The curse was released like a sea and poured out in all directions. Wherever it passed, the stars were shattered, the avenue collapsed, and the world fell into withering. Yuan smiled happily. Then I heard a long roar of a dragon and a turtle. "'Tis on! Come!" The voice of Mingzu spread to all the heavens. The mountains and rivers in the black and yellow world turned into a ray of light and shot toward the sea of stars, suddenly covering it. The ancestor of the underworld roared. If the Emperor of Heaven is not killed, the world will be destroyed, and the curse will become more powerful. Who can stop it then? This is a curse that destroys itself and cuts off its past and future transformations. Suppress. The Ming ancestor let out a long roar, and the embankment mountain covered the sky and the sun. Suppression came down, and 80% of the scattered curses were suppressed by the embankment mountain. They condensed into a ball and were pressed into the dike mountain and could not come out. Dragon Turtle Clan, follow me into Dishan and suppress the curse. Mingzu's voice spread in all directions. A long roar of dragon turtles rose up, and dozens of dragon turtles roared into Dishan, led by Wuzu Wenzu, and were drowned in the curse in the sky. Suhi and Gutai jumped up and followed the dragon turtle in. They are immortals, and their methods of breaking curses are much more powerful than ordinary dragon turtles. But as soon as the two of them swam out of Dishan, a huge turtle claw came out and slapped them away. The voice of the dark ancestor came, "Get out." The sound is unmistakable. The two rolled to their feet. Looking confused, Suhi suddenly realized, and his breathing suddenly became thicker. This is the reason why the entire Dragon Turtle clan disappeared. However, Gutai looked confused. He could understand why Suhi was not allowed to enter. Such a curse would be impossible for the entire Dragon Turtle clan to eliminate, even if it takes hundreds of millions of years. Suhi belongs to the future. Why join in the fun? But why not let him in? Suhi accidentally brought him along with him? Gutai moved his 4 claws and headed towards Dishan again. But he saw Ming ancestor draw his claws over again. "Get out." This time the voice was extremely unkind. Gutai was stunned for a moment. Until this moment, Yuan's consciousness turned into endless anger. Dragon Turtle. It's the Dragon Turtle again. As expected, he and Dragon Turtle have been sworn enemies throughout his life. This clan should be completely annihilated, he roared, and the curse that was pressed down by the embankment instantly rolled over. It is about to break through the embankment and rush outward. The rolling curse turns into endless ghosts. Zombies, ghost soldiers, ghost objects, breaking through the Dragon Turtle suppression. He rushed outward, but powerful roars came out one after another, smashing countless ghosts to pieces. But there were too many of them, and they couldn't be suppressed at the same time. At this moment, I heard the long roar of the green dragon, and saw a toad jumping down in the bright moon above the 9 heavens. The toad seemed to be illusory, but it seemed to be bigger than the mountains. As soon as it jumped down, the bright moon was dimmed in an instant. A frog croaked, and Toad carried Dishan on his shoulders, jumped to open a passage, and rushed in with Dishan. I don't know what kind of space is behind that passage, and the endless curse is trapped in it. The entire starry sea fell silent in an instant, with only the confused Gutai looking at the passage at a loss as to what to do. After a while, a beam of light shot out from the passage, transformed into a pangolin and landed on Gutai's back. The pangolin was also embedded with the Dragon Turtle clan's inheritance Dao Palace. Mingzu's voice came again, this time much gentler. "The Dragon Turtle clan. I leave it to you." He took away all the dragon turtles, but there was still a steady stream of dragon turtles being born in these heavens. After he leaves, Gutai will be the ancestor of the new Dragon Turtle, an ancestor who opened the 5th level of the sky. He is still a minor, but has to shoulder the burden of the family. Without Tizhan, we still have to clean up the legacy of the curse left by Yuan. The burden on our shoulders is huge. Dragon Turtle. Dragon Turtle. Yuan roared. You want to rely on your Dragon Turtle clan to suppress the curse? You are wishful thinking. Yuan was hysterical. The Dragon Turtle clan should be the first to be cursed. I curse the Dragon Turtle clan's descendants to be cut off. The inheritance is broken. No one knows about it anymore. I curse the Dragon Turtle clan's legend to collapse. No one records it, and it will never be reincarnated. His last trace of consciousness turned into hysteria, and all kinds of curses fell. But at this moment, a louder voice came from the bright moon. With my body, the reputation of the cursed Dragon Turtle clan will be revealed, and I cannot hide it. A cursed aura that had the same origin as Yuan suddenly swayed out. In the bright moon, they saw the southern lord of the Yuan Zun clan stepping out with the Azure Dragon Emperor wrapped around him. He had a ferocious look on his face at this moment, and he actually shattered the Taoist behavior and body of his dignified 6th realm immortal lord, turning them all into a curse. Cursing the Dragon Turtle clan. With my soul, the reputation of the cursed Dragon Turtle clan will be revealed and cannot be hidden. With my presence, the reputation of the cursed Dragon Turtle clan will be revealed and cannot be hidden. As the Southern Lord's curse fell, his body shattered and turned into ashes. With a miserable howl, his soul also dissipated, and even the memories left in everyone's hearts began to drift away with the wind. But at the same time, everyone's eyes fell on Gutai, and they knew his name in their hearts. Yuan cursed the Dragon Turtle clan with his last remaining consciousness, so that even the legends and stories no longer existed. To break the reincarnation path of Dragon and Turtle, the Azure Dragon Emperor used everything from the Southern Lord to curse the Dragon Turtle clan. Not to hide or hide. Ah! Yuan's last consciousness turned into a strange howl, and he rushed into the passage opened by the Golden Toad in the Moon Palace, and crashed into the curse transformed from the world of annihilation. In an instant, he saw corpses screaming inside, cursed and turned into zombies and ghosts, rushing towards the Dragon Turtle. Then I saw 3 underage Dragon Turtles, which were torn into pieces by the ghost with a roar. The ghost broke through the barrier and rushed out of the passage. There was a long roar of the Dragon Turtle, and the embankment mountain in the passage was brilliantly illuminated. Crashing down, an old turtle swam forward and blocked the entrance to the passage. Go back! Mingzu roared and slapped him down. Annihilate countless cursed ghosts. Friends outside the realm. Seal this realm. The voice of Mingzu came out of the passage. Roar! 2 roars came from Su He and Gu Tai. They watched 3 little dragon turtles die in front of him. The feeling was heartbreaking. If they go in and the 2 immortals suppress it, nothing will happen to the little dragon turtle. The mythical beasts are connected by blood, and their hearts are as sharp as a knife when they see their kindred being destroyed. Especially Gu Tai. Even the baby dragon turtles went in. But he didn't. Ho! Roar! Little Taizu roared, slapping away the large curse aura remaining in front of him. Don't do stupid things. Mingzu's voice came out. Su He will eventually return. The Dragon Turtle clan is cursed by the Yuan and needs a protector. You are the immortal lord, and you should protect the Dragon Turtle inheritance. Gutai rushed towards the passage, stopped, and turned into a powerless roar. Ming Ancestor's voice softened. The palace of refining and inheritance is protected by dragons and turtles. I'm sorry that you are still an adult, but such a heavy burden is placed on you. Chapter 653 ending. Boom! There was a loud noise in the passage, and another ghost was smashed to pieces by the underworld ancestor, turning into a curse and seeping out. The curse of Yuan includes all the avenues of the heavens, cursing the Tao, cursing people, and cursing the world. It cannot be sealed without means of source. Taizu roared, waved his claws, and the cassock rushed into the passage and draped it on Mingzu. A copper bell rang from the depths of the star sea and hit the passage, merging with the passage to prevent the curse from spreading. Taizu roared. The space opened up, and treasures were sent into the passage one after another, as if they were free. Those that protect, heal, and even play and amuse, as well as spiritual stones and origin stones, are all stuffed inward. I just hope that one of them can protect even a little kid. Sui let out a long groan. And the broken pangolin fragments, the Peacock King Bodhisattva's relics, the small mirror that exerted the immortal's consciousness, and the peaches picked from Changyu Mansion. All the treasures came out of the green bag and turned into a long river, rolling towards the passage. As the 2 of them moved, they saw countless immortals and immortals in the sea of stars unlocking the stored magic treasures. And all kinds of treasures turned into a torrent and went towards the embankment mountain in the passage. Help with everything you have. Thank you all. The treasures are enough. Turtle Boy. Seal the passage. Mingzu's voice came out. The curse of one source is all-encompassing and can only be sealed by another source. It's a pity that Tai hasn't become the true source yet, so he can't seal it. Then there is only Su He. Little man. Bain waved his hand in the distance, and 3 corpses of Su He's previous life floated out. This was Bain's last inventory. Su He's previous life has merged with his in this life, and there is no possibility of duplication. Su He took a step forward and reappeared as a human body. He raised his hand and dropped it with one finger. The 3 corpses instantly merged into one. Although they were human bodies, they exuded the aura of a dragon turtle. As Su He's power poured in, the corpse began to move, stepping towards the entrance of the passage. Standing alone, the aura of the source spread out. Seal it with your body, and no cursed breath will escape from the passage. Seal! A voice came, but it was the Emperor of Heaven who pointed out. And several fragments of the Emperor's sword turned into shadows all over the sky, and tied up Su He's body. The Emperor of Heaven pressed down, and Su He's body and the passage suddenly fell down. The place where they landed was an altar. It is the place where Gutai breaks his SHL. With a loud bang, the passage completely disappeared, and only Su He's body could be seen sitting cross-legged on the altar. The huge sea of stars suddenly became quiet. No more Yuan's hysteria. No more roars of Yuan Zun's clan. No more brilliance of magic weapon battle. The war ended suddenly at this moment. Victory. But a miserable victory. No one can laugh. The dignified demon king passed away. And the demon clan was almost destroyed. The dignified dragon turtle clan is almost forever cursed. Such a victory came at too high a price. It is said that the war is over. But the dragon turtle is still contending with the curse. And the demon Lord Willow is still resisting the breath of death. It's just that they suddenly have no opponent. But a victory is a victory. Even if it is a miserable victory. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, they heard an explosion. Get out of here! I saw the Emperor of Heaven was filled with evil energy. And suddenly punched the void. The void exploded. And a beating heart was exposed. Everyone changed their colors. It was Yuan's heart. Previously, he used his heart to block the Taoist Master and the Emperor of Heaven. Yuan used his body to curse. But this heart was unknowingly ignored. What a means! Let a world where all living beings ignore it. There was a scream in the heart. But it was punched by the Emperor of Heaven. No matter what means Yuan used to shield all sentient beings from seeing him. But half of the Emperor of Heaven was still in eternity. How could it confuse the Emperor of Heaven's sanity? The Emperor of Heaven punched him one after another. And the Taoist Master from a distance came over to attack him. And hit his heart with a whisk. This heart seemed to have exhausted all its strength, and was unable to resist. Exploded with a bang. The exploded fragments turned into a torrent, and fled towards the intertwined space-time channel hanging in the sky. The passage of time and space has collapsed, leaving only the entangled entrance. Once inside, the flow of time and space is turbulent. But even if it falls into the turbulence of time and space, it is better than being annihilated here. The heart rushed towards the space-time channel, but was struck by an axe. I saw the barbarian king standing outside the space-time channel at some point, looking at the debris in the sky and grinning. Come! Try it with me again! The barbarian king's savage aura rose to the sky, completely different from before. He swung his axe and chopped it down. Another Tai Chi light shone, and the heavenly emperor's fist wine came with a roar. And the scream in his heart was completely turned into ashes. A heart with depleted power. Even the barbarian king at this moment can completely annihilate it. Let alone the Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master taking action at the same time. It wasn't until his heart was annihilated that the Emperor of Heaven looked around, then looked at the sluggish immortal below, and said in a low voice, Yuan ya? Win this battle. The air in the entire star sea suddenly became quiet. Then, Amitabha, infinite Taoist Lord, his grandmas. A series of sighs came up. This was the Emperor of Heaven. When the Emperor of Heaven spoke, the dark clouds that were weighing on everyone's hearts completely dispersed. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief and finally started cheering. But a discordant voice came over. Hey! Don't talk nonsense. Okay? It's early. It's early. Those who still have the strength, follow me to seal the Yuan Zun clan's existence in the suppressing evil Dao Palace. Bain was seen standing outside Jinxia Dao Palace, looking extremely dissatisfied. The Emperor of Heaven smiled slightly and looked at the Taoist Master on the side. Junior brother, where is the teacher's hairpin? The Taoist Master smiled. Of course it's still there. As he spoke, he raised his hand and gently grabbed Guiwang Mountain, and saw a hairpin falling into his hand. It was the hairpin that later generations of Taizu used to cut off the memories of Su He in the heavens. Senior brother, the Taoist Master handed the hairpin to the Emperor of Heaven. It is of course the responsibility of the Emperor of Heaven to maintain order between the elders and the younger ones, and to control the teacher's hairpins. But the Emperor of Heaven shook his head slightly. Come on. I can't do it anymore. The Taoist Master was shocked. Even though the Emperor of Heaven was severely injured, he was far from being unable to control his hairpin. He was surprised when he saw the Emperor of Heaven step forward with a smile. But his soul walked out of his body, then turned around and pointed at his eyebrows. With a gentle click, the entire body melted and turned into a ray of light that condensed between his fingers. It became a pure golden fruit. It looks like a sweet date. Demon transformation fruit. The Emperor of Heaven turned back, looked at the beast in the sea of stars, and said in a low voice, Everyone, the Demon Lord has been destroyed, and the Demon Clan has been cut off. From now on, there will be no more Demon Clan in the world. The relaxed atmosphere that had just risen suddenly fell, hit rock bottom. Monster Clan. If the human race counts as one clan, and Yuan Zun counts as one clan, then the Demon Clan is the third largest clan in the world. Among all practitioners Who has one or two Taoist friends from the demon clan? Either friend or enemy? The Emperor of Heaven spoke and bowed to the heavens. The way of inheritance has been around since ancient times, and it is always difficult, especially for divine beasts. It is extremely difficult to reproduce offspring. But divine beasts are the earliest creatures in this world, and they are favored by the world. Today I am going overboard and ask you, can you share the inheritance of the Taoist charm with the demon clan? Demons and mythical beasts are so similar. They all come from the beast, but they part ways and go in different directions. But there is a thread of connection underneath. The Emperor of Heaven spoke, but everyone was confused and didn't know what he meant. Ong! A black dragon circled and asked the Emperor of Heaven, Your Majesty. It's okay to speak frankly. Is it possible to save the demon lord? The Emperor of Heaven shook his head. I can't reverse life and death. Even Yuan Du has never done it. But I have ways to leave a ray of incense for the monster clan. Although the black dragon was disappointed. His eyes suddenly lit up when he heard what happened next. Your Majesty said it doesn't matter. As long as the dragon clan can do it, they will go all out. Qilin. 2. My husband is with me. Bifong is no different. Voices rang out one after another. The Emperor of Heaven smiled, and his expression became straight again. Thank you all. I would like to invite the ancestors of each family to bind their inheritance to this fruit, and use your beastly will to stimulate this fruit. In the future, this fruit will fall to the heavens, and all beasts will swallow it. Either prove the divine beast, or follow the evil path. The beast did not speak, but turned to look outside. One Tengu trembled and did not dare to move. This was a mythical beast that had defected to the Yuanzuan clan early. They have no problem binding the inheritance. But are these divine beasts willing to join the Yuanzun clan? The Emperor of Heaven was silent for a moment, looked at the divine beasts and said, Leave a legacy today and activate this fruit. This time you will not be destroyed. As if afraid that the Emperor of Heaven would regret it. A heavenly dog immediately responded, Okay. He opened his mouth, and a full moon-like light shot towards the demon transformation fruit in the hands of the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven placed a little bit on the demon transforming fruit, and the fruit swallowed the full moon. You guys, let's leave. The Emperor waved his hand, and the defeated dogs screamed and were thrown out of the sea of stars. Tengu, Fudo, etc. all have canine origins. Without their inspiration, no dogs would become monsters in the future. Compared to this, what does letting a few Tengu go matter? People who can be killed easily. Hey! Don't be so casual. Old man. Cut off their memories. Bain shouted. The old man Tidi let him go as he said. But she still had to leave behind their memories of the immortals of the Yuanhe Yuanzuan clan. In any case, Tengu is a mythical beast and is immortal. There are memories of Yuan and Yuanzun's family in my mind. It is impossible to say that there are beings who will transcend reincarnation and come back. The Taoist master smiled, and the hairpin in his hand moved forward a little. And there were a few more screams in the starry sky. A few clusters of starlight flew back and were thrown into the Jinxia Dao Palace by the Taoist master. With the Tengu showing off, one after another visions were seen in the sea of stars heading towards the fruit in front of the Emperor of Heaven. The galloping white deer, the flying one-legged bird, the howling wolf. Even the little Taizu pointed out a turtle SHL and flew towards the fruit. Taizu was in charge of the palace of suppressing evil, so he could do it by taking charge of his own inheritance. He was silent for a moment, then transformed into a white tiger, opened his mouth and walked toward the demon transformation fruit with a battlefield shadow. But now he is the only tiger beast in the world. If he doesn't take action, even the tiger monster will be extinct. In a moment, the demon transforming fruit shone with golden light, becoming the most precious treasure in the world. The Emperor bowed slightly again. Thank you all. The divine beasts roared, but did not dare to accept his thanks. The Emperor of Heaven held the demon transforming fruit in his hand and stepped out into the Xin Wang world. He stood in front of the towering willow tree, looked at it, straightened his clothes, and bowed deeply. It starts after 3 worships. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. I can collect the thoughts of the beasts in the sky, but I can't collect the charm of the mountains and rivers and the roots of the grass and trees. Today, I will first protect the inheritance of the demon clan. The rest will be left to my junior brother. The charm of mountains, rivers and vegetation can be obtained from mountain demons and tree spirits. Now I can't find it. He could swim upstream, and there might be a chance he could go back to an older era and steal vegetation, mountains, and rivers. As he spoke, He pressed the demon fruit in his hand towards the willow tree. As soon as the fruit touched the willow tree, it immediately melted into it, and for a while the whole willow tree shone with brilliance. The Emperor of Heaven patted the willow tree lightly, and the huge willow tree rushed towards the Xianwang cave gate with a streak of light, and then got in. This willow tree is related to the reproduction of monsters and mythical beasts, so naturally no trouble is allowed. The willow tree rushed into the dark and yellow cave sky and disappeared. The Emperor of Heaven turned around and straightened his expression. In my name, my fellow Taoist may penetrate all the heavens, and my fellow Taoist's fruit may fall to all heavens. As he spoke, his voice suddenly became louder, and the sound shocked everyone. From now on, Jiazi's transformation into a demon and his fruit will fall. All beasts can fight for it, and others are not allowed to participate. Otherwise, heaven and earth will abandon you. Beasts become monsters by chance, and no one else is allowed to participate. As the Emperor of Heaven spoke, laws were generated between heaven and earth. You are a king, and your words are real. The Emperor of Heaven's words are laws. At the same time that the Emperor of Heaven said these words, a phoenix cry spread throughout the heavens. Even heaven and earth have confirmed this. The Emperor turned and left, but he never returned to the Sea of Stars. He only sent back a message, Junior brother. The matter of the Demon Lord's body and the demon fruit has been completely deleted from everyone's memory, so that no one else will remember it. That fruit is based on the broken body of the Emperor of Heaven, and has the inheritance mark of the gods and beasts. I don't know how many people want to get it. This time everyone is united. But there are also some people who are cowardly and retreat, or even take the opportunity to have second thoughts. As the Emperor of Heaven, he has seen all kinds of beings. He doesn't think people are bad, but he also doesn't think people are good. There is nothing wrong with being on the defensive. The Taoist master stands in the sky, and the Taoist hairpin moves forward a little. Every time he clicks it, various memories and legends are sent to the Jinxia Dao Palace. The Taoist master cannot seal the memories of all heavens and realms at once like Taizu. And Yuanhe Yuanzuan's clan cannot accomplish Su He's deeds in just a few years. I don't know how many years it will take to seal this memory. Everyone, please return to Xianwang, restore the world, and rebuild your homeland. The Tao Master's voice came out vaguely. Then the Immortal Lord returned from the Sea of Stars with his remaining soldiers and generals, and entered Xianwang to rebuild the world. Su He looked at the body of his previous life sitting cross-legged, and at Taizu, who was motionless in front of the body. Feeling depressed, Lian walked towards the sky step by step in the state of a white tiger. Returning to Jinxia Dao Palace. The Bian elves usually shuttled in the Jinxia Dao Palace. At this moment, stars were all over the dome of the Jinxia Dao Palace, forming a starry sky. I don't know how many secrets were sealed. The Sword Mountain was suspended outside Jinxia Dao Palace, and Tantai stood motionless on the Sword Mountain. Su He jumped down beside her, his huge white tiger body lying down gently. Tantai's straight body slowly leaned against him. A warmth arose, and only by staying beside Bian and Tantai did the depression in my heart feel a little better. Su He stretched out his tiger claws and gathered Tantai in his arms, holding him tightly. Tantai slowly closed his eyes, and his disordered breathing gradually recovered. Su He has been busy working blindly, but Tantai has been fighting with the Immortal Lord since the beginning of the war. One battle has already exhausted all his strength. The war is over, but things are far from over. The real disaster has just begun. 20% of Yuan Shan's curse is spread across the heavens. Yuan Zun's family occupies half of the world. They have multiplied to an unknown extent and must be eliminated one by one. But Xianwang Immortal's immortal gate was shattered in the Sea of Stars, and Xianwang was almost immortal. At this moment, the immortals are needed to do a lot of miscellaneous tasks. The Immortal Lord is different from the immortal. The Immortal Lord and the Immortal Sect form their own immortal world. They cannot collapse the Immortal Sect and still live like the immortal. When the immortals collapse their own immortal gates, the Immortal Lord could only watch and hunt down the immortal Yuan Zun. There are also more than 10 big worlds that have been shattered, and the fragments are scattered in the sky. If they are not cleaned up, I don't know how many big worlds will suffer. There is also the aura of silence that is merged into other big worlds, which must be cleared away as soon as possible. There are so many things to do. Chapter 654, The Emperor's World. The blood-red sun seemed to have quietly changed its color at some point, and turned into a golden sun, shining brightly on the sky and the earth. Did your best to bring a touch of warmth to all living beings, but he tried his best to avoid it, for fear of being noticed. Su He had already returned to his human body, and he was shaking his body gently around the Tantai in his arms. This son will be beaten by me in future generations. And I was almost slapped to death by Taizu. Suhi whispered to Tantai. Tantai smiled sweetly, held his hand, and listened to Suhi talk about the future. The two of them are already a real couple. And now she doesn't feel any discomfort staying in Suhi's arms. Suhi frowned slightly. There were no surprises for either Bain or Tantai in this battle. A rare smooth victory. That being the case, I don't know why the two of them were reincarnated. He held Tantai and shook his body gently while thinking wildly. Then I saw Bain from Jinxia Dao Palace poke his head out and shouted dissatisfied, "Hey! Hey! You two are going too far. If you don't help, just be intimate in front of me. And I'm still alive." Tantai suddenly blushed. Pooh! This girl can really say anything. As if she is waiting for her to die so that she can take over. Everyone in the world is busy. The Palace of Suppression of Evil is so important that someone must be here to protect it. Of course, he and Suhi are the most suitable. There are too many people in the Yuanzun clan who are hunting down them right now. And it will take at least thousands of years. It may not even disappear for thousands of years. It is foreseeable that thousands of years later, the people below will have forgotten this battle. Some Yuanzun clan members even think that Xian Wang is overbearing and does not give life. There will be lamentable resistance deeds by Yuanzun clan. The immortals have all left the Sea of Stars. The soul of the Emperor of Heaven is walking in the heavens, and has not seen this world for hundreds of millions of years. This world is completely different from the time when Heaven ruled. Things are different and people are different. The Emperor of Heaven was accompanied by a man and a woman. Its Taoist master in Fengzhu. Fengzhu's true body did not come out. He just transformed into a form to accompany him. There is also a halo of light behind the Taoist master, which is a semi-fused door of reincarnation. Junior brother should cut off the reincarnation and truly scatter it in the heavens. Reincarnation is self-contained. Only after junior brother goes through reincarnation again can he truly return. The Emperor of Heaven spoke. The Taoist master nodded slightly. Senior brother said that I will truly return in the seventh life. The Emperor of Heaven nodded, walked for a moment, and found another piece of starlight. When junior brothers are reincarnated, please help me send them to reincarnation. This is... The Taoist master's eyes narrowed slightly. These stars are so bright. Each one is a true spirit. At least they were immortals during their lifetimes. The Emperor of Heaven had no expression on his face. But his voice remained the same. They are the Taoist friends who died in battle in heaven in recent years. He said and looked at Fengzhu again, if possible. When they are reincarnated, Ancestor will take care of them. Fengzhu took back the world, and made them born with extraordinary talents. Don't worry, Fengzhu replied softly, his eyes falling on two of the starlights. Those are the two concubines of the Emperor of Heaven. Right? After she finished speaking, she hesitated again, but the roots of many creatures in the Xianwang world have been sent to Su Heniai world. At that time, in the world between life and death, all I could think about was the fate of living beings. But now my heart ached. That's nearly half of Xuanhuang's creatures. The creatures mentioned by Phoenix Ancestor are not the lively lives, but the foundation of reproduction. The true spirits. A true spirit will reincarnate for hundreds of lives and exist in different forms. But in their eyes it is still the same. In a world, every time a new creature is gathered, it takes no one knows how long it takes, and how much energy it consumes. The Taoist master shook his head and smiled. It doesn't matter, Senior. There is no need to worry. Anyway, Xuanhuang's current state cannot carry so many living beings. Curse. Aura of death. There are too many living beings to support. The world can't bear it. Fengzhu? Is there anything so comforting? I threw away the food. And you comforted me that I couldn't eat that much because I was terminally ill? Thank you. Sure enough, Tai's disciples are just as annoying as him. The Taoist master chuckled. He stopped laughing and looked at the Emperor of Heaven. Brother, how should we deal with this world? Whether it is the breath of annihilation that invaded the heavens or the 20% curse, both have caused great damage to the world, and may even become the root cause of the destruction of the heavens. The Emperor of Heaven walked and took out a big seal. It was his great seal of the Heavenly Emperor, which ruled the heavens back then and was recognized by all people, sentient beings, and heaven and earth, the true treasure of the heavens. I saw the Emperor of Heaven throwing the seal forward, and the Emperor of Heaven's seal spinning and flying into the starry sky. The Emperor of Heaven stretched out his hand and said, condensation. In an instant, the fragments of the world scattered to the heavens came roaring and condensed around the seal, one after another, gathered suddenly. Suhi, who was watching the Emperor's actions in the Sea of Stars, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Emperor of the great world. The place where the Emperor of Heaven condenses the fragments of the world is where the great world of the Emperor will be in later generations. There was no world of emperors in the ancient times. And so he discovered it when he first came. A large world cannot be formed in a day or two. It takes at least hundreds of millions of years to start. It takes 30 million years to reach the point of sealing an imperial palace. It is really cheating. Of course. From Su-he's perspective at the moment, it was a joke that the Emperor's world and Xianwang were two worlds at the same time. Or even surpassed Xianwang. Apart from anything else. Regardless of Feng Zhu or Tai Zhu. Destroying the Emperor is just a slap in the face. I just don't know why I kept it. Su-he saw a big world forming right under his nose. The look he looked at the Emperor of Heaven became more and more strange. He quietly held the Tantai and asked in a low voice, "Daughter-in-law, if you are asked to condense the world into one place, can you do it?" Tantai took his hand off and said, "Yes. If you collect the fragments, you and I can build a big world in 100,000 years." She is not good at anything other than swordsmanship. But as a sixth-realm immortal lord, there is still no problem in condensing a big world. Of course, destruction is simpler. Just a matter of sword. What about Ruobain? Tenai thought for a while and said, 7,000 years. That girl is the best at tinkering with these miscellaneous things. Bain popped his head out of Jinxia Dao Palace and said dissatisfied, 2,000 years. No more. Think of her as this Bing Tuozi who only knows how to swing a sword. A fool would just collect the fragments of the world piece by piece. Spend 100 years defeating thousands of divine beasts. Force them to open up the sky from chaos. And then set up a large formation to gather the territories opened by the divine beasts and help them grow. This is still the slow speed of the divine beast to open the sky. If all the gods and beasts can help her open the sky like before, he is sure to build a big world within 100 years. Bain glanced at the lower world, then stuck out his tongue. Cheating. The Great Seal of the Emperor of Heaven has the function of commanding heaven and earth. Isn't it cheating to use the Great Seal to gather the world? If you have the ability to give her the identity of the Emperor of Heaven, she can create a big world for you in minutes. Can! A voice suddenly sounded outside Jinxia Dao Palace. Bain was startled. And then he saw the heavenly emperor of the lower realm turning back to look at him, and smiling. If Immortal Lord Tyance wants to be the empress, I can abdicate. Bain was startled. Then retracted back to the palace. No. Thank you. Don't disturb me. Only a fool becomes the Emperor of Heaven. The barbarian king in the 100,000 mountains suddenly raised his head, and looked at the Emperor of Heaven with shining eyes. Zen position? Give it to me. He wants the position of Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven looked at him, and shook his head slightly. No. The Emperor of Heaven doesn't have to use tricks. But he must not know how to do it. The Emperor needs great wisdom. The barbarian king blinked. Was the heavenly Emperor cursing? He jumped up with his axe in hand. And he is going to rebel today. The Emperor of Heaven smiled slightly. I just think that fellow Taoist disciples are honest. And their purity should not be polluted by the things like flies and dogs in the sky. The furious barbarian king was startled for a moment. Squatted down again. Touched his head and laughed. The Emperor of Heaven looked at him with a serious expression. In this era, there is no need for Taoist friends to exist like this. Are you willing to go to eternity and fight Yuan again? Before eternity, Yuan Shang had half of his body. Much more sinister than this half body today. If the barbarian king is willing to go, heaven will be as powerful as a tiger. The barbarian king suddenly raised his head. And instead of joking just now, he asked seriously, does the Emperor of Heaven have the means to take me to the eternal past? The Emperor of Heaven smiled and said nothing. And looked at Su-he again. Junior brother, can you continue the time and space channel? Su-he? This is embarrassing for the turtle. Isn't it? That's something we spent hundreds of millions of years working out. If you asked me to kill it, I'd kill it. And now you want me to pick it up? Su-he let go of Tantai, and was watched by his father-in-law holding another daughter-in-law. He always felt that if his father-in-law thought of this in the future, he would hang him up and whip him. I can pick up the half of the space-time channel that belongs to me, but the one that belongs to the Yuanzun clan. It's very difficult. The Emperor of Heaven smiled, then take half of it. With my main body and split body connected, it is enough to send the immortals of this era to the ancient times. If you don't fight in the space-time channel, just be careful, and it won't cause any problems. Senior brother, are you going to pick up the Immortal Lord? The Taoist master asked in a low voice. The Emperor nodded and said, the Yuan has not been damaged for billions of years. But many of the immortals in the heavenly court have died. If we don't replenish 1 or 2, it will be difficult to support it. The battlefield of eternity is not optimistic. The Emperor of Heaven spoke and then looked at Su-He. Junior brother continued the time and space channel. And half of the Yuan-Zun clan directly refined, devoured and mastered the avenue. Since junior brother has the foundation to master time, don't waste time elsewhere and master time. That's the fundamental thing. If Su-He could truly control time, even if he was still an immortal, he alone could kill half of Yuan's body in today's battle. This is also standard for teachers and disciples. No matter if his whole body is here, or if Xian Jiang completely takes back his reincarnation, he can kill Yuan's half-body. Not to mention that junior sister once died with the intact Yuan. It's just that if he can't stop Yuan with all his body, he will lose everything. Xian completely took back reincarnation, and Xian Huang ended his heir. You can't do this, and that's why there is this big war. Su-He nodded. Controlling time is also the path he has set for himself. He shook the Tantai cattails, waved to Buying in Jinxiadao Palace, jumped up, and rushed back to the time and space channel. If it turned out that this was a tunnel connecting to the ancient times, now only the tunnel entrance is left. As soon as you come in, you will see a turbulent flow of time flying all over the sky. You can imagine how difficult it is to reorganize time and connect to the ancient times in this turbulence. Fortunately, Su-He had a cheating device, so he didn't have to be blind like Li, who had to rely on time to grind it out. Su-He unfolded the star ring and dropped threads of time into it one by one. There is a long river of time in the star ring, which is originally connected to the past and the future. As long as the thread of time is allowed to go upstream and connect to the eternal past, the task will be mostly completed. As for continuing, this is harder. Su-He needs to completely refine and absorb the space-time channel and turn it into his own power. This cannot be accomplished in a day or two, even if this space-time channel already belongs to him. Su-He just sat down cross-legged to refine the space-time channel, and the Taoist master glanced into the void. Brother, the Emperor of Heaven smiled and said, Hush. Let her go. Where the Taoist master was looking, a figure stared at Su-He fiercely, then escaped quietly while hiding himself. Li, the woman who had been integrated into Yuan's body, was quietly released by Yuan at some point. He also regained his youthful appearance. When they broke Yuan's heart, they found that Li had escaped, but the Emperor of Heaven stopped him from killing him. Brother, why is this? The Emperor of Heaven smiled. Someone must be responsible for the annihilation of the heavens and 20% of the curse. We cannot let these things really fall on Xianhuang creatures. The Emperor of Heaven spoke and looked at Shanghai. There, the immortals have collapsed, and the immortal gate is still alive. Since he is the head of Xianhuang, he naturally has to find a way out for Xianhuang. The Emperor of Heaven spoke and stepped down. The newly condensed world of Emperor Feng suddenly began to squirm, with mountains rising and rivers flowing. To outsiders, this looks like a new big world. But in the eyes of the Taoist master, this world is full of chaos. I have never seen this formation before. I thought it was created by my senior brother along the way. The formation contains the Demon Lord's method of removing the aura of death, traces of the Phoenix clan's true fire, and even the feeling of the Dragon Turtle clan's true blood army. The purpose of this world is to gather and collect all the auras belonging to Yuan that are walking around in the heavens and the world. As soon as this world came out, the formation Fan Cheng felt the displeasure of the Xianhuang world. This world collects all the breath of Yuan, so it naturally conflicts with the origin of the Xianhuang world. The Emperor of Heaven looked at the world under his feet and shook his head slightly. Brother is not good at the formations, but the junior brother is the best at these. From then on, the junior brother will adjust the formations of this world. Use the world as the formation. You can also force the remaining Yuan-Zun family here. With Yuan-Zun, the aura that seduces all the heavenly elements should bring unexpected joy. As the Emperor of Heaven spoke, he glanced into the void far away, where Li completely sealed himself and fell into absolute silence, preventing even a trace of his breath from leaking out. Junior brother can delete her memory. She is one of the fingers of Yuan. If she can stay here, the effect will be better. Maybe the world can be cleared up within 1,000,000 years. The Taoist master nodded. Sure enough, there is nothing that cannot be used in the eyes of the Emperor of Heaven. The enemy is also a chess piece. Senior brother's method is very good, but it will require leaving behind a group of Yuan-Zun people. Senior brother, if Yuan-Zun's family stays here and Yuan's aura falls, it will become a big problem in the future. The Emperor laughed and turned to look at the Taoist master. Junior brother, although I have to send away Xianhuang, immortal lord and immortal, you are still here after all. And the Emperor of Heaven raised his head and motioned to Shanghai, where Gutai was still lying in a daze outside the passage, looking straight at the passage, as if he could see inside through the passage. In a million years, the teacher has never truly returned. And the killing of Yuan Yuan is just a matter of raising a finger. Yuan Zun has been defeated, so he can no longer cause any trouble. The Taoist master understood, but sighed slightly. But in this case, there may still be a battle between the Xianwang world and the Yuan Zun clan, who have absorbed the breath of Yuan. But in that battle, it was not the Immortal Lord who was the main protagonist, but the Immortal, or even the 7th level treading heaven. Moreover, Tian's Immortal Lord and Sword Immortal Lord should also stay in this era, and cannot go back to the ancient times. The Emperor's voice was gentle, but his tone left no room for doubt. The Taoist master nodded. Even if senior brother wants to take them away, I won't agree. As the Taoist master spoke, the Taoist ancestor sent his hairpin forward a little. This time the hairpin actually came out of his hand and flew into the void. Seeing Li, who had sealed himself in the void, he suddenly frowned. Then she relaxed her brows, and it seemed like nothing happened. But a large ball of starlight was taken out by a hairpin from the back of her head and sent to the Palace of Suppression of Evil. Chapter 655 Mr. 1. Jump out of time. Manage your time. For all the living beings in Xianwang, jumping out of time is an absolutely impossible task. They are already in time, and their flesh, bones, and soul are all affected by time. It is a mythical beast that is said to be immortal, and its body is changing every moment. How can you separate yourself from time, rather than jumping out of time? It is easier to use time, just like buying Yuan and Tiandi. But Su, he didn't have this situation. He naturally jumped out of time, standing on the shore and overlooking time. Your understanding of time becomes stronger, perhaps for a period of time. People on the shore will not have as much influence on the currents as the big fish in the water. But people on the shore can build dams, modify river courses, and truly influence time, which is something fish in the water can never match. Especially when the turbulence of the space-time channel rushed into the long river of time. Two completely different ways of revealing time collided. Suhi's understanding of time has improved several times. He is already a 4-realm Immortal Lord today, even though he does not have the knowledge content of an ordinary 4-realm Immortal Lord. But at a glance, the world appears completely different in his eyes. You can see the essence through phenomena. Especially this time, the world was shattered by a great war, and all avenues were revealed at a glance. A broken world is often a true sanctuary of great power. The Sua people were in the time and space channel, watching the turbulent flow of time and space go upstream in the long river of time. At the same time, he looked at the outside world without blinking. Little Taizu was still lying in front of the altar, looking at Suhi's body. The Dragon Turtle clan suppressed the curse, and its influence on him far exceeded Suhi. Suhi knew that the Dragon Turtle clan had disappeared, and now he was sure that the Dragon Turtle clan was not all dead, but just suppressed the seal with their bodies. Instead, I felt a sense of joy in my heart, just thinking that from today until the present world 30 million years later, a total of 27 dragon turtles will die in the suppression. But it is also painful to suffocate. But compared to him, Taizu has lived alone in the Star Sea for 30,000 years. You can imagine how lonely he is. He finally left the Star Sea and returned to the tribe. They lived together for 10,000 years, watching the little turtles grow up, and watching the clan uncles and ancestors. They open up mountains and seas, cause trouble, get into trouble, cause trouble. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do if he has his back to the clan. The idol in the little turtle's eyes, the thorn in the old turtle's eyes. This feeling makes Gutai, who has been lonely for 30,000 years, feel like he is floating in the clouds. Then, just 10,000 years later, he was the only dragon turtle left in the world. When he was alone in the Sea of Stars, he still knew that there were dozens of dragon turtles waiting for him in the lower world. And there was still hope. But at this moment, the dragon turtle who suppressed the curse with his body did not know how many years it would take to come out. Tens of millions of years? Hundreds of millions of years? Still can't get out for billions of years. Or even fall into it. The turtle is gone. And so is the home. Even Tizon followed. But the old turtle didn't allow him to go in with him. The passage was blocked by Suhi's body. Damn it. Where did that guy get his body? The corpse and the passage were almost fused together. Even if he wanted to go in, he couldn't move the passage, unless his realm can surpass Suhi. Suhi looked away from little Taizu. He didn't dare to look. I just felt that Taizu felt an indescribable loneliness at this moment. Yuan cursed the Dragon Turtle clan to extinction. And this curse must be broken. But he knew that Taizu would walk alone as a dragon and turtle for tens of millions of years. I don't even dare to think about this kind of thing. He looked at the heavens and the world. And the great world of Emperor Feng began to take shape. But there are still countless world fragments that are constantly colliding and merging with the great world of Emperor Feng. Channels opened up all over the great world of Fengwang. Just like the wasteland of the mysterious world. Connecting the other great worlds of the heavens and the world. A trace of Yuan's aura converged towards the Emperor's world through the passage. Landed on the Emperor's world. Blended into it. And became a part of the Emperor's world. He suddenly realized. Is this the reason why the father-in-law opened up the world of Emperor? When he looked at it, he saw countless Yuan Zun clan members, whose memories had been deleted, and were thrown into the Emperor's world. The moment these people landed on the Emperor's world, the speed at which the Emperor's world absorbed breath suddenly accelerated. It can connect the heavens like the mysterious realm. And it has the aura of Yuan as its foundation. No wonder the world of Emperor Feng in later generations will think that it is the birthplace of all the heavens. Just like the Xianwang realm. But with the aura of Yuan. One is the source, and the other is the end. Come! The Emperor looked at the starry sky and suddenly said, I saw tens of thousands of monks flying out of the horns of the world. As if they had been snatched out by the Emperor of Heaven. Tens of thousands of monks flew across the starry sky and landed directly in the Emperor's world. They were pinned to the ground. But they couldn't even get up. They were lying on the ground trembling. Not even daring to look at the Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven glanced at them and snorted coldly, Guard the Yuan Zun clan in this world. If you and other jailers dare to escape from the battle, all your souls will be destroyed. And your true souls will be imprisoned in the hell of fire, and will never be reincarnated. Hundreds of millions of years ago, Heaven risked its life to resist the Yuan dynasty. But there were also those who were afraid of death and escaped from the battle. The ancestor of these jailers was one of them. As soon as the Emperor of Heaven spoke his words, the robes of the Hell clan members, who were thrown to the ground naturally changed and turned into jailer robes. They all crawled on the ground without daring to breathe. The Taoist master didn't even look at these L clans. He only focused on the door of reincarnation behind him. And at the same time, he connected with the earth to adjust the formation deployed by the Emperor of Heaven. Fengzu glanced at the person at his feet and paid no attention to him. The prison clan crawled lower and lower. They hid in the horns and didn't know what was going on. But now they also know that the Yuan Zun clan, who suppressed the heavens for hundreds of millions of years, was defeated. Even the heaven and earth are facing the Xianwang world. At first, when some immortals in the Yuan Zun clan were killed, there would be sorrow from heaven and earth spread to all directions. But later it turned into joy. How can we fight this battle? He was surprised. Although Bai Yin's palm almost wiped out the Hell clan 80,000 years ago, there are still dozens of people still existing. It has been more than 80,000 years before they have multiplied to this extent. After the Emperor of Heaven finished speaking, he no longer cared about these prison clans and stepped out to return to the Sea of Stars. The Taoist master Fengzu never returned. And a new world was born. It needs Fengzu to accept it. And it needs Tao Master to arrange the formation. The Emperor of Heaven fell into the Sea of Stars. And the broken Sea of Stars exuded a cheerful atmosphere. The Emperor frowned slightly as he walked. There is still a curse here, which is difficult to remove. That's all. It can always be cleared away. But the Sea of Stars was polluted by this battle. Even if the curse and the breath of death are eliminated, ordinary monks in the Star Sea will find it difficult to survive. The Sea of Stars is poisonous. He walked to Gutai, and stood quietly for a moment. Then he said, if you force yourself to look inside like this, your eyes will be damaged. Gutai looked at Suhi's body, motionless for a long while before he asked, do I have a past life? The Emperor of Heaven nodded, that's right. Sure enough? Was I strong in my previous life? Gutai turned around, his eyes bloodshot and red. The passage had been sealed, but he forced himself through it to look at the situation inside. His eyes directly touched the curse and hurt himself. The Emperor raised his lips with a bit of pride, very strong. How about compared to today's Yuan? The Emperor of Heaven made a brief comparison and said, 3 slaps. No more. There was a hint of disappointment in Gutai's eyes. Were you only able to withstand 3 slaps in your previous life? You're a bit weak. This is just beyond the immortal lord. It is indeed very strong in the world. But it is too weak compared with such a being. The Emperor of Heaven looked at Gutai in surprise, and said with a smile, Why do you think you can withstand 3 slaps from Yuan? On the contrary, this half of Yuan can only support 3 slaps from you at most. Only the Yuan above the chest is much weaker than the complete body. You really can't make waves in front of Daozu. Gutai's eyes suddenly lit up. This is right. Otherwise, he was too weak in his previous life. It feels like he can surpass the same level as long as he opens the 6th heaven. He suddenly turned around and looked directly at Suhi. Thief's son. You can't beat me. Suhi? Yes. Yes. Everything you said is right. But you can't beat me now. Bah! Gutai sighed. Now that the cassock and the bronze bell are not here, yet he insists on fighting Suhi, who is already in the 4th realm. He may really be at a disadvantage. However, it would be difficult for Suhi to defeat him. Wait. Next time we meet, I'll knock you out. Gutai screamed and rushed towards the world. Stop watching. No matter how much you read, it's useless. It's better to improve yourself as soon as possible. As long as you have enough Taoism, you can surpass Fengzhu, the barbarian king, and even the Taoist master and the emperor of heaven. He can't extinguish the mere curse left by Bu Xian Yuan. He shouted and rushed down the heavens and the worlds, returning to the place where Dishan was. Then there was a miserable howl. Ah! My private money. He stared blankly at the Dishan that had become empty. The private money I had saved for 40,000 years was hidden in Dishan. Gone! Suhi? Suhi immediately retracted his head and did not look out. Now that the money is gone, are you afraid that you will have to pester him to collect debts again? He has no money now. Nothing at all. Even the toad's pockets were empty by him. At this moment, the toad was still sulking in the inner world. The emperor laughed and landed next to Suhi. He glanced inward, satisfaction flowing out of his eyes. Not bad. Although this little junior fellow apprentice has low moral standards and seems to have a pitifully weak knowledge base, his understanding is not bad, and he knows how to make use of his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. His long river of time is a big killer, and it can really work, whether it's against the enemy or otherwise. And it's incredibly useful. Suhi stood up and bowed slightly. Elder brother. The sound of senior brother fell in his ears, which made the Emperor of Heaven burst into laughter. He is the Emperor of Heaven, and all heavens fear him. Even his former lover couldn't really look straight at him. Only in our own junior brothers and sisters can we see equality. When Xian was hung up and whipped by him, he dared to call him by his name while whipping him, even swearing. But when this junior brother looked at him, besides being friendly, there was also a hint of embarrassment. The Emperor looked down at Suhi. Suhi shrank his neck guiltily and asked in a low voice, Senior brother, through base tower, do you only know what's going on now? Or do you also know what's going on in the future? The Emperor of Heaven pondered for a moment and said, if it is the subject, it will naturally know everything. But I only got the records before this moment before I left. When he said this, he looked at Suhi strangely. He snorted and then said, if you want to ask about your relationship with my daughter? Huh? Tiandi's attitude suddenly changed. And when he looked at Suhi, his father-in-law's scrutiny arose. Seeing Suhi startled, the Emperor of Heaven was furious. Sure enough, something happened. He gritted his teeth and said, even if I don't know the records of Bai Zilu, as soon as I get close to you, I can smell your scent, which belongs to concubine Shu and me. His aura was normal. Xianting Mountain had helped Suhi carry hundreds of millions of years of popularity, so being taken back by him would naturally taint his aura. But there is something wrong with the aura of concubine Shu, especially the aura brought about by the coordination of yin and yang. Even concubine Shu in reincarnation cannot betray him. If something like that really happens to his junior brother, beat this turtle to death. Old turtle, I can't stop you from coming back. Then, there is only another thing that absolutely cannot exist. His and concubine Shu's daughter was raped by this turtle. Shufei had just been entrusted by him to be a junior brother, and she had not yet been reincarnated. Suhi's aura belonging to concubine Shu also carries a trace of the aura of a true dragon. Concubine Shu was reincarnated into the dragon clan, and became a real dragon? The real dragons of this era don't have human bodies. And he had offspring with a dragon? The Emperor's eyelids twitched. Logically speaking, he couldn't have descendants. If he did, there must be something wrong with him. But that's not important. The Emperor looked down at Suhi with an even colder tone. You are her uncle. Suhi raised his head in shock, then shook his head like a rattle. Uncle. It's just uncle. Uncle Master can still make sense. It's still sentimental. My uncle is a pure beast. Uncle Master is also a beast. The Emperor of Heaven looked at him coldly. You already have Taian's Immortal Lord and Sword Immortal Lord. Their fortunes are connected. And you can tell at a glance what the relationship between the three of them is. Sui opened his mouth, but did not say anything. After a while, he muttered, I first became a Taoist partner and then became his uncle. Besides, I only have 3 wives. So I don't want more. But senior brother, you have a wife and 4 wives. Concubine. Huh? The emperor looked down at him. Sui immediately made a gesture of surrender. That's all. You will recognize this marriage in future generations. If you regret it now, I will suffer the consequences at worst. I will be hung up and beaten by you. When I get back, I will unite with Ji Feishua and ignore you for 300 years. The Emperor of Heaven was startled. Then laughed, Ji Feishua? That's an elegant name. Sui was even more shocked. And then jumped back, hey! Mind reading is too much. The Emperor of Heaven smiled and glanced at him. I don't need to read your mind yet. The realms are so different. Sui's thoughts are like thunder. Do you still need to read minds? Since you have my daughter, I don't need this meeting gift. The junior brother, who was originally accepted by the teacher, was still thinking of giving him a meeting gift. This time I came back with nothing. Shanghai is also in ruins. And there is nothing left that can be used. Sui didn't care. He had no shortage of treasures. The Emperor of Heaven smiled, changed the subject and asked, is the teacher really coming back in the future? How is the Tao? Sui glanced at Gu Tai, who was running away, thought for a moment and said, I can't see the edge. Even in his current state, recalling Taizu's power, he still felt that he couldn't see the edge. It's like someone asking a mortal how big the ocean is. How can you describe it? Then, junior brother, have you ever helped the teacher gather his past body? Chapter 656, the core of the original space. Past body? Sui was startled. What's this? Looking at Sui's face, one could tell that this stupid turtle knew nothing. And this guy probably doesn't have the means to help the teacher gather his body. The Emperor of Heaven pondered for a moment, and then asked, Junior brother, have you brought the teacher's remains back to your time from the past? Sui's eyes lit up. Here. There is a piece of finger bone. It has been completely refined and belongs to me. But this time Taizu's consciousness followed me back to 2,000 years ago, and quietly embezzled my finger bone. When I think of this, I feel very distressed. If the finger bones were there, Sui would be able to exert the fighting power of the 7th Realm Immortal Lord anyway. And he would definitely play a stronger role in this battle. The Emperor laughed when he heard this. That's right. Since the teacher's consciousness has traveled upstream to this point, it must have condensed its past body. Junior brother helps the teacher condense his past body. Then I can start helping the teacher condense his future body. Past? Future? Sui suddenly raised his head. Yuan? Yuan himself said that to kill him. He must kill him in the past and future at the same time. No one has such a method. Not even Sui, who jumped out of time, can do it. Taizu Ning's past and future incarnation. This name reminded him a lot. The Emperor smiled. Not bad. Sui was confused. How could he understand how to retrieve the finger bones from the past? Or even collect Taizu's complete body when his consciousness returned? How does the future body come about? Let alone the Emperor of Heaven. Even he cannot reach the future. The long river of time flows down. And the end is the present world. Maybe one day, we can truly control the avenue of time. And then we can truly reach the future? The Emperor of Heaven laughed, looked at Sui and said, for you, this moment is the past and ancient times. But for me, this moment is the future. The real him existed before the beginning of time. If there is a true self, then the one before the beginning of time is the true self. He has already dived into the future. The Emperor looked at the confused Sui and laughed. He walked down to the sea of stars. As he walked, he took out a big flag from nowhere. He waved it casually and shouted, gather. It was like an order came with a waving banner, and the aura of the immortal sect scattered in the starry sky. A simple and vicissitudes of life gate gradually formed in the sea of stars. Sui was startled. This immortal looked familiar. This is the fairy gate on his body. What is the Emperor doing? While the Emperor of Heaven was concentrating, he drew talismans one after another towards the immortal gate, integrating with the immortal gate, and the immortal gate became more and more solid. Gradually, Sui sensed something was wrong. The immortal gates in his sea of consciousness are simply immortal gates, and nothing can be seen. But the gathering immortal sect revealed many auras. This fairy gate actually has a trace of the power of time. But it is not time that can be held directly in the hands like Sui. But it feels a bit ethereal. Sui can't understand. He can't even understand the art of time, which he is best at. When the immortal sect appeared, even Fengzhu and the Taoist master re-entered the Sea of Stars, stood outside the immortal sect and stared for a long time, and then took action almost at the same time. One after another magic spells fell towards the immortal sect. Then Bain, Tantai, Jianxian, Sifang Xianzuan, all the great immortals from Xianwang have arrived, and they are all carving talismans towards the immortal gate. Only the four spirits immortal lord, coiled outside, did not step forward. He tilted his head and looked at it, completely confused. It's too complicated. This immortal gate connects the great avenues of the heavens, the roots of the world, and the past and future. There are defenses and enlightenment. But he can't tell the difference. He swung his body and landed next to little Taizu, and whispered, "Little ancestor, what are they doing?" Gutai glanced at him, about to look down upon him, but stopped. This turtle is the only dragon turtle besides him, and its only relative. That contempt turned into sympathy. Poor baby. I can't understand this. Taizu shook his head and said, "Whether it is active or passive, tens of thousands of immortals have shattered the immortal gate here. Without the immortal gate, the immortals are almost useless. The Emperor of Heaven cannot allow such a thing to happen." Taizu pondered for a moment, and then said, "This immortal gate encompasses the immortal secrets of heaven and earth, such as immortality, laws, and avenues. It's like a public immortal gate." Taizu tilted his head and thought for a while before he came up with this description. Let the immortals who have broken the immortal gate still get these things even if they don't have the immortal gate. It allows them to still have the fighting power of an immortal even though they no longer have the identity of immortal. He? Sharing the immortal sect? Is my father-in-law so fashionable? He marveled. I heard Taizu say with doubts, but this immortal sect is too overbearing. He looked over and saw Taizu shaking his head. This immortal sect has gathered the remnants of the immortal sect of thousands of immortals, and countless immortal lords have condensed it together. Even if future generations of monks set foot on the ladder to heaven, I am afraid they will not be able to push themselves away. Immortal gate? The immortal gate in their bodies will be frightened by this immortal gate. Even when stepping on the ladder, the condensed immortal gate power will first fall into this immortal gate. What is in their bodies is just a phantom afterimage. Unless this shared immortal gate can be pushed open, the immortal gate will not open. But is this possible? Thousands of immortal sects gathered together, including even the immortal sect of 10 minor Yuanzuan immortals. It was led by the Emperor of Heaven, Taoist Master, and Fengzhu, and led nearly 20 immortals to sacrifice together. Who can push open such a fairy gate? This kind of thing simply cannot exist. Unless the immortal sect pusher can reach the 7th level of the sky, he can single-handedly be stronger than all these people. Such ability. Even Yuan and Daozu can't do it. Right? If you really have this ability, does it matter whether you push for immortality or not? He understood. It turns out that this is why there will be no immortals in future generations. So, back in Jifeishua's time, the avatar of the Bodhisattva Great Freedom was acting as a demon in the Xianwang cave heaven. In fact, even if he didn't stop him, it would be impossible for him to open the immortal gate. So neither Fengzhu nor Taizu took him seriously at all, and never stepped forward to stop him. No, they even want to see if Bodhisattva can open the immortal gate. If he can really open it, will he be able to provide a smooth path to heaven for all sentient beings? Anyway, just open the immortal gate and crush a mere second-level immortal lord. Condensing the immortal sect is not something that happens overnight. He quietly retreated after all the immortals invested, returned to the space-time channel again, and tried to continue the channel. After watching for a few days, the Qilin and the Black Dragon also quietly left the Starry Sea. And then little Taizu left without a word. There was still a curse in the lower world, and as a dragon turtle, he had an obligation to do so. Time passes day by day, immersed in the turbulence of time and space. He could not sense the specific passage of time. But at some point, the dragon horn above his head disappeared unknowingly. The green dragon returned against the scales for a long time, affecting the physical body moment by moment. He was transforming into the green dragon every moment. The dragon horns of the human body disappeared, and the human body appeared at this moment. It looked like a real human form, without any abnormality. Qilong is fast. When the dragon horn disappeared, he woke up and saw Zhenxia Dao Palace running in at some point. Bain sat outside the Taoist palace with a resentful look on his face. Those guys outside. When the runes for the condensing immortal sect were drawn, and the remaining ritual techniques required the use of weapon refining, everyone started to look at her at the same time. He also pretended to care about her and said, Tian's immortal is guarding the Jinxia Dao Palace and cannot be away for too long. Immortal Venerable consumes too much energy and should rest. Immortal Venerable husband needs a protector to repair the time and space channel. Pooh! One by one. Aren't you afraid that she will blow up the immortal sect? Baiyin left angrily. The existence of the Yuanzun sealed in the suppressing evil Dao Palace is on the right track. And she does not even need to do it herself. She only drags the suppressing evil Dao Palace into the time and space channel, soaks it with the power of time, and forms a defense. Suhi woke up faintly and looked around. Have I traveled through time? Time flies a bit fast. As soon as I close my eyes and open them again, 2 or 3 years have passed. Are you afraid that you accidentally fell into the turbulent flow of time and skipped these days? No. Baiyin was not angry. This turtle is an immortal after all. Isn't it normal for him to be in seclusion and blink for 100 years? Is this all such a fuss? Suhi was silent for a moment, looking at the bright rays of light outside, all refining the immortal sect. When did the clan's sister come? You don't need to refine the immortal. Just when he said this, Baiyin suddenly appeared, raised his hand, and stuffed a ball of light as big as a chicken into his mouth. Hee hee. Little man, I'll give you something good to eat. 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 Shut your mouth. Which pot won't be opened? The chicken choked her throat and slipped into her belly. Suhi coughed and looked at Baiyin and said in horror, What is it? Poison. Don't make trouble. Baiyin turned his head, tilted his head, and looked at the top of the space-time channel. Ignoring him, Suhi felt a wisp of consciousness enter his abdomen, and opened his eyes after a moment. The core of the origin space? Baiyin didn't speak. Is this food edible? Suhi was surprised. No. Baiyin giggled. He's not a glutton. Can he eat anything? It can only be refined. Suhi, the gluttonous eating method is used to refine and devour the food directly in the belly. Baiyin giggled, sitting on the gatekeeper of the Jinxia Dao Palace, swinging his feet and kicking Suhi. I swallowed 3 points of this core and gave 3 points to Bingtuozi, leaving only 40% for you. But it is enough for you to advance to the 5th realm. It's a pity that it's just the core. If the entire origin space could be swallowed up, one could break through the immortal venerable and enter the realm of the heavenly emperor and others. But, Baiyin looked up and down the space-time passage. You guys, if you really completely refine this space-time passage and turn it into your own power, you can be a 6th-level immortal lord anyway. If you could even refine the passages of the Yuanzun clan, isn't it going to surpass both of us? Indy! Time is a restricted area for monks. Even if the time and space channel is placed here, others cannot absorb it. You got this guy's advantage in vain. It's obvious that he is not good at anything in spiritual practice. But his luck is extremely good. Both his friends and enemies are desperately trying to provide him with resources. Suhi laughed. Sister clan, they don't need you to refine the immortal sect. Why don't you help me refine the time and space channel? Suhi's eyes were bright, and he only glanced outside to know why Baiyin was here. Baiyin's understanding of time is actually far better than his own. With her help, he will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Still mention it. Baiyin bared his teeth immediately, jumped up, exposed his little tiger teeth, and bit Suhi. Suhi turned around and escaped from her side. But Baiyin took advantage of the situation and pushed him, causing him to stumble and fall into the Jinxia Palace. Suhi turned around and ran away. Baiyin gritted his teeth and chased after him. After chasing and escaping, he suddenly flashed into the tomb of Jinxia Dao Palace. Suhi laughed and King Qin circled around the coffin like a pillar. There was a gleam in Baiyin's eyes. Babel? He is only a 4-realm immortal, but his escape speed is not slow. He is very experienced. Suhi looked proud. Don't say that the two of them are in the same big realm. But there are differences in small realms. Back then, when he faced Ji Feishue, his realm was so different that he could escape 2 feet away. Although the more he ran away, the harder he was beaten when caught. But, rich experience. Baiyin put one hand on the coffin, looked at Suhi across the coffin, and licked his lips. Young man, you can run really well. While she was talking, she was panting, and her clothes were messed up a little just now for some reason. As she breathed, her pride loomed, rising and falling slightly. Suhi swallowed dryly and looked directly at her. Big woman, you are lighting a fire. Looking at Suhi's appearance, Baiyin not only restrained herself, but straightened her chest out, revealing her fair skin. Are you afraid? Suhi smiled. Are you afraid? Will he be afraid? What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? Suhi sneered. I'm afraid you won't be able to resist. Buying didn't say anything, and only raised his finger at him, which was full of provocation. This matter cannot be tolerated. Suhi flashed and landed next to her. He put his arms around the fairy's waist and lifted her up to sit on the coffin. Buying grabbed his shoulder, let out a cry, and then said with a smile, "Little man, I caught you." Suhi held her soft and boneless waist and smiled. "Yes, I caught it. How is that clan sister going to punish me?" A flash of light flashed in Buying's eyes. With a wave of her sleeve, Suhi's body in the coffin was thrown into a passage. She turned around and pushed Suhi into the sarcophagus. Before Suhi could react, he saw Buying step into the sarcophagus and sit on his waist. Suhi was stunned. "Sister Clan, are you serious?" Buying looked at him and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "Are you afraid?" "Pooh! Only the grandson is afraid." Suhi supported her fall and whispered, "There is a group of immortals outside. Suhi wants it anytime, but doesn't want to live broadcast." Buying adjusted his body so that he could hold him up a little more easily. He bent down and leaned against Suhi's ear, whispering, "Tell you quietly. As long as I don't allow it, no one can see through Jinqiadao Palace. The Lord can't do it, and neither can the Emperor of Heaven." Her Tian's immortal master said this. Suhi's eyes suddenly lit up. Pulling down, Buying pressed against his body, then turned over and pushed her down. Outside the time and space channel, the Emperor of Heaven raised his head slightly and glanced at the time and space channel. But there was a turbulent flow of time blocking him, and the evil suppressing Dao Palace blocked him, so he couldn't see anything. "But I always feel like someone is talking bad about him." He shook his head and ignored it. This kind of thing has never stopped since he started to conquer the world, and he has long been accustomed to it. While worshipping the immortal sect, he looked around and said in a deep voice for a moment, "Everyone, please think clearly. If we go back to the ancient times, there will be an endless war. Life and death are unpredictable. I can't even guarantee whether there will be an afterlife." The immortals were silent, but I don't know who laughed first. And then the laughter joined together, and they laughed heartily. "Your Majesty, Lao Niu has practiced cultivation for 18 million years since he was born. It's so easy to wait for this opportunity. Are you trying to persuade me to retreat?" The speaker was a yak, and the old farmer on its back was nowhere to be found. As soon as he said it, someone laughed again. "That's right. How can you, the Emperor of Heaven, do anything like encouraging people to retreat?" This man was so bold that even the Emperor of Heaven dared to tease him. The Emperor didn't care, but laughed. Xian Wang Immortal Lord has not been around for hundreds of millions of years, but Xian Wang Immortal Master remains the same. He looked at Tantai with a smile, paused and asked, "Sword Immortal Lord, can you lend me a moment to speak?" Tantai was puzzled, but still followed the Emperor to the side, with a slight panic on his face as he walked. She suddenly realized that the Emperor of Heaven was Ji Feishua's father. After all, is he also his elder? Does this count as meeting the parents? Chapter 657 Reversal. Old Phoenix. When will my barbarian clan be able to produce an immortal? While everyone was performing sacrifices, they heard a rough and rude voice. The barbarian king looked bored. Of course, dignified barbarians would not learn how to refine weapons like ordinary monks. They only talk about fists. Even their own axes are of the blood refining method. These guys don't allow the barbarian blood refining immortal sect, and regard the immortal sect as their own forbidden love. The Taoist master looked back at him and said contemptuously, "No more. What are you thinking about? It is impossible for any immortal to be born in all the worlds. Your barbarian family is special?" The barbarian king suddenly raised his head, with a look of surprise on his face. "Grandma is a bear. So wouldn't his Manjua's death be in vain? Has the soul entered the consciousness space in vain?" The Taoist master was stunned for a moment. A hint of sigh appeared on his face. No one could have imagined the battle situation today. However, fellow Taoist Chua is not at a loss. His soul consciousness is integrated into the world, and he is always in the perspective of heaven and earth. When he returns from the consciousness space in the future, he may have the opportunity to aspire to become the 7th realm Immortal Lord. There is even a half chance of surpassing the Immortal Lord, based on Manjua's talent. This is unimaginable. The barbarian king curled his lips. Barbarian cultivation is simple, but one thing is very difficult to become an immortal. But once you become an immortal, it is a bit easier to achieve the Taoist immortal master than for ordinary monks. However, if you want to improve after achieving the Taoist immortal master, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. There is only one barbarian king in hundreds of millions of years. Does that stupid guy who can only climb mountains have half a chance? Want to seize my power? If you break through, give him a good beating, and tell him why the barbarian king is the barbarian king. The sacrifices here are still going on, and the starry sky is slightly rippled. And the Emperor of Heaven and the Sword Immortal Lord walk out. The Sword Immortal Master frowned slightly. Surprise? Relief? As expected, all kinds of expressions appeared on his face at the same time. While walking, he suddenly asked, "Does Bain already know?" The Emperor smiled and looked at the space-time channel again, but still couldn't see anything there. However, he said with some certainty, "Although I have not had much contact with Tyan's Immortal Lord, with Tyan's Immortal Lord's intelligence, I must have noticed it early, and even knew it in detail. That woman has done all the divination in the world. How can anything really be hidden from her? It's just that it seems that Tyan's Immortal is somewhat resistant to divination, and doesn't want to know too much about everything in advance." A cold light flashed in Tantai's eyes. Okay. Such a great Tyan's Immortal. Is he even starting to hide it from her? She sneered, stepped into the void step by step, and jumped into the time and space channel. Ordinary immortals naturally cannot easily enter the time and space channel. But she is Tantai Ling. He still carries Sui's power of time, and can even turn this power of time into his own attacks. Tantai walked into the space-time passage and looked around, but could not see Suhi and Bain. Turn around and head towards Jinxia Dao Palace. As soon as he pushed the door open and entered, a corpse floated towards him. This is Suhi's previous life. Someone attacked the Jinxia Dao Palace. Tantai's expression changed, and he sealed the entrance to Jinxia Dao Palace. He unsheathed his fairy sword, stepped in under his feet, and heard a vague voice halfway through. Her figure suddenly froze, and she was a little at a loss for a moment. These two people. So bold. In the coffin in the tomb of Jinxia Dao Palace, Suhi raised his head and looked at the fairy on his body. With a bit of surprise in his eyes, the original core is melting. Bain poked his chest, groaned, and said with a smile, "What else do you think? Do you really think of her as a pervert like him? If she hadn't already refined 30% of the original core of the world, she could help him refine it with the help of Luan Feng and Ming technique. She wouldn't take the initiative to send him here. At least, she would have to wait until everything is over and return to Sword Mountain or Baiyun Palace." Bain moved, and suddenly leaned down and whispered in Suhi's ear, "Do you want more excitement?" Suhi's eyes became brighter and brighter. "Do you have any other tricks?" Bain put a finger on his lips to stop him from speaking. His eyes rolled around. His movements suddenly became louder, and even the voice in his mouth became a little faster for a while. Suhi heard a sound of erratic breathing in the passage of Jinxia Dao Palace, and there was a sound of panic, and he hurriedly left. But Bain Su raised his hand, and with a roar, the suppressing evil Dao Palace was completely sealed, and even the suppressing formation was used. There was silence in the Dao Palace for a moment. The steps to escape were suddenly at a loss. Bain was seen panting while exercising, with a sly smile on his face. "Hey! If you don't come in, I'll take him out." The air was frozen, and no one moved. Bain rolled his eyes, and heard the sound of the coffin scraping against the ground. He was about to take the coffin out. "You?" came a panicked voice from Tantai outside, breathing rapidly. Immediately afterwards, Suhi saw an ice and snow fairy. She walked in with a cold face. She saw the phantom of the Luan bird spinning around the coffin. The Luan, phoenix and singing skills in the coffin were moving smoothly. The fairy's hand shook, and the fairy sword couldn't help but think. A sword struck the dog man and woman in the coffin. "You?" Her face turned red, and she didn't dare to look inward, squeezing the words between her teeth. Bain raised his finger at her. "Come here." Tantai immediately stepped back. But just as he took one step, the stars in Jinxia Dao Palace shifted. He was clearly about to step backward into the passage. But when he landed, he stepped on the coffin. "You?" Tantai was immediately embarrassed. His face turned red, but he was pulled down by Bain after he said a word. Even the coffin underneath him unfolded outwards and turned into a stone bed. Tantai was horrified, and he slashed out the fairy sword. But someone grabbed it. Suhi held the blade and looked at the panicked Tantai tenderly. Bain turned around and landed on the other side of Tantai, pressing half of her body to prevent her from escaping. "Bing Tuozi, you promised me 800 years ago that we would be together." Tantai's face turned red, and he looked at Bain. No. She agreed to marry the same man. But how could she agree to do this together? This woman is so shameful. She came here without putting on any clothes. Bain chuckled, looking a bit generous. Then it's not too late to agree now. No. Fairy Qingling's sword showed fear for the first time. Bai turned to look at Su He and raised the corner of his mouth. Little man, are you going to show mercy to her now? Why are you standing there? Su He was startled, then smiled and gently took off the Tantai immortal sword, brought it to the bed, and held the fairy's hand. Looking at her, without waiting for her to speak, he kissed her lips gently and said softly, daughter-in-law, the original core will be refined immediately. Help me. Tantai, whose body was straight, trembled slightly and softened. Bai Yin looked at Su He and curled his lips. Bah! Scumbag. Tantai grabbed Su He's hand, but somehow his clothes were taken off by him. The fairy slowly closed her eyes, and although she was unwilling to actively cooperate, she did not stop Su He from doing it. It would be better if this woman next to me wasn't here. She was looking forward to it, but she felt that the temperature on her chest was wrong. She opened her eyes and saw Bai Yin poking at her in a sly manner. When she opened her eyes, instead of holding back, he leaned close to her ear to show off. You're not as big as me. Tantai should be killed. She suddenly became cold, but she saw Bai Yin laughing, turning around and hiding behind Su He, winking at her and asking Su He quietly, little man, do you want something more exciting? Tantai suddenly had a bad premonition, but Su He's eyes lit up. Yes. There is more? Bah! Bai Yin spat at him. What are you thinking? Bai Yin pushed Su He away from Tantai, pulled Tantai around and pushed him down. Just as Su He's eyes were shining, he picked up the shaving knife between his fingers and flew out, spinning around his fingers. Bai Yin looked Su He up and down, and finally his eyes stopped somewhere. Su He suddenly became excited. Sister, you can't play this game. Even in his current state, even cutting off his head would not be considered a serious injury, and it would grow back in a moment. But this game would make a man timid. You know you're afraid? Bai Yin sneered. And Su He hit again and moved closer to Tantai. But he saw Bai Yin's finger pointing downwards, and the meat-picking knife turned into a ray of light, suddenly poking between his eyebrows. The center of my eyebrow hurt, and the knife just went in. Really? Murdered her husband? Su He was stunned, but Bai Yin had already stepped forward. Shoo! Don't talk. I'm busy. Bai Yin's two slender fingers followed the wound opened by the knife and penetrated into the center of Su He's brow. There was a lot of confusion in his mind. Su He didn't know what she was doing, but it didn't hurt too much. And from Bai Yin's point of view, it happens to be breastfeeding. Just lick it. Ah! Bai Yin looked at Su He with a giggle, and instead of hiding, he cooperated. Tantai turned his head away from them, but for a moment, he turned back to look at Bai Yin, curious about what Bai Yin was doing. Bai Yin retracted his finger and took out a talisman from between Su He's eyebrows. The purple-colored talisman trembled from side to side as soon as it came out, swinging back and forth between Tantai and Bai Yin, as if it was unclear which one to choose. This is... Tantai looked at Bai Yin with an expression as expected. As expected? You already knew it. Su He was stunned. This talisman is the talisman on the head of the Bai Ling Dao Shadow in his E-Acuity Inheritance Palace. There are 3 big talismans on Bai Ling's head. One for the main hexagram, one for the time, and one for Su He, which he has been unable to look at or accept. This one was pulled out by Bai Yin. Su He was surprised when he saw Bai Yin turning over his hand to put away the talisman, and then looked at Tantai. What do you know? I don't know anything. I only know that it's your turn. There was a smirk on her lips, and she suddenly pressed Tantai's shoulder, causing Tantai to immediately fall down. In an instant, Tantai and Su He shouted at the same time. One was frightened. The other got what he wanted. Tantai looked at Bai Yin with shame and anger, and wanted to summon the fairy sword, but was interrupted by a sneak attack from below. He bit his lip and tilted his head slightly, not looking at them. Wonderful. Joyful. The phoenix that was circling and singing around the stone bed now had a new female bird. The sound is cheerful, crisp and sweet. Su He was surprised. It turns out that Luan Feng and Ming Shu can be practiced together by many people. As soon as he had this thought, he felt an opportunity coming from Tantai's body, and the original core of the world in his belly suddenly melted completely, blending into his dantian, his true energy, and his blood. With the true energy and true blood circulating throughout the body, the aura on his body suddenly increased. In the blink of an eye, he exuded the power of the 5 realms. He even rushed into the 5th realm and moved forward a little bit. Bai Yin's prediction was correct. He could indeed enter the 5 realms after gaining the origin of the world. Su He suddenly straightened up his upper body, sat on the stone bed, and hugged Tantai into his arms. He was indeed not a good person. He really preferred this kind of practice to meditating in seclusion. Immersion. Obsession. Joy. I don't know how long. Time passed day by day. And for several consecutive years, Jinxia Dao Palace never flew out of the time and space channel. And the glow of the time and space channel also flickered on and off, indicating that the time and space channel of Su He's refining was in an intermittent state. After a few days of refining, there will be a few days of slack. But even outsiders can sense that in this state, the refining of the space-time channel is really on the right track. In the time and space passage, the Jinxia Taoist Palace stands aside. Baiyin, Tantai, and Su He sit cross-legged on the steps outside the Taoist Palace in the shape of a Chinese character. There is a fruit between the three of them, which is an ordinary peach. Baiyin, I picked it randomly at some point to satisfy my cravings. The peach was now half rotten, half shriveled and half rotten. Baiyin and Tantai both looked at Su He. Su He licked his lips, stretched out a finger and pointed at Tao Zi, and saw Tao Zi as if he had gone back in time. The rotten white hair disappeared little by little. The rotten smell dissipated, and the shriveled fruit began to fill up, becoming really fresh again in a moment. The refreshing fragrance came from the peach, and Baiyin stroked his palm and shouted, "That's it. That's right. Look, the wormhole in Tao Tai is still there. Exactly the same as when I picked it. Even the peach hair is not missing." Su He let out a long breath, slowly put down his fingers, and looked at Tao Zi with a grin on his face. Sure enough, it happened. He restored the peach, but he did not use his true energy to reverse the situation. Nor did he use any means to turn the death of flesh into the bones of life. He did not have that ability. This is a real reversal of time. Turn back the time of the peach as an individual, and let the peach return to its appearance when it was just picked. Instead of taking the peach to the past through the long river of time, it is to return it individually to its past state. Baiyin's eyes were shining brightly as he looked straight at Su He. Her little man's tricks are amazing. This is a method that surpasses that of a monk, and is a miraculous skill. Baiyin threw a dead pawn on the ground, patted Su He on the shoulder, and said like an old lady, "Little man, come. Restore it to the way it was 20 years ago. The husband must eat fresh food. The taste has changed after being stored for 20 years. He is reluctant to throw it away and feels sick after eating it. Now, his man's newfound abilities can come in handy." Su He was startled and smiled bitterly. "Sister Clan, don't make trouble. Even for him, restoring a peach to its factory state was the limit, and any creature with independent consciousness could not do it. Not to mention a creature like Dang Hu who was a bit magical. It took a long time to recover to 3 or 5 days ago. Perhaps it will be possible after Su He completely absorbs the time and space channel under him. Or after breaking through the Immortal Lord and entering the level of the Emperor of Heaven and the others. However, the most difficult thing about spiritual practice is always taking the first step. As long as you take the step, you will be able to truly reach it sooner or later. Su He took the first real step on the avenue of time. Traveling through time and space does not count. That was his characteristic as a visitor from outside the territory. Not a path he automatically mastered. Su He picked up the peach and flipped it around. Sure enough, there was nothing unusual. This was a fresh peach just picked from the tree. Turning to the back of the wormhole, the hair was not rubbed off. I took a bite and tasted it carefully. There was indeed nothing wrong with it. Baiyin stepped back in disgust. Even though the peach was really fresh, it was still in a rotten state just now. She was not allowed to kiss her for 30 years after stuffing it into her mouth. Su He smiled and put away the peach, then turned to look at the time and space channel. At this moment, the long river of time has been put away, and the time and space channel that belongs to him flows upstream to connect to the past. He has not yet completely comprehended and absorbed the space-time channel, but with Baiyin's help, the channel connection is already more than halfway completed. Even at this moment, Su He could sense some of the state from eternity ago. It has a grand connotation, and the main body of the Emperor of Heaven is on the opposite side of the passage. Chapter 658 Attack. Eternity. Now, with 2 indistinguishable auras of the Emperor of Heaven, Su He looked outside the space-time channel. Just at this moment, a white jade fairy gate outside the time and space channel suddenly flew up, turned into a ray of light, flew out of the sea of stars, flew into the heavens and all worlds, crashed into the Xianwang cave heaven, and disappeared. This immortal sect is related to the path of Xianwang immortals, so there is no room for error. Su He knew that the immortal sect was sent to the demon lord Lu Shu. It will fall on him 30 million years from now. The immortal gate sacrifice is completed. Huh? Vine said in surprise. Let's go. Go take a look. She smiled and stepped out among the immortals. Suhi smiled, led Tantai, and landed among the immortals. He said low from all directions, feeling the aura of the immortal sect left here, and remembered something. He looked at the Emperor of Heaven and asked with a bit of weirdness, Senior brother, what if? I said hypothetical. Suppose the immortal sect you just refined is taken over by someone. What will happen? When Suhi asked, the immortals present burst into laughter. The heavenly emperor smiled at him and said, Little junior brother, please be a good boy. You can only take over the immortal sect because of the backhand I left on the immortal sect. When you meet in the future, the immortal sect will naturally fall on you. Suhi? Awkward. Why? He asked in confusion. The Emperor of Heaven looked at him and asked, Junior brother, where do you think it is safest to place this immortal sect? The immortal sect is related to Xian Wang Immortal, so naturally it must be the most secure. Teacher, Suhi said without hesitation, where could there be a more secure place than Taizu's body? The Emperor of Heaven was stunned for a moment, and thought that what Suhi said made sense. If something happened to the teacher, the world would be destroyed. He smiled and shook his head and sighed. Teacher's opponent is Yuan. It's not the half-body Yuan they face this time. It's the real Yuan. Or even the root of Yuan. Yuanjin was very strong. So strong that after his teacher only killed him 6 or 7 times, the accumulated injuries affected him, and he died with his junior sister. To eliminate the root of Yuan, the immortal sect falls on the teacher. So it may not be truly stable. Maybe it will be shattered by the aftermath of the fight between the two. The Emperor of Heaven looked solemn. The truly safe place is time. As long as it is placed at a certain time in the past, it is truly foolproof. Suhi's eyes lit up, and he nodded slowly. In fact, the past is not stable. If you can truly control time, it is safest to put it in the future. The future will never become today. Eternity exists in the future. The Emperor of Heaven smiled calmly. Okay. There is no need to talk about these anymore. Since the immortal sect is in your possession, it is your business to deal with it. I don't care. His expression became serious as he spoke, and he looked at Suhi and asked seriously, Junior brother, you have grabbed a lot of hexagrams in this battle, right? Suhi nodded. In this battle, the Yuanzuan clan took out 14 hexagrams, 8 of which Suhi had never seen before. There was no way Suhi would let it go. Although he did not snatch all the hexagrams, he still got 7. In addition to the Kun hexagram, all other minor hexagrams are condensed. It's a pity that the Kun hexagram turned into the earth, and Suhi couldn't separate it. Later, the whole earth transformed by the Kun hexagram was shattered, and Suhi never saw the location of the hexagram. The Emperor of Heaven seemed to know what he was thinking, and smiled and said, There is no need to think too much about the Kun hexagram. The real hexagram is not in this era, but before eternity. When you return to that era, it is not too late to grab other hexagrams. You may borrow Xian Wang for the time being. Immortal Lord, let them take them to eternity. In this era, the Yuanzun clan is almost destroyed. Even the immortals are gone, and they cannot make any big waves. In comparison, the battlefields of ancient times needed more hexagrams. Suhi didn't say anything. He patted his lower abdomen, and all the hexagrams flew out. Not only the 7 hexagrams snatched this time, but also the hexagrams Hung and Jiao were released. The Emperor of Heaven was not polite. He looked around and said, For those of you who don't have any hexagrams, you can find one that suits you. Stay in your own fairyland to understand and practice. The Xian Wang Immortal Lord originally had 16 hexagrams, but most of the hexagrams belonged to Guiwang Mountain, and the Immortal Lord could not do 1 hexagram by hand. Seeing Suhi display more than 10 hexagrams by himself, many immortals' eyes went straight. Sure enough, the rich will die rich, and the poor will die poor. Suhi laughed. He is never short of external things. The Emperor raised his hand, and a few hexagrams fell back on Suhi. Don't take out hexagrams that don't belong to this era easily. Fortunately, the quality of Suhi's hexagrams has been improved, and they are essentially different from the same hexagrams of this era. Otherwise it would be troublesome once they are taken out, leaving the Immortal Lord to choose the hexagram. The Emperor of Heaven motioned Suhi to follow him back to the time and space passage. He took 1 step forward and stood where the Emperor's pattern was, looking at the countercurrent time and space channel. Even the well-informed Emperor of Heaven showed some emotion. It hasn't been completely renewed yet. 3 more years will be enough, Suhi explained. The Emperor shook his head. No need to continue completely. This is enough. If it were to be completely continued, He wouldn't be able to control it. As he spoke, he pressed his hand on the imperial pattern. A faint stream of light emanated from the passage, which was broken off from the entrance of the passage and fell on the imperial pattern. The entrance turned into the imperial pattern. Just see the Emperor of Heaven. And the Emperor's pattern falls on his cave world. At this time, the Emperor of Heaven turned back to look at Suhi and said with a smile, "There are many immortals and immortals who are going to eternal time. My junior brother is a little weak in Taoism and cannot support them in such a long journey. His two halves took away the time and space channels from eternity before and at this time respectively. This channel was supported by his power. While talking here, the outside immortals have finished dispersing the hexagrams. Even if the Wangshan contributed all the hexagrams, it still wouldn't be enough for everyone. The hexagrams are enough. But the nature of the hexagrams is not enough and cannot be taken away no matter what. Not everyone is Suhi and can be robbed directly regardless of their attributes." The hexagram flew back, and Suhi had just put it away when he heard a hearty laugh. The barbarian king, with his hair disheveled and a tiger skin skirt around his waist, jumped up from the Shirwan mountain. "Ha ha. When I was still in the lower realm, I smelled the completeness of the space-time channel. Can I go kill the old grandson?" The rusty axe in his hand couldn't help but tremble, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. The Emperor of Heaven smiled and stepped down, and the cave world opened up, filled with light and color, linking the past and present. "Please ask fellow Taoists to go first. Before connecting to eternity, I wonder if the time and space channel will be blocked by Yuan." Naturally, the most powerful barbarian king will take the lead. The barbarian king did his part, holding the axe and laughing as he walked inward. Passing by Suhi, he looked him up and down for a while and said with a smile, "Little guy, let's go over and meet him. He likes this tortoise. He knows nothing about this tortoise except fighting with fists. And he doesn't bother to learn anything." Suhi, although his realm was significantly different, he could understand the barbarian king's mind. Suhi wanted to refute. They are different. He is eager to learn. But the time is too short to learn too little. He is not a being like the barbarian king who is still uneducated after tens of millions of years. The barbarian king laughed and rushed into the time passage. Then the 72 barbarian generals followed closely, beating their chests and brandishing their axes. Each of them had a big smile on their face, showing no fear at all, as if they had no idea what kind of existence they were going to face. The 72 generals entered, and after a long time, the emperor slowly opened his eyes, with a heavy look in his eyes. The barbarian king has arrived before eternity. Among the 72 generals, 17 have been lost in the flow of time. We haven't seen the enemy yet, but we have already suffered a quarter of the losses. The emperor's voice was a little heavier, and with a wave of his hand, the cave world fell directly into the sea of stars. Those who wish to return to the ancient times can enter the passage. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a yak stepping out. He looked back at the immortals and said, "Do you want to ride a yak? Just pass it." As soon as he spoke, the eyes of several immortals lit up at the same time. Not only the immortal lord, but also the immortals from the lower world cried out, "Dongfang, immortal lord, can we ride a bull?" The yak glared and gnashed his teeth. "Little boy, do you want to eat beef? Why do you think he's a bully and easy to bully?" But the group of immortals burst out laughing, and the sound of drums was heard. Giant ships broke through the sea of stars one after another, beating the war drums, and the immortal lord rushed into the time channel. "Moo!" Dongfang immortal made a cow cry, stepped forward and landed on the bow of the giant ship. The cow's moo mixed with the sound of war drums, and he headed towards the end of the space-time channel. Immediately after each giant ship took off, an immortal lord landed on the bow of the ship to escort the giant ship. Strictly speaking, there are no immortals in Xianwang anymore. All are just cultivators, like those in later generations, who possess the fighting power of immortals. Even these former immortals are not as good as the cultivators in later generations. Later generations of monks have been groping for 30 million years. After reaching the 7th level of the sky, they are very familiar with how to have higher combat power without opening the immortal gate. But these immortals are still groping. The giant ship rushed in, but suddenly the space-time channel was distorted. Someone was attacking the space-time channel, and the other half of the emperor was attacked. Sure enough, Yuan would not let them pass peacefully. "Junior brother," the Emperor of Heaven spoke. "Understood," Suhi responded, took one step forward, and flew into the time passage through the starry sky. This was a great battle. Countless stars condensed from the power of time accumulated on the Suha star ring all fell into the channel, stabilizing the space-time channel. Starry. Base. There was a sword cry. Jian Xian took the lead and entered the time and space channel with his sword. And a sword light slashed towards the end of the time channel. Then a roar was heard. And an axe light struck into the time channel. At the end of the time channel, the barbarian king turned back. With a roar, he lifted the time channel up to the starlight and laughed loudly. Come! The voice was savage. But it immediately made people feel at ease. The bright moon is in the sky. A green dragon fell to the ground with a long chant and transformed into an emperor wearing a dragon robe. He looked back at the heavens and the sea of stars, then dived into the space-time passage without looking back. There are unicorns braying like cows, dragons roaring, and phoenixes flying, accompanied by giant ships rushing into the passage. A black dragon circled in, and just after entering the space-time channel, it suddenly roared, Ancestor, we have found the way! At this moment, he actually exuded the aura of a transcendent immortal. The black dragon laughed and plunged into the deepest part of the space-time channel with a howl. In the sea of stars, Fengzhu, Xiao Taizu, and Su He stood quietly, watching everyone enter one by one, and watching the figure of the heavenly emperor gradually disappear in the starry sky. His body had long since transformed into the demon transformation fruit and merged into the demon lord willow tree. The power of this soul to refine the world, refine the immortal sect, and support Xian Huang immortal lord in the past has reached its limit. The last giant ship sailed past, and there were explosions on the other side of the passage. The battle had begun. There was the sound of war drums, and the drums roared. Several people outside the passage had cold eyes, staring at the end of the passage, watching the giant ship sail into the end and disappear. The passage closed with a bang. The soul of the Emperor of Heaven turned into reality, condensed into a star in the center, and shot towards the Taoist master. A voice fell in Su He's ears. Junior brother, Xianting Mountain's popularity can return. He doesn't need to maintain the passage or the power of Xianting Mountain. Remember to completely refine and absorb the space-time channel, and then return to your era. Before the battle, remember to wake me up. We must break through the immortal lord, open our own world, and then go to the eternal past. Go back. Take care of your wife, or I will hang you up and whip you. Before the power of the divine soul of the dignified heavenly emperor dissipated, he actually became nagging. But this chatter did not last long, and disappeared completely as the stars fell into the door of reincarnation. My father-in-law reincarnates every 60 years. But it is not really reincarnation. It's 60 years of suddenly disappearing and reappearing. Sometimes he appears as a teenager, sometimes as a young man, completely forgetting the past, and truly starting a new life. The only thing they have in common is puppets and the search for a teacher. There is only one accident in 30 million years, which is meeting the mother-in-law. For a time, the world became really pure, and the immortals and immortals all over the sky suddenly disappeared. There are only a few people left in the entire Shanghai. This war has finally come to an end. The Taoist master sighed softly. He also wanted to go to the ancient times. But compared to war, reincarnation is even more inseparable. He turned to look at Su He, junior brother. Are you leaving too? Su He does not belong to this era. He even has more things to do, and cannot stay here forever. Tantai, Bain and Gutai looked at Su He at the same time. Su He chuckled. It will take more than 10 years. The passage is gone. But the entrance to the space-time passage that wraps around the sky like Tai Chi is still there. This is the foundation of the space-time passage. Su He needs to completely refine and absorb them. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Little Taizu curled his lips disdainfully. Would you rather leave if you like? Let's go. Let's go! He is better as a turtle and can be unscrupulous. Su He looked at him and laughed. Little ancestor, don't make trouble. The 4 adult divine beasts are gone. The little ancestor must not only break the curse and restore the dragon turtle clan, but also protect the other 3 clans. Fengzhu? Gu Tai curled his lips and said, in your case? 2 little unicorns, 2 dragons, and a phoenix. I can't protect these 5 little guys. So don't take any of these turtle LS. The 4 divine beasts complement each other. And as the only immortal among the divine beasts, he has his own responsibilities. But the workload is not big. Just holding down 5 little guys. Fengzhu, she is still alive. While thinking about this, I heard a dragon roar coming from Gu Tai's body. It was thick and long, like a dragon awakening from a long sleep. Little Taizu was startled. His body flashed with light, and he threw out a snow-white dragon. The dragon hovered and looked down at all living beings. There was still a bit of mist in his eyes. Didn't wake up. But when she saw clearly the people he was looking down at, her whole body softened instantly. Like noodles, he fell down from a high place. The Taoist master, Phoenix ancestor, Tian's immortal master, Sword immortal master, Su He, and Gu Tai, mother of dragons. She is an immortal in the end. The people below glanced at her, and little Taizu was stunned. I forgot about her. During the battle that day, this guy looked around, but was knocked unconscious by Su He's punch. But I was always exposed to the intertwined auras of Yuan and Tiandi, and I fell into a coma and never woke up until today. What luck! He avoided that great battle, and avoided all the immortals and mythical beasts. It was over, and she woke up. Chapter 659 Returning. The East China Sea is boundless and vast. Without the dragon clan, the entire ocean became lively, and the creatures that had been suppressed by the dragon's power in the past became unscrupulous. However, the number was suddenly much smaller than before the war. Even if all the creatures dared to have fun, they seemed very lonely. A line of shark shuttles through the sea, combing the water veins and cleaning the source of the sea. Under the power of the Japanese yuan, countless creatures in the sea died. More than 10 years have passed, and the sea still smells of putrefaction and blood. It will take at least thousands of years to clean up. The bloody smell of cultivators above the level of stepping to heaven will not dissipate over time, and can only be cleared one by one. Over the East China Sea, a gap opened in the original space. Under the gap, a Tantai stood quietly in the air. Bai Yin and Su He were secretly overturning something. Below them is Hibiscus Island. Meng Yu's lair was once home, and the treasures accumulated over millions of years were all here. While turning the pages, Bai Yin's startled voice came up. Wow! Wow! This is Wanqiang fire. Such a big ball. Silver feather stone. The entire coiling dragon pillar is there. Is the golden bamboo used for decoration? Are the dragons so rich? Su He looked at the excited Bai Yin with a look of astonishment on his face. A dignified immortal lord dug out the lair of an old dragon who was not worthy of the immortal lord. He was like a mountain girl who had never seen the world. The corners of Tantai's mouth curved slightly. In terms of age, Yu Zhu is above them both. Many. It's natural for dragons to be able to store treasures. It is not difficult to understand that there are more treasures than ordinary immortals. However, as a Tian's immortal, Bai Yin is the best at divination and has handled many real treasures. Even treasures that outsiders have never heard of. But her expenses were even greater. Whether it was Su He's resurrection or helping Su He retain the Taoist scriptures in his mind, it was not something that an ordinary immortal could afford. Over and over again, the family wealth of the dignified immortal Tians is not even comparable to that of ordinary immortals. To Bai Yin, there was nothing more wonderful than suddenly receiving a large inheritance. Su He watched Bai Yin rolling around in the treasure pile. With a smile on his face, Sister, are you satisfied? Bai Yin nodded. Su He smiled and whispered, Then sister, can you tell me what the talisman you dug out of my head is? Bai Yin looked confused and blinked her big innocent eyes. What talisman? Dig it out of the head? How could I be so cruel? Su He, Sister Clan, what's the relationship between you and Hades? Su He ignored her nonsense and asked directly. Bai Yin blinked, and the sky above was silent. Don't even speak. Su He was silent for a moment and then asked, What does the rune have to do with Hades? Go straight to the root. Bai Yin stopped rolling on the treasure and looked at Su He with his hands in a puddle. Okay. Maybe. It's the foundation for Pluto's return? What about you? Su He looked into her eyes. Bai Yin looked like the world was full of troubles, and waved his hands. It's more or less related. Who knows? She's your sister. Why don't you just ask her when she comes back? Su He was silent. There were too many possibilities. A backup plan? Bloodline? Or even like Yaya, a reincarnation of a soul beast? Su He guessed that Bai Yin must know. But this guy refused to say that even Tantai knew? Thinking like this, he saw Bai Yin quietly moving the entire treasure house. Bai Yin's foreign debt has not been repaid at all, and he always hides and hides whenever he can. At this time, the creditors are gone, and they have all gone to the ancient times. It is not certain whether they are still alive or not, but she recognized the foreign debt instead. Su He smiled and let her go. After collecting the treasure house, he glanced at the bottom of the East China Sea, where a white dragon stood stunned. Carefully played a dragon egg. Meng Yu was confused. When I woke up, the world was almost destroyed. All the people in the tribe disappeared. I don't even know how they disappeared. Everyone's memory was passively manipulated. But they still actively cooperated. As time goes by, everyone basically only knows that a war took place. But the specific content is gradually forgotten. This is a powerful move to seal that past. Kutai said that the immortal lord may return again, according to legends and stories. This eliminates the possibility of the Yuanzun clan's resurrection. But the few old guys who were still here, these immortals clearly knew everything. But they refused to tell her. I wanted to come back and ask my ancestor. But it turned out that there were only 2 little dragons, and 1 dragon egg left in the entire East China Sea. In an instant, she became the strongest person in the dragon clan. It was as if she had been abandoned by the world. It was all because of that guy. He knocked her out with 1 punch, and she missed everything for more than 10 years. He shook his head and smiled. No wonder Ancestor Bai is the simplest of all the ancestors in later generations. It turns out she has a confused mind. However, there were 2 ancestors of the dragon clan in later generations. Mingya was only the 2nd ancestor. And the 1st ancestor was a green dragon that blended his body into the mountains and rivers. That person was older than Bai Zhu. But he was nowhere to be seen at the moment. Among all the dragons in the heavens and the worlds, Mingya is undoubtedly the oldest. Where did that dragon ancestor come from? He was puzzled. Bain had already taken away the treasure. He stretched out his hand to pull her out of the East China Sea. Then took her to Tantai and returned to the original space. This was Suhi's retreat place in ancient times. Without the origin stone, it would be faster to practice in the origin space. Probably after opening the 5th heaven, the entire inner world really got on the right track. Or because too many true spirits were accumulated. The advancement speed of the inner world suddenly slowed down. When there was enough source stone, Suhi could advance 1% every month. And it would take at most 10 years to reach the level of opening the sky. In the original space, this speed is even faster. This time, it has been more than 10 years since the 5th level of heaven was opened. And the inner world has only reached 40%. Even if it is still in the original space, it can only increase by 1% in 2 months. Slowed down by 6 or 7 times. Or even more. Not only the inner world, but also the opening speed of the artifact is terrifyingly slow. Originally, as long as he had enough hexagrams. The speed at which he could condense the heaven-opening divine artifact was measured in months. And he would definitely be able to do it in 1 or 2 years. This time the hexagram is enough. When I first appeared in this world, I got 9 small hexagrams from Guiwang Mountain. 3 of which were used on the 5th Kaitian artifact. And 6 were left. Now he still has 20 small hexagrams, which are just enough to condense the 6th divine artifact of creation. That's all. The hexagrams required for each level of heaven are increasing. But the speed of condensation is staggeringly slow. Since the Great War, the small hexagrams have been condensed. And now, more than 10 years later, they have only condensed into a shadow. The 6th artifact to open the sky is a long river. It hasn't completely condensed yet. But the scent of reincarnation has been revealed on the long river. It's like the Taoist reincarnation gate. The 6th heaven will truly condense the reincarnation of the inner world. At this moment, the reincarnation of the inner world depends entirely on the flowers on the shore of the underworld. And the spirits of the outside world come in. The flowers bloom and take shape, then fall to the ground and transform into creatures in the inner world. The creatures in the inner world reincarnate randomly. Or just disappear completely. It rises for no reason and disperses for no reason. This long river has not yet completely condensed. But it has already penetrated the heaven, the human world and the underworld. When he is completely condensed, he will truly connect the 3 realms of reincarnation. He looked forward to it. 2 chicken-like space-time channels in the sky above the original space are rotating like Tai Chi. Bain and Tantai landed in the origin of Jianshan. One couldn't hide his joy as he counted the treasures in the storage space, while the other quietly realized the long avenue of this place. Both of them carry the core of their origins, so they are not afraid of the complicated roads here when they enter this place. And there is no need to wear Suhi's coat. Come and go as you please. Suhi sat cross-legged, absorbing the passage of time and space, and refining the passage, where Dishan was originally. The toad stared blankly at the newly created mysterious world in front of it. The dragons and turtles are gone. So the ending of mountains and seas is not done by toads. After the ending, the realization of opening up the mysterious world was tumbling in my heart. My hands felt itchy for a while. So I pinched out such a half-finished mysterious world. It's just a semi-finished product. But it can't be pinched anymore. I don't know if it's because I'm not at a high level or for other reasons. But Xianjia has failed. Maybe I'll throw it aside and let it grow naturally. Become stable randomly. And there will still be a real chance of completion after tens of millions of years. There's a damn chance. That is inevitable. As soon as I pinched it out, the half-finished mysterious world looked more and more familiar. Isn't this the half-finished mysterious world that was found in the tomb of Fengzhong Netherworld with the fox during Ji Feishua's time? Later, it was named Qianjiang out of spite. The toad looked up at the sky and the round bright moon, not wanting to speak. So Qianjiang belongs to it? Ji Feishu owes her a lot of money. Toad was depressed, and saw Gutai coming back from the void, carrying the phantom of the mountains and rivers on his back. This was the day when Ancestor Ming used Embankment Mountain to suppress the curse in Qinghai. The fragments and auras of Emishan that were shattered by the curse were collected one by Ancestor Tai in order to rebuild Emishan Mountain. The turtle and the frog were stunned when they looked at the half-finished world around each other. Lil Taizu curled his lips. If you don't go to your master, why are you staying here with me? It's okay if I don't mention this. But when I mention it, the toad immediately becomes furious and wants to give him a hammer. That animal that is always an estrus. If you don't practice well, you will seal it away at every turn. The devil has to stay at his place. Taizu knew what had happened by looking at her expression. And he burst out laughing. Good. Although that grandson is not good at anything, he is quite capable, and knows that the most important thing for the Dragon Turtle clan is to reproduce. Good. It can make people take a high look. It's a pity that there are no female turtles in the Dragon Turtle clan. Otherwise I would introduce two to him. Is his practice almost over? Little Taizu asked. Toad nodded, then shook his head. It's fast, but not too fast. For ordinary cultivators, 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. But for Suhi, it was time to reincarnate again. Little Taizu stopped talking and dived into the nearly empty Dishan Mountain. He dropped the phantoms of the mountains and rivers on his back and tried to refine it into a mountain. The world of mighty power suddenly became stable. But ordinary monks became more and more wary. Treading the sky and transforming into demons go out all day long to destroy the Yuanzun clan. Without the Immortal Lord, White Dragon became a powerful fighting force beyond imagination. Even if there are Immortal Realm Yuanzun clan who have slipped through the net, they have little resistance in front of Bai Long. But in just a few years, Meng Ya's name resounded throughout the stars. In the original space, a crack opened, and Suhi stepped in. A phantom of Suzaku follows behind. He just returned from the Sea of Stars. In the south of the Sea of Stars, the immortal volcano was hit by a battle. Bain had just calculated the results and found the ruins in the void. The immortal volcano is dead. However, Suhi still gained a lot. The immortal volcano was transformed from the corpse of a Suhi. Suhi collected the Suhi's essence, but he could not use so much of it. Keep a part of it with you for meditation, and rearrange most of the rest into a formation. Thousands of years later, the essence of Suzaku was condensed, and the charm of Suzaku Dao was revealed. Returning to the present world is enough for Feng Chaofei to understand and truly embark on the path of Suzaku. Feng Chaofei is different from Suhi. She follows her own vermilion bird path, while Suhi can use it no matter whose vermilion bird path he picks up. Much faster than her, Suhi landed in the original space and pointed at the Suzaku shadow. There was a long cry of the Suzaku, and the shadow circled around and penetrated into his body. Suhi slowly closed his eyes and opened them again after a while. The Suzaku Dalion has been temporarily absorbed into the body and needs to be slowly cultivated before it can be transformed into one's own body. The two chicken light balls in the space-time channel in front of them have been completely condensed. At this moment, they are only the size of walnuts, entwined together and gently rotating in the original space. Can't absorb it anymore. What is left is the real-time core of the Yuanzun clan, which cannot be absorbed in the real world and needs to be slowly refined in the long river of time. Although the inner world is not yet ready to open the sky, the blue dragon body is about to be completed. At this moment, Immortal Suhi is in the fifth realm, absorbing the passage of time and space, and mastering the power of time. But he has not improved his realm. Only the green dragon's body condensed, and its realm improved slightly. If the green dragon body is fully formed, it will be able to enter the 6 realms. Suhi looked at the 2 small balls suspended in the air, raised his hand, and dropped the small ball into the star ring, re-entering the core of the star ring. Compared to the last time when the star ring was sealed so that he could not pass through, this time it was just like a pendant. After doing this, Suhi collected the star ring and sat down quietly. Tantai and Bain stood behind him at some point. But neither of them spoke. Just looked at him quietly. After a long while, Tantai said, "Are you leaving? It's almost time. Suhi's affairs in this era are over. And it's probably time to go back." Before eternity, the war between Xian Huang and Yuan was still going on. Yuan is immortal. Suhi needs to go back and work with the descendants of Tai Zu to go upstream and truly destroy the Yuan. This is probably the reason why the Emperor of Heaven would rather exhaust his soul and graft the passage into his cave world. Right? He wanted to leave the real time and space channel behind for Suhi to comprehend and absorb. If Taizu returns to the time before eternity, it will be completely different from the time when ordinary immortals return to that era. How can ordinary means be able to support it? Afraid of asking Suhi to truly control time, Suhi was silent for a moment, then stood up and hugged them both. "Sorry. It's time to go. He has been in this era for too long, and it's time to catch up with his practice time." Click. Bain got out of his arms like a spinning top, took a bite of an apple, and looked at him nonchalantly. "Just go. You can go in the long river of time anyway. And you can see your Bingtuozi again." Suhi was silent. He had an opinion. Su Huanyan is on the other side of the river of time. But Bai Ling is not here. Suhi didn't even know where Bai Ling was. Bain is now an immortal of the 6th realm, and can even break through to the 7th realm at any time. Taizu said that Bai Ling transcended this life. That was the 7th realm immortal lord. What kind of trouble did he encounter that made him ask Suhi for help? Suhi hugged them both hard. "Do you know where Bai Ling is?" Bain looked at him in disbelief. "Crazy? How can I know something that hasn't happened yet? If you don't say it, you won't know yourself. Even if the two of them are a real couple at the moment. She can't count herself." As Bain spoke, he pushed Suhi out. "Go quickly. Go quickly. Now that you're gone, we're going to carry out our long-term plan. In this era, except for Dao Master and Feng Zhu, no one else is her opponent. At this moment, the world is a chess game, and all living beings are chess. And a lot of plans can be implemented." Suhi was pushed out of her original space. He smiled helplessly, raised his hand, grabbed the toad far away in Dishan, and threw it directly into the sea of consciousness. Suhi bowed gently in the direction of Guiwang Mountain. "Brother, I have to leave." There was no response from Guiwang Mountain. Suhi didn't care and looked at Tizhan again. "Little ancestor, dragon turtle, I leave it to you." Tizhan was silent for a long time. And then an angry voice came. "Get out. It's as if you were in charge of anything." Suhi laughed and looked back at the original space. Neither Bain nor Tantai came out. Even if the immortal lord has a stable Taoist heart, they can't bear such a separation in time. Suhi stopped talking and spread out the star rings with a slight click, walking towards the river of time. He took one step forward and suddenly turned back. "You two, take care of yourselves." The two of them said nothing and did not show up. Suhi turned around and stepped into the long river of time. A voice sounded in the sky above Xinhuang. "Brother, help me take care of them. If they bump into each other, turn around and pluck your beard." Deep in Guiwang Mountain, the Taoist master's face twitched. In the original space, Bain laughed, turning to look at Tantai. "Hey, he is really gone. Will you miss him?" Tantai's face was cold. "Yes." Bain looked her up and down. "The dignified sword immortal master also misses men. You are so useless. You have been bullied by him every day for these years, and you can't even conceive a child?" Tantai turned to look at her, his eyes passing over her abdomen. "As if you were useful, and you could get pregnant." Bain suddenly burst out laughing unbridled and happily. "Hey! I miss him." The cold voice of Shujio's sword immortal lord came. "I think so too." Chapter 660 Yo. Zombies. Suhi stepped into the long river of time, and saw the white horse running in front of him. "Hey! Long time no see." Suhi smiled, jumped up and landed on the horse. This will become his exclusive mount, since the last time he returned to the world 730,000 years ago. Time has also moved by a horse. But at that time, he was accompanied by the great freedom Bodhisattva, who forced him to open the 4th heaven in the long river of time. Now, let alone the condensed soul of the great freedom's mere conscious body, Suhi could slap him to death even if the true body jumped out. True 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Heshi. It has only been 30 or 40 years since he faced the great self-contained Bodhisattva at the 4th level of Kaitian. It's not unusual to have to retreat to the sky for a single time. Suhi landed on the white horse and floated downstream. At the same time, he carefully felt the white horse under him and tried to devour the core of the space-time channel. His consciousness swept over, and he suddenly stopped. I don't know when an Emperor's pattern faintly appeared on the ball in the space-time channel. The Emperor pattern absorbed the power of time and turned into the phantom of the Heavenly Emperor in front of Suhi. Suhi? Is it necessary to bring some personal belongings with you every time you travel through time? The Emperor of Heaven woke up and looked at the white horse under Suhi. With surprise in his eyes, is this the long river of time? Is this the angle from which you can jump out of time and see the flow of time? He returned from eternity. But he never jumped out of time. He could only see the brilliant glow around the time and space channel. But Suhi spans time, but is outside the long river of time. How wonderful! My little junior brother is very happy with Tao Yun. Elder brother, have you always been in the core of this space-time channel? Suhi's face turned dark. The space-time channel has been hanging in the original space for more than 10 years. And he, Bain, and the others have been wallowing under the space-time channel. The Emperor of Heaven looked around the heavens and knew what was dark about Suhi's expression. He smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry. I can't see your little secret. This Emperor's pattern only has a trace of will, and it will not be activated until you enter the river of time. Suhi's face improved a little, and he immediately asked, Elder brother, do you have something to tell me? This conscious body is extremely weak. Even Suhi can smash it with one punch. Such a weak conscious body can't do anything else except send messages. The Emperor of Heaven nodded and stopped talking nonsense. The aura of Yuan is everywhere in the heavens and all realms. And the Yuan Zun clan has not been wiped out. If you speak there, you will be killed by Yuan De. The Yuan Zun clan can communicate between the past and the present. And that talent comes from Yuan. The time and space channel was cut off during the previous war. And the Taoist master formed a large formation to cut off both of Yuan's bodies. Not afraid of him getting involved. Later, a big world was condensed. And Yuan's aura entered instantly, allowing the junior brother to connect to the past and present. And everything was no longer safe. As the Emperor of Heaven spoke, he touched the palm of Suhi's hand, and a line fell on his palm, looking like a key. Everyone has selfish desires. Junior brother, this pattern on your hand can help others open the immortal gate. But this symbol can only be used 3 times. Junior brother, please remember that one of them must be used to help Xian. The other 2 times, the sword immortal will reincarnate and help her open the immortal gate. There is one more time. I am afraid that I am not a qualified father. Junior brother, please help that girl once. The Emperor's voice was somewhat gentle. Depending on his situation, he may not be a competent father. But as a father, he must find a way for his children. Suhi's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Then he felt a little doubtful. Opening the immortal sect would not have any impact on other monks. Right? The Emperor of Heaven shook his head. Don't worry. Junior brother, the immortal sect falls on the Demon Lord. And with the dual suppression of the Demon Lord's corpse and the Xianhuang Cave Heaven, there won't be any problems. He looked at Suhi and said with a smile, as long as it is suppressed for tens of millions of years, the immortal sect avenue will be stable and nothing will happen. If Xianhuang Cave Heaven had not been needed to suppress and stabilize the immortal sect, the completion of the sacrifice would have been handed over directly to the junior brother. The Emperor of Heaven smiled. This is the first thing. I have one more thing to trouble my junior brother. Suhi sat upright. Sir, please tell me. I will go all out. The Emperor of Heaven nodded and looked at Suhi with satisfaction. Junior brother, do you know about the Suanio clan? Suhi laughed. Big brother, you don't know that my vermilion bird body is derived from the blood of the black bird and the phoenix. Suanio is my own home. The Emperor of Heaven laughed. That will be more convenient. He chuckled. The Suanio family is separated from Fengzhu. The first generation of Suanio was formed from the blood of Fengzhu's own. And the teacher got it from Yuan. The purpose of things is to listen to everything scattered in the chaos. Suanio is the best at hiding. He was able to hide his body in heaven and discover many secrets. This clan can no longer replicate it. Suhi's mother, Yunli, was able to realize the extraordinary invisibility method in her soul state. Suhi's inexplicable ability to understand the invisibility method had something to do with the Suanio bloodline. Junior brother is going back this time. And he will go out halfway and send the Black Bird family before eternity. Don't be too early. Don't be too late. Just tens of thousands to millions of years in advance. If it's too early, Yuan might notice it and be prepared. If it's too late, they might not be able to make arrangements. Suhi's eyes suddenly lit up. The gaze almost pierces the river of time. Black Bird. Yun Yu? Grandpa. Did the Black Bird clan disappear like this? 300,000 years ago. The Suanio tribe disappeared. And my grandfather was no longer alive. The one that Si Lao Lao said was dead. I didn't feel that much when I didn't see my grandpa. But after getting along with each other during Ji Feishua's time, the person who was the first to deduce his identity, the scholar like Xian Niao who taught him the Xian Niao escape technique, was bound to die. This matter was like a thorn in the heart. And he didn't even want to think about it. Is that really the case? Suddenly he breathed a sigh of relief. The emperor's expression became more solemn. Junior brother, please remember that this matter must be done smoothly, and not be known to others. It is best to be an accident. Thingzu will make arrangements for this matter. Comrades who have been with each other for hundreds of millions of years can still do it. As he spoke, his figure became weaker and weaker, and turned into an imperial pattern again, and fell into Suhi's hand. After carefully comprehending, this emperor pattern is vaguely connected to the ancient times. The time and space channel was intercepted by the Emperor of Heaven for a while. So he was asked to send the mysterious bird back? Suhi held his hands and laughed. Good. Very good. In a very good mood. Suhi raised his hand and grabbed it. And the power of time condensed into a rein. Drive. Suhi said boldly. The white horse under the seat neighed loudly. And when the man stood up and was about to run wildly, it turned into a big cauldron. A large fire was still burning on the stove under the pot. And water was boiling in the pot. Suhi fell into the boiling cauldron with a pop. Suhi, the shape of the river of time is never fixed. But I always feel that this guy did it on purpose this time. Do you want to cooperate and transform into a turtle or a bird? Make him a pot of holy beast soup? Suhi jumped out of the cauldron, sat in front of the stove, calmed his mind, and began to absorb the two core balls of the space-time channel again, carrying the mountain, the gluttonous eating method, the ordinary sacrificial absorption. All these methods fell on the two core balls. The ball is still as motionless as a mountain outside. Nothing unusual. Suhi frowned. All the power of the space-time channel has been absorbed. But without these two cores, he cannot mobilize that power. It's like a precious medicine that lacks the medicine. Suhi was silent for a long time. His eyes fell on the stove in front of him, and a flash of light flashed across his face. He waved his hand, and threw two small balls into the large pot on the stove. Pressing one hand on the stove, the power of time spurted out, blowing into the stove like a bellows. The flame spurted out instantly, and the boiling water in the pot rolled and jumped. The two small balls are like two lantern festivals rolling with the boiling water. It slowly becomes bigger and softer as it rolls. Really cooking Yuan Shao? Just very, very slowly. Suhi was not in a hurry. He had plenty of time. He had already had the experience of returning to the present world from the ancient times. This long journey of time would take a long time, which was enough for him to refine these two small balls. The river of time has just transformed into the shape of a cauldron on the stove, and a method of refining it has been found. Even if the river of time changes its form, it will not affect its refining. Suhi spit out the power of time in his hand, but his eyes slowly closed. My own practice has reached a certain limit, and I cannot delay it for a moment. The entire space where the river of time is located has stopped, with only flame spitting out and boiling water rolling. After an unknown amount of time, Suhi leaned forward slightly, elongated his figure, and transformed into a dragon body, circling around the stove. The reverse scales under the neck are shining with a little light, becoming more and more harmonious with his own aura. Harmony to the extreme. A dragon roar shook the long river of time. Suhi's speed of circling suddenly became faster. The aura on his body was rising steadily, starting from the 5th level of Immortal Lord. To use the novelist's terminology, it goes all the way through the middle and late stages until the great consummation, and finally breaks through with a dragon's roar. The breath slowly stabilized in the 6th realm of Immortal Lord. Looking inside the Holy Beast crystal, the corner where the green dragon is completely formed, Qinglong returns. A strong vitality came from the crystal stone. The Eastern Azure Dragon is the main tree, full of vitality. The green dragon circled around the stove, circle after circle. After an unknown amount of time, Suhi slowly opened his eyes, lowered his head, and looked at his body. A smile appeared on the dragon's mouth, and his figure turned into a human body in a flash. But his clothes turned into wearing a green robe. It is not pure green, but a bit green and a bit domineering. Not pretty. Suhi shook his body and changed back into black clothes. He looked around, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. The blue dragon was formed, but no imperial edict came like the previous 2 times. In the long river of time, can't the imperial edict come in? I was also thinking about whether I could get a handful of wool from my father-in-law. According to Suhi's eyes at the moment, he looked at the imperial edict of heaven and earth differently. Every imperial edict of the Emperor of Heaven carries a unique charm, which is higher than heaven and earth. Intercepting an imperial edict has extraordinary uses. Suhi said regretfully. No matter what, he should be able to receive the imperial edict when he returns to the living world. Right? He smiled and looked towards the stove again. I saw 2 small balls melting and spreading like kukyuan shao. It turned into a pot full of soup in front of him. Done! This is the moment. Suhi stood up and slapped the stove, creating a pot of boiling soup. He opened his mouth and sucked in the soup, which turned into a line of water and was swallowed up by him. Not only did he swallow 2 small balls, but he also robbed a pot of water from the river of time. The flame in the stove was obviously startled, and then it exploded into a carnivorous plant, biting towards Suhi. Suhi jumped away with a big laugh. Don't blame him. The core of the space-time channel melted into the long river of time, and it couldn't be absorbed by the boiling water of the long river. The long river of time has no consciousness, just rules. The bite was not to attack Suhi, but to retrieve the pot of boiling water in a regular manner. Then, there was a rumbling sound in Suhi's stomach, and the Tao-Tai eating method started to work and had begun to refine. In an instant, the entire pure white space shook, as if it was no longer stable. Suhi took one look and stopped worrying. Time is endless, and there won't really be any problems just because he swallowed a little. Minor damage will recover in no time. The gluttonous eating method is in operation, refining the strength in the belly with all one's heart. But at this moment, the vibration became more intense. Suhi opened his eyes and looked in all directions. This pure white space was really unstable, as if someone was attacking from outside. It's true. Suhi looked out and saw outside the pure white space barrier a green dragon and 2 barbarian immortals stumbling and running away in the turbulent flow of time, as if they were being hunted. They all have an emperor mark on their heads to protect them. Are they the fellow Taoists who previously traveled upstream through the time and space channel to go to the battlefield before eternity, but were lost through the time and space channel? Because the passage of time and space was blessed and protected by the imperial pattern. Suhi was swallowing up the long river of time. At this moment, the barrier was no longer stable, and he saw them outside the normal barriers. This should be the real world of this era. Suhi thought about taking a step forward, reached across the barrier with his hand, grabbed the green dragon's tail, swung his wrist. The green dragon softened instantly, and swung around like a whip, involuntarily entangled the 2 barbarian immortals, and then pulled inward by Suhi. Alone, and the 2 fell into pure white space. Just listen to the roar of the green dragon, and the roar of the barbarians. It's too scary. If you travel through time and fall into the turbulent flow of time, forget it. You will die at the worst. However, he was protected by the Emperor pattern and never died. But he encountered an enemy in the turbulence of time and space. He managed to escape, but was caught by someone. The 3 of them howled and jumped up, and saw Suhi smiling at the side. Mr. 4. The Qinglong was stunned. Looking at the scenery here, I suddenly realized that I hadn't encountered an enemy again. But Mr. 4 was traveling through time and space. I met them through time and space and rescued them. The rest of the life. Suhi laughed. He was familiar with this green dragon, although I have never actually seen it. The portrait and smell are familiar. This is the ancestor of the dragon clan in future generations. At this moment, the realm is about the 7th realm of immortals, but it is still far away from the limit of immortals, probably in the state of the red ancestor. Even if there are no adventures, it will take tens of thousands of years to reach the state of the wild ancestor. Stuck on the edge of Immortal Lord. The one who clears the way and breaks through the realm is the Immortal Lord. Qinglong looked at Suhi. Before the feeling of joy rose, he thought of something again and said eagerly, Mr. 4, hurry up. There is a zombie in the turbulent flow of time and space outside. That zombie is very strong. A barbarian. A 3rd level immortal. The senior was torn to pieces by the zombie. Qinglong gritted his teeth. The 2 barbarian immortals next to them clenched their fists. If the general hadn't blocked the zombie, the 3 of them wouldn't have been able to escape, nor would they have met Mr. 4. Zombies? Suhi was startled and then thought of something. He raised his eyes and looked outside the barrier. Sure enough, he saw a zombie stepping on the turbulent flow of time and rushing towards him, holding an arm in his hand, tearing and eating as he ran. That was a barbarian immortal who was dead. This zombie looked familiar. It was the one who fought with Suhi in the time and space channel that day, but was thrown into the turbulence of time and space by Suhi. But this moment was completely different from that day. A living heart was beating in the zombie's shriveled chest. Chapter 661, Killing Intention. The shape of the heart is exactly the same as Yuan's heart. It's just that the power is not on the same level. John Yuan's heart wanted to take the opportunity to escape that day, and almost rushed to the time and space channel, but was blocked by the barbarian king, and was beaten to pieces by the Emperor of Heaven and the Taoist Master. In fact, there are fragments or true blood that have dispersed into the space-time channel, entered the turbulence, and been obtained by this zombie? Even through the barrier of time and space, Suhi could sense that the aura of this zombie was at least that of a 7th realm immortal, or even surpassed that of an immortal. Yuan's heart, even if it was just a fragment, was enough to elevate him to this level. Suhi's eyes were slightly focused. He grabbed Qinglong and the two immortals, and in a flash, he was already on the other side of the pure white space. Go to Dragon Turtle Gutai. Tell him that zombies are the existence of transcendent immortals, and I will delay it for tens of thousands of years, Suhi said, tearing open the barrier and throwing them out. You can't bring zombies directly into the real world. When he left before, the Taoist Master did not even see him off when he left, nor did he even say farewell. The old man is trying to condense his reincarnation cycle. If he wants to truly return, he can't do anything. Feng Zhu was even worse. When fighting against Yuan, she completely merged into the Xianwang world. Previously, she had only transformed into a phantom. Her real body was seriously injured, and now she was doing her best to clear the world. She could only truly return when the world was safe. The remaining Bain and Tantai are only 6th realm immortal lords. They may not be able to defeat this zombie. Only Taizu. As long as Su he blocks the zombies for a moment in the long river of time and allows the outside world to pass 20 or 30,000 years, Taizu can open the 6th or even 7th heaven. When the time comes, we can knock the zombies out of the river of time and everything will be safe. Just as Su he threw the Qinglong and the barbarian immortal out, he saw the zombie behind him crashing into the pure white space barrier. With a thud, it bounced back from the barrier. It hurt to look at it, but the zombie didn't care. Its heart was beating loudly, and it tore towards the barrier with its claws. Suhi took a deep breath and took one step forward, blessing the pure white space with his strength and strengthening the barrier. At the same time, the gluttonous eating method quickly refines the liquid in the abdomen. Every time the liquid is refined, the breath on the body will rise, and the breath will rise little by little. Suhi's eyes flashed. Maybe it's okay without Taizu? When he had not refined the core of the time and space channel, the absorbed channel power did not improve him at all. But when he started to absorb the core of the time and space channel, the power suddenly exploded. Suhi moved his muscles and bones, feeling the rising aura, feeling the endless power in his body, and looked at the zombies whose claws were inserted into the barrier, trying to tear the barrier apart. The corners of his mouth curved. The zombie inserted its 2 claws into the time barrier, and a corpse aura rushed towards me. 7 realms of extremes, beyond the immortal lord. The zombie's aura was just like when Suhi saw him for the first time. At that time, the zombie realm bounced back and forth between the 3rd, 4th and 5th realms of immortal lord. Today's zombies are also jumping around like this, but they are jumping around in the 2 realms of the 7th immortal realm and the beyond immortal realm. Even at his lowest level, he was a small level higher than Suhi. Suhi took a deep breath. Not only was there no fear, but his body was trembling slightly, and he felt excited. You can't beat it, but you can beat it. This is the river of time, his home ground. Moreover, as the soup in his stomach was digested, Suhi's realm was steadily improving. When it was all absorbed, he might be able to enter the 7th realm. Even if we can't defeat them, we can always delay the outside world for tens of thousands of years. I found you, the zombie said, his voice sounding like the grinding of swords. Can talk and be conscious? Suhi narrowed his eyes slightly. The zombie was unconscious. Yuan's consciousness was in control of the battle with him. I don't know whether the consciousness at this moment is the Yuan, or is it the zombie who obtained the heart fragments of the Yuan and gave birth to consciousness. The zombies tore apart the barrier with a roar and dived into the pure white space. Suhi stepped down, and the zombie was faced with a northern vortex. It was as if he deliberately ran headlong into the north underworld. Bei Ming spun, and the waves hit the zombie, making a grinding sound. The zombie's body was so hard that even Bei Ming could not hurt it. It is indeed stronger. Suhi took a step forward and raised his hand a little. A ray of starlight shot through Biming and hit the zombie's chest. There was a splashing sound of oil, and large pieces of flesh and blood of the zombies were melted by the starlight. Sure enough, it can. Back in the original space, Suhi was wearing a mountain armor and carrying the Tao ancestors' finger bones. He only had the fighting power of the five-realm immortal lord, and he was able to use the star dough return to Injurli. Now, although the specialness of Daozu's phalanges is gone, Suhi himself has entered the sixth realm. There is no reason why he can't hurt a zombie. The immortal realm is the slowest level for Suhi to advance. Where have you managed a small realm before? Just open the sky. Roar! The zombie roared in pain. However, he saw that he did not take back the hand that pointed forward. Instead, he grasped it, and a red light suddenly rose up from the black Biming. The red light carried the chirping of the red bird, and the chirping turned into the roar of a dragon. The crimson flame glowed with golden light. Suzaku True Fire. Dragon Flame. The human body has such advantages. The four magical powers can be used at any time, especially with the magical power of the spirit. There is no fear of attribute conflicts. Suhi's magical power is unbridled. Starlight is still flickering in the North Ming. Suzaku True Fire and Dragon Flame have exploded, and the North Ming is spinning again. For completely different forces collide, and the power far exceeds the continuous attacks of four magical powers. The flesh and blood on the zombies melted away piece by piece. The zombies wailed and roared, tearing apart Biming. Suhi seemed to be missing, and he fired out magical powers one after another. It didn't look like he was going to attack the zombies, but rather it looked like he was using his magical powers to upgrade, while the zombies were not out of trouble. As Taoism progresses, magical powers are constantly improving, and a hardy battle is needed to become familiar with magical powers. Following the attack, Suhi found something strange about himself. In the combat state, the Tao Tai method of eating becomes faster and faster, and the absorption rate of the soup in the abdomen is accelerated rapidly. Suhi was overjoyed. Then a corpse scream was heard, and Biming was torn apart. The zombies roared and rushed out, their flesh and blood in tatters, and their bones exposed everywhere. Unlike the jade bones of monks above the heavenly realm, the bones of zombies are brown-gray like old tree branches. Like fossils, the bones are exposed. But the zombies don't care. The heart is beating, and the flesh has recovered. Found you. The zombie looked at Suhi, and bared his teeth, and made a cautious sound. Suhi was very energetic, but there was a look of disdain on his face. He curled his lips and smiled. What's the use of finding me? I told you before that you are dead. There will be no more of you in the future, and history cannot be changed. The zombie was like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on, and his fur instantly exploded. I am not dead. History can be changed. Gone. Suhi jumped. He just wanted to test it out. This zombie really has meta-consciousness. It's just that he doesn't have a bright mind. The zombie roared and rushed towards Suhi in a flash, waving its claws in an X-shaped scratching motion. Suhi's eyes narrowed, and he advanced instead of retreating. Foreign Minister Kamima's left arm formed a shield to block the corpse's claws, and his right hand formed a fist and punched it. Boom! There was a collision, and the zombies still clashed forward, but at a much slower speed. Suhi was hit hard and flew backwards, hit the time barrier, and fell down again. The level gap is so great that you can't beat them head-on. Without any time to think, the 6 mountain god seals formed an arc and crashed towards the zombies. Each one was more powerful than the last. The first one was still within Suhi's attack range, but the second one was as powerful as if he had sacrificed himself to strike with all his strength. The fourth one had already exceeded the limit of the 6th realm immortal venerable. The 6th one was 6 times more powerful, and it was completely the might that only the 7th realm immortal venerable could have. The mountain god seal crashed into the zombie, causing him to stumble and fall backwards. Suhi's body suddenly flashed, and he took the opportunity to rush towards the zombies with the wind and rain. The whole pure white space was suddenly filled with heavy wind and rain, and every drop of heavy rain was like a world crashing into the zombies. The zombie retreated again and again until it reached the barrier of pure white space and had no way to retreat. Then it roared, tore apart its claws, tore open 1,000 pieces, and attacked Suhi. Not very smart indeed, Suhi shouted loudly, and divine power rolled out and hit the zombies. The zombies' recoil momentum suddenly froze. Suhi didn't know how Yuan's consciousness merged with the zombies. Was it born from the heart, or was it controlled by the long river of time from before eternity? But this consciousness is extremely weak. What a coincidence. The divine power can only defeat the divine soul. Suhi roared. And the zombie froze instantly. In just that moment, Suhi stepped forward and slashed down with a square knife. This sword was made with all his strength. But it stopped in midair when it fell. A corpse claw grabbed the blade and pinched him in its claws with all his strength. The zombie's eyes were dull, and he had no intelligence at all. However, his aura suddenly increased and stopped steadily at a level beyond the immortal venerable. Gone! Suhi suddenly remembered that when he faced the zombies for the first time, he was also jumping around in this state. However, when the Yuan consciousness was withdrawn, the zombie state stabilized at the 5th level of Immortal Lord. This time it was like this again. After being swallowed by him, his consciousness reached its highest level. Suhi's expression turned stern, and he drew back the knife. He exerted force in his hand, but never drew out the square knife. The blade of the knife was pinched by the corpse's claws, as if trapped in a place of heaven and earth, unable to be pulled out no matter what. The zombie moved. Suhi stepped forward, gave up the Sifong knife, and shot backward instantly, dodging and hiding behind the river of time. Foreign Minister Kamayama, Suzaku Jinhua, Lon Yen, and Huwei were all mounted on their bodies, staring directly at the zombies. The zombies' realm improved. But instead of taking the opportunity to kill Suhi, it stayed where it was and remained motionless. After a long while, a flash of light flashed in the zombie's eyes, and he regained his intelligence. He raised his eyes to look at Suhi. With murderous intent in his eyes, "You are seeking death." Although the murderous intention rose, the aura fell, and he returned to the state of the 7th Immortal Master again. As he spoke, he could see his heart beating, and 2 drops of true blood flowed upstream, falling between his eyebrows to protect his spiritual wisdom. With great difficulty, a trace of intelligence was born in this zombie. Although the zombie could not be transformed into its true body, it was still left behind in the era after eternity. How could he allow Suhi to destroy his intelligence? Kill! The zombie let out a corpse scream and jumped towards Suhi. Suhi, the king of Qin, circled the pillar and spun around the long river of time that had transformed into a giant elephant. The zombie grabbed him, and Suhi took the opportunity to seal him with the mountain god seal, knocking him into the long river of time. The zombie roared, but passed under the giant elephant's crotch, grabbed Suhi's calf, and tore off a piece of flesh with a swish. A sharp pain came. Suhi's body flashed and landed on the other side of the pure white space. Suzaku's real fire flashed through, resisting the corpse poison left by the corpse claws and recovering the injury to his calf. His eyes sank slightly. This zombie has a primitive heart and is not afraid of the passage of time. This is not good news. We cannot take advantage of the passage of time to deal with zombies, like we did with Mahavatar Bodhisattva. Suhi took a long breath and thought about ways to deal with the enemy. You can't fight head-on. You can't beat them. You can't attack the soul. And if the consciousness of the zombie's soul is destroyed, this guy will open up. We need to find a way to take out the heart. That's the root of zombies. As long as the heart is cut off, everything will be easy. Howl! A corpse screamed, and the zombie turned into a black light and hit him. Suhi had no time to dodge, and all kinds of guards fell on him, and he hit the zombie hard. Boom! The two were separated at the first touch. The zombie just paused for a moment, but Suhi flew out and hit the time barrier again. His stomach was turbulent. His mouth felt sweet, and traces of blood trailed down the corners of his mouth. Boom! A burst of thunder sounded. Yuan's power invaded, and the soup in his belly was refined faster. Those 2 cores originally came from the talent of the Yuanzun clan, and the source was Yuan itself. But Yuan's power not only did not hinder the core refining, but acted like a catalyst. Suhi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The zombies looked like they were going crazy. Instead of hiding, they rushed forward instead. Come on! Beat me to death! Suhi roared, turning into a colorful light and rushing towards him. Boom! The colorful light flew back and hit the barrier again. Boom! The sound of thunder. Come again! Suhi rushed forward again. The zombie's eyes were red and blocked by blood, but it moved extremely quickly. It grabbed the blade of a square knife in its claws and used the knife as a stick to hit Suhi. Boom! Suhi was knocked out by his square knife. In the real world, a dragon turtle with indistinct colors fell from the lightning, standing in the void and looking quietly ahead. Taizu remained motionless, waiting here for thousands of years. But the void remained motionless. No zombies came out. No turtles. A zombie that surpasses the immortal lord, that stupid turtle. Isn't it going to be cold? Taizu's claws slightly grasped the void. And he suddenly became murderous. Although the turtle was unreasonable. Not only did he take advantage, but he also owed money, and refused to repay it. But that is a dragon turtle. His descendant from Gutai. His grandson. Apart from him, he is the only dragon turtle in the world. Zombies! Roar! The dragon turtle roared. And Taizu's figure flashed and disappeared, reappearing in a void space. He chewed up the void in front of him, dragged out a young woman from his mouth, rounded it up, and smashed it into the void. It's Lee. Lee woke up from her sleep, and looked at the crazy dragon turtle holding her in its mouth. With his eyes focused, he pointed and hit Taizu with a huge finger. Taizu was not afraid, and slapped the void finger with his paw, smashing it to pieces. Another slap in the face. Snapped. Lee, who had just woken up, was knocked unconscious by his slap. A being who surpassed the immortal venerable could not withstand his slap. One slap to knock him out. Another slap to wake him up. And a violent meal. Then an old voice came over. If you continue to fight, fellow Taoist, she will die. The shadow of the Taoist master appeared at the side, and took action to stop Taizu. Lika cannot die. Keeping her in the Emperor's great world is an important means to remove toxins from all the worlds. Who can save the world if she dies? Taizu slowly stopped his hand. Panting, he watched the Taoist master holding a hairpin and poking forward, deleting Li's memory. Taizu left without looking back. He returned to the previous air and waited quietly. The Taoist master looked at Taizu, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. This turtle's temper has gotten worse and worse over the years. In the space where Ming ancestor was, several dragon turtles had been killed. However, Gutai has reached such a state, and it is almost time for him to stop reincarnation and start his 7th reincarnation. Taizu remained motionless in the void, letting the thunderstorm break out in the sky. And the thunder and lightning cracked the turtle SHL, and he just looked quietly into the void. Taiyan's immortal lord said that the place where the stupid turtle entered the river of time is probably the place where it came out. The stupid dragons and barbarians thrown out 30,000 years ago also support this statement. As long as that stupid turtle comes out, he will be here. He's not going anywhere. He's just here waiting to save him. The existence that surpasses the immortal lord cannot be defeated by that stupid turtle. He opened the 6th heaven in advance, broke through the realm by force, and has been waiting here for 30,000 years. After making up for the hidden danger of breaking the mirror in advance, and by reaccumulating, it will be time to open the 7th heaven. And that guy hasn't come out yet. Apart from him, he is the only dragon turtle in this world. To a certain extent, he is the only clan member. Zombies! Gutai's eyes suddenly turned murderous again. Chapter 662 7 Realms. The limit. Boom! Suhi hit the space-time barrier, and slipped down again. He gasped and gasped. His body was broken. Blood was scabbing outside his body, and he was too weak to recover from his injuries. There is an insurmountable gap between the 7th realm and the 6th realm of the immortal. In ordinary 7th realm, one person can suppress several 6th realm at the same time. Suhi still took advantage of his own existence, almost uniting the 4 holy beasts into one. Just like the 4 6th level immortals joining forces, both attack and defense are far beyond the ordinary level, so he can persist until now. But the zombie was tireless. He knocked Suhi away with one blow, then turned into a ray of light and rushed forward again, slashing down with a square knife in his hand. His eyes sparkled with pleasure. That's it. I'm finally going to die. He was indeed a turtle. Just like Tai. He was wearing a turtle SHL, and it took him so long to beat him to death. After fighting like this again and again, the zombie's intelligence gradually improved, and now they actually had a normal human mentality. This sword was filled with pleasure. If Tai wanted to go upstream to fight with the main body, he would kill his disciple. Time can't stop Tai, but killing his disciple can always delay it a little. When he wipes out the Emperor of Heaven and swallows up the heaven before eternity, even if Tai appears, his body will not be afraid. The zombie was chopped off with one knife, and the imagined pleasure of entering the flesh did not appear. Instead, there was a crisp cry. Unexpectedly, Suhi raised his hand and grabbed the Sifong knife. The blade cut in the hand without breaking the defense. This knife has been resisting cutting Suhi. But how could a mere spiritual sword, an unborn weapon, be able to block his control? The injuries on Suhi's body are proof of this. But this time, The knife was caught by Suhi. Suhi looked up and panted, looking at the zombies with blood stains on the corners of his mouth. Have you beaten enough? His voice is more zombie than zombie. Suhi's eyes turn murderous. From the moment this zombie enters the river of time, he will be hung up and beaten. How long? The outside world. More than 10 million years have passed. Originally, I just wanted to delay it for tens of thousands of years. So I rushed out with him and threw him to Taizu. Who thought that he could persist for so long? Hold on until your abdominal core is completely absorbed. The zombie looked at Suhi. Alarm bells ringing in his heart. A bad feeling arose, and he stepped back as soon as he stepped on it. After withdrawing his hand, he found that the Sifong knife was held tightly by Suhi and could not be pulled out at all. The situation was reversed. Just like before, Suhi couldn't pull out the square knife from his hand. He saw the aura on Suhi's body rising rapidly, rising step by step from the 6th immortal realm, breaking through to the 7th realm in the blink of an eye, but still continuing to climb. For Suhi, the avenue of time is the foundation and everything he has, completely absorbing the time and space channels of the Yuanzun clan. His improvement is second only to Kaitian, even the most difficult natural chasm in the Immortal Lord realm. There is no obstacle to breaking through from the 6th realm to the 7th realm. It was clearly a dried-up zombie. But he saw the expression change on his face. The zombie let go of the square knife and kicked his feet on the ground. The body retreated suddenly. He stepped back and stared at Suhi. Suhi's aura broke into the 7th realm. But without any pause, it continued to climb upwards. Jianxian, who had surpassed the 7th level in just a moment, was still moving upward. As the realm improved, the corpse poison left by the zombies on his body was squeezed out by Suhi's power, turned into black smoke and wrapped around his body, and was burned by the Suzaku true fire. Completely dissipated, the injuries began to recover. Not only did Suhi improve, but the four-sided sword also changed. The four-sided sword was lost and then recovered. A pure golden dice fell down and landed on the square knife and stopped. Quality, 5 points. The sword's intention instantly improved with the joy of returning to its master's hand. Roar. Ear. A hissing and roaring sound came from the Sifong Dao, and a small beast jumped out from the Sifong Dao. Dao Ling. It's not humanoid. It's a small snow leopard the size of a fist. As soon as it came out, it roared. He grinned fiercely and looked at the zombies in the distance. The zombie felt the sudden increase in sword intent several times, and felt Suhi's aura still rising, with a bit of malice flashing in his eyes. He turned around and walked away without even looking back. His body flashed and crashed into the time barrier. His two ghost claws tore at the barrier, trying to tear open the barrier and rush out of the long river of time. In Yuan's mind, the intelligence of this zombie is far more important than Suhi. Even without Suhi, the old turtle must have a way to go upstream, just like the Yuanzun clan can connect the past and the present and take down half of his body. Suhi is not important. His zombie clone is important. Unless he is forced to do so, he will never give up his intelligence and let the zombies break out. The zombie tore it up, and the ghost claws drew a spark on the barrier. But it did not tear the barrier apart. The barrier remained stable. The zombie's complexion completely changed. This barrier was completely different from when he entered. The existence of the 7th immortal realm, or the zombie claws, can't tear open the time barrier. This barrier is completely different from the time channel barrier. The time channel barrier may fall out and be lost in the turbulent flow of time if you are not careful. But the barrier here cannot even be broken. He suddenly turned to look at Suhi. It's you. This person deliberately let him in. Suhi held the square knife and slowly lowered his arm. He didn't deliberately let the zombies in. And he was not a masochist. It was just that he had swallowed some of the time and the barrier was damaged. At this moment, the long river restoration barrier is restored again. Suhi let out a long breath, and all the injuries on his body recovered. The tattered black robe shook and turned into white clothes. It was a white tiger robe. There are faint lines on the robe, which makes it look domineering. He walked towards the zombie, and with every step he took, the aura on his body took a step closer to the limit. He walked out in 7 steps and stopped to face the zombie. The breath finally stopped and began to settle and stabilize. Immortal Lord 7 realms. The limit. Just like the underworld ancestor and demon lord who never broke through. Suhi could feel that he was just a little bit close to breaking through the immortal lord and entering the level of the emperor of heaven and others. Just this little bit is like a natural chasm blocking the way. Insurmountable. If it were an ordinary immortal, after reaching this step, he would probably stagnate completely and remain motionless for tens of millions of years. But Suhi's vermilion bird body has not yet condensed, and the transformation into a beast chapter has not yet completed the integration of the 4 bodies, and there are still the 6th and 7th heavens to be opened, not to mention the realms of Taizu and Yuan. If you do them all, you can at least reach the level of Taoist Master and Emperor of Heaven. Right? The future is bright. Suhi let out a long breath, looked at the zombie, raised the square knife horizontally, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was a great fight. It's time for me to change. The zombie's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, it let out a corpse howl and pounced towards Suhi. So slow. The tearing attack that could not be avoided before was surprisingly slow in Suhi's eyes. Suhi's eyes were slightly focused, and he raised the square knife. There was a sound of snow leopard on the knife, and the tip of the knife pointed directly at the zombie's heart. The zombie deflected, dodged the tip of the knife, and rushed towards Suhi. But the knife followed him like a shadow, always close to his heart, and was about to pierce it the next moment. The zombie roared, and 2 nails on its claws broke off and bounced on the square knife. It deflected the blade and suddenly dodged to Suhi's side. He opened his mouth wide and bit into the root of Suhi's neck. A stench rushed over him. Then, snapped. Suhi arrived first and slapped him on the face, flattening his head. This slap was so powerful that even a big world could be shattered by Suhi's slap. After a slap, the zombie crashed into the barrier under his feet, bounced back up, and kicked to the side. He took a deep breath and puffed up his head to recover, then huddled aside and looked straight at Suhi. Sure enough, the 4 spirit beasts are never unreasonable and are invincible in the same situation. Previously, he could rely on his realm advantage to suppress Suhi, but now he no longer had such an advantage. And with the battle, this turtle became familiar with the power of the 7th realm, and his combat power may be even higher. And the zombie's eyes became darker and darker. He felt the aura of the heaven-opening divine artifact from Suhi. If we continue to fight, we don't have to wait until the end of the long river of time, and we don't have to return to the present world. This turtle will open the 6th heaven. Right? Suhi's aura was stable, and the aura of the 7th realm exuded made him immediately know why Suhi suddenly advanced. Time. This turtle swallowed his time channel. But no matter what the means, the 4 sacred beasts, or time, Suhi's improvement cannot be compared to Kaikian's. Opening up talent is the true way of cultivation for divine beasts. The longer it is delayed, the more dangerous this battle will be. Go out. Must go out. The zombies bared their teeth and roared, corpse energy billowing from their bodies, and instantly thick smoke enveloped the entire pure white space, prohibiting all perception in the pure white space. He completely hid himself in the corpse energy. This move looked so familiar. Suhi raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Suihua. While he was shouting, Suihua was already lying on top of Suhi's head, her breath still a little unstable. Suhi is the main one, and as Suhi advances, the soul beast will also advance. For a while, it cannot grasp the impact of the continuous advancement. But the toad knew what he had to do. He took a puff of dry smoke and puffed out thick smoke. The thick smoke mixed with the corpse aura and enveloped everything at the same time. If you want to be closed, then close everything. He won't be able to sense it, and neither will the zombies. Everyone will be blind. This is only fair. But in such a scene where everyone is missing, Suhi is very experienced. I wonder if the zombies have synchronized fighting experience. The toad puffed out smoke and immediately jumped into Suhi's aperture. In a battle that lasts for a long time, it does not dare to intervene easily, especially if the opponent is a zombie with a trace of metaconsciousness. If it accidentally falls out of the river of time, it will really wander in time. I have experienced it for 2,000 years, and I don't want to experience it more. Suhi closed his eyes, deliberately relaxed his senses, and did not even look out for his spiritual consciousness. He gave up everything and appeared in the body of a white tiger, and activated his animal intuition to the maximum. Suhi was not in a hurry. The zombies had already lost. Even if he broke through the river of time and entered the real world at this moment, he would not be able to make waves. Nearly 20 million years have passed, and now Taizu is afraid that he can't find Bei even if he can defeat Yuan himself. What else is there to worry about? At worst, get out immediately. Suhi was thinking like this, and suddenly a strange feeling flashed through him. He suddenly turned into a human body, slashed sideways with the square knife, tearing open the billowing black mist. The light of the knife changed, and he felt something was stabbed when he touched it. Corpse energy exploded from all directions, and the smoke from the toad exploded into nothingness. The tip of the knife was seen hitting the center of the zombie's heart squarely. The zombie claws still had a cold light on them as they reached out to grab him, but were blocked by Foreign Minister Kamayama. Suhi raised the corners of his mouth slightly, sensing that the beasts were invincible. Suhi stabbed out with his knife, and at the same time as he stabbed the heart, the blade turned and crushed the zombie's heart. The zombie roared and retreated instantly. The crushed heart squirmed and recovered again, but blood was spilled all over the ground. It's clearly a corpse, but the heart is alive. Same as Yuan. Is this a sign of his resurrection from death? The zombie looked at Suhi with hatred on his face. Then Suhi stepped forward and rushed towards him. On the square knife, cold light condensed. There is a vague feeling of opening up the world, just like a barbarian king splitting the sky with his axe. Suhi was far from able to do it, but it already had some meaning. With one slash of the knife, the zombie's blood-red eyes immediately changed, and its body flashed and rushed towards Suhi, with all its strength concentrated on its claws. It seemed to want to fight Suhi head-on, but when it approached Suhi, it suddenly turned around and stepped forward. One foot hit the square knife. The knife flashed, and one of the zombie's legs was chopped into ashes. The zombie turned around and slipped through the light of the knife. Gecko docks its tail, at the cost of a leg to block Suhi. The zombie itself ran headlong into the blood that had been spilled from its heart. Both claws penetrated the time barrier stained by blood. The blood of the heart originates from Yuan, and its power is endless. The zombie roared and spread its claws, tearing the barrier outward. As expected, the barrier was opened by him bit by bit. Can already see the outside world. Great war. Endless war. There are mythical beasts and Yuanzun. The Yuanzun clan is indeed not dead yet. Even stronger. Although there are few immortals and immortals, the existence of the heaven-stepping realm is much stronger than before. There were also allies. A group of people wearing jailer clothes, who actually attacked the Xianwang world. There are even monks in the Xianwang world, who betrayed and joined forces with them to destroy Xianwang. The zombies were tearing apart the time barrier while looking up to the sky and laughing. You know he changed history. Otherwise, how could the Yuanzun clan be so powerful? Sui's eyes flashed with brilliance. This is the battle where the Emperor Feng world and the Yuanzun clan jointly attacked the Xianwang world and turned the Xianwang world into the Xianwang realm. Millions of years ago, no one knew what happened in this battle. But with Taizu around, Xianwang went from being the largest world in the heavens to being the second largest world. It's as if Lao Gui didn't take any action. Maybe he has some plan that he doesn't know about. How can we let this zombie go out and cause trouble? Suhi stepped down, and his strength surged out to help the Time River people repair the barrier. At the same time, the square knife volleyed in the air and slashed away. The zombie broke his nails again, blocked the light of the sword, and let out a corpse scream to the outside world. There was a meaning in the corpse scream. Xianzuan Yuanzuan. Help me. In a moment, he saw two rainbow lights coming from the real world, like ropes tied to the zombies. The two Yuanzun immortal lords came out with disbelief on their faces. They were not real immortal lords, but people with the immortal lord's combat power. Since ancient times, immortals have not appeared, so naturally it is impossible to have an immortal. The two of them looked in disbelief, wondering what was going on with a zombie that exuded such aura as if it were a root. That's the legendary length of time? Two rainbow lights were tied around the zombie's waist to drag him out. The zombie turned back and glanced at Suhi provocatively. History can be changed. The Yuanzun clan is so powerful in this era. He must have changed history. The curse and aura of death left behind by that battle 20 million years ago must have broken the foundation of Xianwang. Otherwise, how could the Yuanzun clan invade the mainland of Xianwang world? The zombie laughed, his voice breathtaking. As soon as his body straightened up, he was about to rush out of the river of time along with the two rainbow lights. But at this moment, a faint sigh came. Turtle boy, you kept me waiting for a long time.